Okay, well, we're gonna try this again, and then, okay, let's, yeah, we have to maybe, like, actually mute it while it's on this point, and we'll put on, like, background music. That's probably the play. So that was actually, yeah, that was, so the YouTube stream got stopped, without that other advert happening, so we're just gonna have to, like, mute the, we're gonna have to, like, mute the stream when it's not in gameplay, basically. Which is fine, I probably should have been doing that anyway, but that's just, like, a bit of a reality check there. So gonna have to keep that in mind. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to, well, the ad's gonna start now, so that's fine. We actually have some snoozes left on that, which is good. We need to. Oh, is this is also another ad that also, like, causes issues. I think it's yeah, the card game one also causes issues for us in terms of ads. Annoying. Oh, they're taking a quiz to rank champions based on their canon age? Wait, what? That's just so wrong. Hang on, Ari's actually old as fuck, and Zoe is, like, thousands of years old, right? Canon age? No. Like, Zed's, like, in, I think I want to say Zed's, like, late 40s into 50s. Yeah, like, Zed's actually fairly old now. Like, he's, like, 50s, I think. Maybe, like, 40s, I think. Cannon's a Yordle, so it could be any time. Ezreal's actually pretty young. Ari is, like... Yeah. yeah. Ari's, like, several hundred years old, probably. Zed's, like, in his 40s or 50s. Yeah. How's it going? Well, the YouTube stream's having, like, its own issues again, as it does. But yeah. We're surviving. We're surviving. Howdy, Sam. Okay, so YouTube actually went down without the ad happening this time.
I tried to mute it yesterday.
So yesterday it went down. Yeah. But it just went down now without. That was like without the card game ad, so I'm not sure. I need to turn the volume down. Essentially, that's probably a little too loud. Needs to be background music. It's got to be some mad technicality on Narcs. Wasn't he frozen for like 99% of the time he was alive? Yeah, but he's still like from the Ice Age or something, you know.
You want a coffee?
I have half one. Right, so
Yeah. So
well, Sam, I just told you no, so why you?
No. I wanted to figure out whether there was an additional part that could.
Sorry, slow down.
I was asking whether there was.
Right.
Figured out what.
No, because it literally only just happened, so I don't know. Because
my impression was I thought I'd muted yesterday as well.
Yeah, yesterday I had assumed it was the advert because I just noticed the stream went down because I got the notification. It was while I was mid-podcast, so I didn't see what the reason was. So I get the notification on my phone that the YouTube stream went down.
I assumed that for me it was something. But
Yeah, I'd assume. Well, Sam. Yeah, and Sam, I'd assumed that too. But now obviously it just happened again now, so it might not be that. That's why I was asked. Which is why I asked you the question. Did you mute this? Okay, so they did then. Okay, right, yeah.
One person.
All right, okay, yeah, maybe. Anyway, Sam's gonna come back in. I need to change the camera lens then, actually. It's like the wide angle thingy. No, I'm okay. Thank you. It's good. Okay, so I'm gonna go change the camera lens over so I got like the wide angle thing. I've watched enough LEC pop quizzes to know that even if a pro knows the question, you can still get it wrong. I am, by the way, the one and only LEC caster pop quiz champion. They never did another Pat caster pop quiz. I won the only one. A fun time. Okay, let's change back into the main broadcast volume now. Should be fine, I think. That should hopefully be fine. Yeah, back in 22, I was part of the only LEC caster pop quiz, and I won by like 7 points. I think Trouble was last. Oh no, Cadril was last. Trouble was second to last. I think Gulbor came in second by like 7 points or something like that. Yeah, I won fairly handily actually. You know, I'd say my one claim to fame, but I probably have more than that now. You know, I probably am deserved that a little bit. Sam's gonna have to drag that chair over here, so we're gonna have to shift the camera around a little bit too. Oh, well, you did 6-7 yesterday, so we had to take that award away from you. Yeah, well, I don't. Yeah. Of the meme trends that have come through, that one's one of like the least impressive. You know, it doesn't actually have any meaning. I think we're gonna get into draft soon, folks. Turn it around. Okay, chair is in position, and we're into draft as well. Ain't that nice? Ain't that nice? Okay, so we're looking once again for LGD to somehow get a leg over in the jungle matchup. Really, it is about that jungle. Jungle feels like it is the most important thing by far for them. We back? Yes, we are. First pick, once again on blue side, interestingly. I would imagine, folks, that LGD must have been choosing, like, second pick. They've been choosing second pick and LGD have been choosing blue side. Pantheon's picked up now. Okay. So Pantheon locked in, that opens up stuff like Talia. You want to take that away from them? There's no Orianna Azir again, so the mid lane matchup is reduced a little. If you go Aphelios, is there a chance of a wombo combo comp? Well, Malphite conspicuously left up, but I mean, you've locked in the Pantheon now. Because you've locked in the Pantheon, you don't have the chance to do something like a Malphite dive comp onto the Aphelios, which is one of the things that really, really hurts him. I actually wonder whether LGD should snap up the Taliyah right now, take it away from the Pantheon. It's not like... The Vi, you don't need to lock it in now. You don't need to lock this in now. I know you want to use your counter pick, but I actually feel like it would have been better to lock in the Taliyah. So the Taliyah might just get locked in here. And Pantheon Taliyah is really annoying for the double globals, point and click, shove combo. Thank you, Adverts. That's very nice of you. There we go. Sorted. See it? Say it. Sorted. Ziggs Leona for LNG. Oh, that's a little different. That's a little different. The 1xN not going to be on the traditional carry, is going to be on the Ziggs instead. And it is pretty good versus the Aphelios. The Aphelios hates playing S6. He's always been pretty bad versus mages on the whole, especially in a laning scenario. Eventually gets to the point where he can one-shot them with ult plus X. That's kind of annoying. Tonga's going towards Ahri, a comfortable player of that. Now they might still ban the Taliyah despite it being a good matchup for Ahri, just because it just removes more champions from Bulldog. I mean, maybe you remove stuff like, I don't know, Aurora Taliyah. Unless you want to remove something from Shear's champion pool, could you remove stuff like the Renekton, maybe? Do you think someone in LPL is going to pull out the solo Q-Terra of Vladimir bot lane? Probably not. This is too weak in the very early levels. Unless you get a specific, really game-winning strategy, I feel like it's very, very risky. Kali banned away from Bulldog. I mean, he isn't a Kali player, but... Hey, Sylph, good to see you. What do we know about YCX? He plays stuff... He's actually been a bit of a mage bot lane player for a while, because he played like mage support. He was a big Seraphine player, but Shia and YCX were quite famous for doing stuff like Ashe Seraphine, stuff like that. No, YCX came in... When did he debut on LGD, or was it? I don't remember. Yeah, YCX has only been around for like... I want to say, was it last year he came in, or was it a year and a half? Not a crazy long time, fairly new support. He's been fine, but he does have some, yeah, he has some depth in terms of mage supports, and they do ban away the Akali from Bulldog. Not the Akali. Taliyah, they already banned the Akali. Nautilus away from YCX. I don't think they really want to go towards Lulu here. Lulu's good for the Aphelios, but bad for the lane. It's really bad into the Leona. Yeah, I think Rel is more safe. Rel's just more safe. Is Alistar available? You could go Alistar, but you go for the Rel, because this thing is a little bit more consistent in being safe. Because if you ever get bopped backwards by the Satchel, you don't have the ability to, headbutt backwards the Alistar, whereas Rel can crash down out of the way. We did talk about that Aurora potentially coming in for Bulldog. I think that's fine here. It's a good matchup versus the Ahri. You can sometimes survive through the Vi ult too by kind of putting the ult down and then going into the wall as she reaches you. Quite hard to time that. Renekton locked in for Sheer as well, so very good lanes. Jax put in for Sassy, a comfort pick for him. I think the lanes for LNG feel very good. They have Leona, Renekton, Pantheon for point and click for Aurora, Ziggs damage. There's no one particularly tanky in LGD, so they will die to that combo as well. If LGD escape the early lanes, and they don't get blown up to the first play, and instead they are pulling the engage first with the Rel and the Viari, I think they're fine. My problem is, I just don't see how the first target picked off in a fight, which would probably be Xiaoyu if they just dive past the front line. I don't see how they do that. Bro, start the damn game. I can't do that for you. I don't have the go button. I'm simply a spectator locked in my bedroom watching Chinese League of Legends. Damn, I can't. I'm trying my best to start the game. Appreciate the follow anyway, but if I had the power to start the game, I would have started the game. Oh god. All right, let's actually get into that game then. Why not? Just because you asked, we'll get into the game, but only because you asked nicely. You aren't controlling all 10 players while casting? Shh. Shh, they're not supposed to know that. So you started the game? Well, I haven't started it yet, just because again I gotta.
The game start button.
Oh, Sam! God damn it, Sam had it all this time.
I'm really sorry, guys.
All
I had
this
the game start
time,
button.
Sam
It's
had
my
the game
fault.
start button. Oh, that's your cup from yesterday.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
gonna remove those.
Nice, that's good.
See, I started it.
Thanks, Sam. All right, let's hear this Gyos get onto the rift. We're gonna get Gyos? I don't think we are. I don't think so. That's a shame. Thank you for starting the game, Sam. Yeah, everyone thanks Sam.
Yeah, you're welcome, guys. I'm here
Thank
for all of you.
Yeah, thank your friendly neighborhood spider caster. Yeah.
true.
Can you imagine like a spider? I'm not really sure what Spider-Man would bring to the casting world, really.
What about Spiders, man?
Well, Spider-Man is actually a character.
I know.
Yeah. Sam, we're talking about what they bring to the casting world and become spider caster, which is what what I'm more interested in.
I
Really.
feel like the Spidey sense would be really good for telling when team fights
That's
can
so
happen.
true.
I
Oh my
think
god.
yeah.
Oh, Sam, you figured it out.
I have.
Incredible. You figured it out. Spidey senses are actually very good for casting League
It's
of Legends.
so true, bestie.
Okay. Alright. Hunk's gonna jump over the wall, going for that early invade.
It's level 2
Now,
Vi, are we sure?
Yeah, level 2 is not good. Level 3 is where you actually become a champion as
He needs to
Vi.
leave.
Well, the problem is now he's slowed down his... He went for a one camp into... Oh, he thought that Croco
Yeah.
would go top to bot.
Yeah.
He thought he'd go top to bot, but he started on red buff, so now Hung is set behind the early game.
Yeah.
He tried to guess, but they didn't have the information. That's actually a big loss for the Vi, because between these two teams, really, you want the jungle matchup to be won, because Croco is so bad when he's shut down. They've already lost their first chance, so that's a big mistake.
It gets worse. They've just pinged the enemy Raptors. They're missing pinged Raptors saying he should be there. What's happening? I think he's messed up. I'm pinging on the way.
Well, it's worth noting they didn't know. It's worth noting they didn't know. So LNG don't have the information to really tell where the Vi is right now, but it's so interesting that both junglers, in a meta where pretty much everyone is going top to bot, both junglers went bot to top, with Vi, of course, trying to go for the invade through that as well.
To clarify, they had a ward on Raptors and they put a load of pings towards it saying Vi isn't on them. So
Oh, sorry. Okay, I missed that because it had died by the time
Yeah.
I looked down at the minimap. That makes sense. They did actually have the information. Croco is still going for the full clear anyway, but they should know that basically either Hung was doing something weird or was being very slow. They should probably know now that Hung is in a not a great spot.
What's the plan now? Croco thinking about going in for the invade here. Or is he going to stick on just his scuttle tab and double scuttling, which will be more than fine. As a great additional bit of harm to get. Took me a while to figure out how to phrase that sentence about that one.
Again, early in the morning, we're doing a lot of work recently.
True enough. As Sheer gets shoved topside, Sassy on this Jax. No idea what he's building necessarily so far, but with the Ruby Crystal suggesting an AD variant, but actually
Dawn
Ruby
of
Crystal
Dusk,
does go into
yeah.
Dawn of Dusk, so
So funnily enough, we had a, there was a, they did have the, they had a graphic at the start today about how many new items had been built, and Dawn and Dusk has only been, Dusk and Dawn has only been built the 3 times so far actually.
Okay.
Quite low on that front actually, despite it being
Very good, yeah.
really quite a strong item actually. Also, I lied, folks. It's actually not early in the morning at all. It's like it's like 11:15. It's not. I can't really
the
say
honest
that
answer
anymore.
is I got ADHD'd by you copying things over, and I got distracted halfway
Right.
through my sentence and then didn't finish.
Right.
But I tried to cover that
Ah,
up, but
classic.
now I have to reveal it. And it's not that I'm tired; it's that I was in fact distracted by the clicking.
It's early. It's early in the morning somewhere, folks.
Yeah.
Wait, let's have a quick check-in with the game again because the win condition for LGD is get ahead in jungle, don't get blasted through early lanes. So they're getting pushed in top lane. Well, Shari's got the early recall. Bot lane's going fine. Mid lane, we're expecting, Aurora to have a slight lead over the Ahri, which is basically what they have. Hung going for the early invade and then not getting much is actually a problem, though, because that, I feel like, has set him a decent amount behind. He was behind in camp timers. You'll notice that they'll be respawning a little slower than the Pantheons. He sees his wolves respawning, but he has a chance to go to a Raptor invade. If you can go for a Raptor invade now, that'd be kind of huge, but you can also stick behind mid lane as well and potentially look for a jump onto Tongue. You won't put the ward down into the enemy jungle.
Indeed. Just respawn. Croco knows what's happening. We'll try and nab those away. And actually, in fairness to him, Hang has ended up not in as bad a position as he might otherwise be.
He can get the empowered W and get the real nasty combo.
Oh, he goes to the empowered Q instead is the idea. It's an initial bit of chunk, but the Raptor's now aggroed, and Vi gets a decent turnaround there, actually, in a way I wasn't expecting. Wins the smite fight too.
Okay, not great from Croco there, actually. I think particularly in those fights, you should really be going for the Empowered W for the triple auto, pretty much insta-stacks Conqueror. I think that could have allowed for the double Empowered ability trade. And gets the Smite fight. And I think Croco actually misuses what should have been a point of power for him. Level 6 hit by Bulldog. Could go for a big burst trade if he gets close to kill threats. Does get rid of that bone plating. Bulldog's actually got him in kill range now next time regular abilities come up.
Tango not having a great time here. Of course, Tango, one of the player we've seen around and about, formerly on teams like RNG,
Yeah.
the league right now. Not having the best time so far this series, it has to be said.
Crocodiles or alligators? Crocodiles are pretty cool. I like them. You can tell the difference between them in the shape of the nose.
Yep.
If it's like if it's very flat flat front, it's an alligator. If it's more of a triangle shape, it's a crocodile. We've swam with freshwater crocodiles.
True.
We fed a saltwater crocodile in Australia way back when, like in 2004. Fun experience. Fun fact about crocodiles: did you know that they can jump out of the water even if they don't have any light legs? If they lose, they do it with their tail, not their legs. So they can jump out of the water
Legs
with
are irrelevant.
Yeah. So even if they like lose legs and stuff, they can still jump out of the water with birds. Yep. Oh yeah. Anyway, back into the early game. Once again, there's an invade. Hung should have the red buff timing. He actually hit level 6 a little before Croco. Trying to bully around where he can. These junglers have really tried to get at each other. Less about playing through lanes, much more about trying to disrupt jungle.
Yeah, and I saw obviously a fair amount of game 1, which is chilling out in the background, trying to save my voice a little bit after a couple of days of fairly intense casting. And I was just looking in and going, I feel like LGD just looked a little bit lost in the early game in terms of getting a plan together.
Which is really problematic because that last game was they had to win lane and then get ahead of the jungle matchup. They failed to do so. They tried. Well, I think they did have a plan, and it was let's snowball through mid-jungle. Let's play around, and Nivea setting up for the Jarvan, shut down what is a counter matchup. Well, shut down the Rise with a counter matchup, because you have that in Nivea into the Rise. And then they got double killed by Croco in mid lane after what? They had a 1-for-1 at first, and then there was the double kill, and things just kind of fell apart after that point. So I would argue that they had a plan. It just failed quite spectacularly, and there was no plan B. The plan B was decease.
Die.
which is of course normally plan D at that point, so you know, you were missing some steps.
Sassy is a bit of a Jax player across the years. At least actually more of, honestly. I see him more on things like the Renekton, to be fair. A little bit ironic playing the Jax to someone like Sheer, but again, it's a matchup we've known.
Hang on, whoa, Sassy's a big Jax player.
No, I know he is a big Jax, but I was also saying it's also Sheer is as well when he gets the opportunity. There's something about both of these players enjoying this matchup in some capacity of these champions. Like Sassy blowing the ultimate there. Have a lot of mana though, so it's going to have to reset, and I don't know whether it's the best timer.
Well, he's going to recall. He's going to stop the recall. What that ult proc does is just remove enough HP from Sheer that he's less worried about a dive. He does have dominance. There is a level 6 on Pantheon. They still actually could dive this first.
Yeah.
Sheer's got the shove in. Pantheon could have ulted there. Chooses not to. Damage onto YCX, but not a crazy amount. The Ziggs is somewhat existing, and here comes the Pantheon onto the Dragon!
Trying to play both objectives. They get the stun! Hang in danger. In between the worlds they go. Hung low, not down, flashed over the wall. The charm lands onto the Pantheon, but to what end? Hung needs to keep running away, but one Extend is coming, looking to throw some bombs at them. We'll still get the kill, though, eventually with the weirding. Croco winning the 1v3, the Mega Inferno bomb. Charm comes on down. Xiaoye finally gets Croco. YCX just about alive, 7 crescendo rolling, but the CC chains are pretty ridiculous. Flash on forward from Bulldog helps secure another, and LNG just wrecked the fight. TP flying.
Teleport coming through from Sassy. The Zenith Blade, I think, just cancelled out there, or just missed. Sassy has the flash, can't quite reach both.
Does get Bulldog, and that will help even things out.
There you go. So it ends up being, what, 2 for 2, all things said and done. Dragon goes to LNG. Very good combo from Missing and Croco to keep the Pantheon in the fight longer. Why it looked like Croco was doing so well there is because everyone got stunned up by what was a 2-man stun from the Leona ultimate, I believe, somewhere amongst that. So it's a more even fight than I initially gave it credit for. I thought that LGD were going to get a little bit blasted with Vi dying so quickly. LNG still walking away with the gold lead. They walk away with the Dragon, and they're going to get the grubs after as well. So they are winning on the strategic level and walking away with the objectives.
They did pick up one grub before Croco decided to all in on that ult. There's a fair number of flashes. Just in general, we'll have a look at this play again, because over comes Croco, drops off the grubs to make this play happen.
It's a good ult. It's a good ult. Gets the ult damage through. Gets the triple auto attack onto Hung. Bit of a mistake by Bulldog there. If he ends up getting the Q quickly in, it probably would have just killed him straight out. Has to wait for the next round of cooldowns. 1xN also has to divert his path as well. Watch on the other side, though, is this is a great ult.
Yeah.
That ult saves Croco's life. It allows the Ziggs ult to get a double dip of damage there, too. Things were getting a little scary here, because you do get Ari resets, but there's no real basic abilities left in the tank to finish off the fight, and the teleport coming through from the Jax is too late to make any large difference. A single kill is nice, but using your... There's a very good stop there by the charm, actually. You potentially could have died if Bulldog had his regular cooldowns back up, but, you know, a single kill whilst also using your flash doesn't feel great for Sassy, considering what they just lost in the team fight.
And basically, you've got Flash on Tango and Flash on Y6. That's it right now for the side of LGD, who've got a fabulous new logo, by the way. Look at that. A little flicker of the... whatever that chicken thing was. I don't know. It was
Sam. It was a crab, and it's it's a crab, and it's an LPL thing.
That was the reason is I looked up at their logo. What is that? That's not the LGD side.
It's
I
like,
got baited by
it'll be like a sponsored
that would
gold
make
lead
sense.
/ sponsored
Yeah,
tower.
that would make a lot more sense.
Yeah, you know, it's like, oh, tower plate sponsored by blah blah blah.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah,
you know, it'll be something like that. By the way, one thing which I'm actually quite interested about. So all of the stats. So remember how we used to use stats at either 10 minutes or 15 minutes or something like that. And then that's good damage. Great damage from the Q after 2, even with just the slow from the ultimate. See that the Leona just makes it basically point and click for the Ziggs.
And there has to be said, there's been some rumors that Mage's bot in general, which might be seeing a little bit more of. Croco's got the ult in. There are no summoners available for Xiaoye after that last fight. And that's the punish.
Missing throws up the very scared crab there too. Potential roam down the river, but Bulldog's also on the other side. I think that LNG are ready for a fight here if it comes to it.
Banana bush is terrifying. They've spotted them out with that Scryer's Bloom, and they will know, aha, I knew there was someone in there.
So Xiaoye dying here is obviously a huge problem, because now you've given up more damage on this bot lane turret. It is getting to the point where if you leave... If you let another wave push in, it probably gets towards Satchel kill range. And that is a huge problem. You know, Ziggs can make small leads into very, very large ones very, very quickly. 1xN gets himself a little bit more damage from that turret. Tungan looking for the charm. Land it, but then again, Bulldog doesn't land the Q either, so much of a muchness.
Twofold Hex does not land. The Weirding does. I love the name of the abilities. Here comes a TP on in. I believe that's from Rel. It is.
Yeah, support teleport.
We'll have an idea of what's going on. Croco, fairly successful in this early game, making plays happen.
That's the bit which I want to go into next. The Dragon's up in a minute. We've got a little bit of time. We might actually have a fight over that, but whatever. Basically, it was kind of mandated that everyone uses stats at 14 on broadcast, because they tried to make it, stats at 14, not 10 or 15. Because of that was when plates fell. Now they're always there. Do we just go back to using stats at 10 and 15? Because, like, the 14 one felt weird anyway. We just do that now? Hang on, they might jump on Missing here.
Missing had an idea that people were around warding. Does get a little bit caught out here. Does not have the flash. He's got an ignite maybe. It's a decent stowaway. They are going to keep running at him. Overcomes the Aurora. There's the Magnet Storm. They're burning quite a lot to kill Missing, who is staying alive for quite a long time. Well, finally Mikhail's themselves.
Hang on.
He's still running away. 1xN now over here. They don't kill him.
Leona, baby, has like several points in the W, doesn't even have an aftershock and walks away just using a heal and an ult. Okay, just Leona things, I guess. Did use the ult, but sure.
Mikhail's the Shattering Strike, and so there just wasn't enough CC, I think.
You would have thought with a Rel and a Visam, you'd always have enough CC.
Yeah.
Clearly, we were mistaken. Now, Dragon is spawning, and Missing doesn't have ult now, which means that it's going to be less easy to pull out the AoE Ziggs combo with the slow and the stun.
Neither does Rel.
That's true, but I do think that the Leona Ziggs combo is a huge part of just how you play the game.
Yeah,
so, I mean, while that is obviously a big thing to lose, you know, Leona Ziggs is kind of why you pick the damn Ziggs in the first place, really. Okay, Shear's going to recall, does have teleport, has that first item Black Cleaver, other side has the first item Trinity Force, some shoes for them both as well. Some shoes, gotta get those shoes.
Why are we suddenly going with the Welsh accent?
No, because Sam, I found myself onto Wales TikTok.
Oh, wow. Was it down in the valleys?
Well, I was all over the place.
Connection over there good enough for TikTok?
We have to get our TikTok through Telegram. And that, like, the lines, not even the other application. Anyway, tower goes down, 1xN takes that. First turret over to the Ziggs.
Betty's just going to punch us for this, you know?
Maybe. Yeah, no, I found it was quite nostalgic, actually. It's just like your Welsh mam and how she offers you a drink when you're coming through the door.
It's very true.
Oh, miss my mam. Miss our mam. She's, yeah. LNG, quite Just a very stable early games, really, hasn't it? Stable early game in this one, really. Not nearly as much action than the last one. And I think the big difference we've seen between our Perseverance and Ascend group teams is how proactive they are. These teams have tried bits and pieces, but they're only like small skirmish plays, really. There's no grand plan to them. It has just been like, oh, can we get the flash out of this guy? Can we get a big play? Might get another fight here. Missing a reminder, it does have flash now. He uses it.
Rocco goes in, gets blast coded by an auto from Tanguin, so their W doesn't really lead to all that much. Jump around.
Ah, that'd make a great song, Sam. You ever considered that?
Maybe a Mars
Hang on,
advert.
Herald's going down. Shear's poking his head in. Is there a real fight here? They could Pantheon, I suppose.
Shear's just there. Dominus is in a 1v3. Does he care that much? Sassy will also ult. That's quite a lot of damage on the Shears, buying a fair amount of time, but the Herald does go down. Missing will not hit very easily with that Solar Flare, but Xiao is still blasted. So is Hen, gets a season assist the shield, but it's going to get to the Herald and try and drive away. Over the wall goes Sassy, flashing away from Shear. All the while, though, that Missing is in danger, just about goes down. Y6 needs to flash. Tanguin with another ult charge. They're running for the hills and successfully.
They lose Xiao. Chassis, what's he trying to do? Does he have a teleport to get him? He does! He puts the channel on of the counter-strike, gets away for the Renekton. Somehow they make it out with only a 1-for-1. They should have lost surely another 2 kills there.
That is ridiculous.
Now, of course, they did do this for the Herald, which they then used. The Battle Herald, through the river. Battle,
they can lose mid-tower for this as well.
Herald. Look, but Sam, one of these teams got, like, the spiritual advantage.
Hey.
Sam.
Oh, Sassy's hit. That makes things a bit tricky. There comes the age to sort the Crocco's dead. No,
No!
Oh no! What is happening?
Hung flashes away, Crocco dies, and LGD. So one of these teams is winning the Aura battle. Are they winning the actual battle? No, probably not. They are still down 2 dragons in gold, but LGD, I mean, I feel like they've won the Aura battle. If nothing else, LGD, they do lose the Herald on the retreat from this, which is what they came here in the first place for. Shear walks up, level 12 Renekton, actually very disruptive at this point, but he's basically just trading skills with Sassy. Shaya discovers that Aphelios is really hard to play into a comp like this, gets blasted, and this was a first rotation Aphelios lost. This was the worry. The Battle Herald is very, very funny. You do end up... Oh my god, he actually does use it. In fairness, they actually do end up... In fairness, they actually do throw it into mid lane turret. That's why they've thrown it before. This is just deeply unserious gaming. The counter strike in there too, stopping the stun from the Renekton gets Sassy out alive. That's so big brain.
Unbelievable. Sassy's now 2-0, by the way. There is a real threat that this Jax becomes a cat of win condition. They're going to jump on him now. No, they're not.
They try.
Yeah, they think about it and go, oh, maybe not.
Yeah, he goes for the handshake, just like with the Q, and he just presses, just swirls.
Oh, there's a TP happening.
Around. There is.
Missing's now left out in the river alone as they're all coming in. Tanguin, look for that one, just gets stunned up. I think Missing is just dead though.
They're leaving him to die. Yep, a little bit fast and loose on the map rotations. LGD commit a teleport. Will note that it is just 1 kill for the teleport. Not actually sure that's that worthwhile. Great damage on Y6 there. I mean, they could have gotten some extra damage onto 1xN. Maybe they wouldn't be able to wave clear through successfully. My dude, Crocker, you gotta be a little careful there. Does dodge back on the VIQ. LGD, credit to them, showing some intent on how they're looking for some of these picks. It's just not landing.
Yeah, they are now going to fight over these Raptors. Oh, who actually won that? I saw a Q and a smite from both players. I think that was Vi, but I won't hold myself to it.
We're gonna say it's Vi because they won the Aura battle.
Yeah, that's fine.
LNG, they need to work on that. Winning the actual kills and destroying a Nexus, that's great, but really we're here to see who can
Aura farm harder.
Who can Aura farm harder.
That's true. I will say what you could also just be farming, like 1xN is good.
That's true, actually, yeah. Well, Sam, I would actually phrase it this way, because I look at Sheer and Bulldog having very similar farm numbers. I think it's more just that Xiaoye has not been farming.
Yeah, why has Xiaoye not been farming, Alex?
Because he's been dying, Sam.
Yeah, and why has he been dying?
Because he's been losing the Aura farm battle. Yeah.
You see, it all comes back to it, doesn't it?
He has given his Aura so the rest of the team can have a more fun experience.
Bulldog does not need to get put in the kennel there. There was a bit of a threat there.
They've probably been seen here, by the way, by that warp the other side of the river. Clear out the one thing in the Fey Lights. The dragon is alive. That probably should have been talked about earlier at some point. But honestly, dragon or aura, I'd take the aura. I'll take aura for 500, Alex. Sheer and Sassy. Yeah, got ahead of that one. Season 2 has just started. Season 2 has just started, by the way. I've really enjoyed that show. Oh, it's great. It's great. kind of combines kind of slice of life. It's one of those things where effectively it gives you really nice slice of life and then kind of like rewards you for all this character development with a bit of action every so often. Whereas in the other side, it's like Dan does the opposite, where it does a lot of action, then kind of rewards you with a slice of life after, but balances the two of them. Ah, good choice. I enjoyed both of them. No one started the dragon just yet. In fact, they do it just now.
There's some good teleport wards here for Sassy, should he so wish to take it. YCX are having a lot of fun there. Over they finally roll. 1XN needs to fall away a little bit. Missing Trident frontline has got the Eclipse timed off. In comes their own teleport.
And everyone walks away. Okay, Sheer could have, I suppose, walked forwards and tried to E into a stun, but Tang Yuan would have to ult to safety here.
Does indeed have to. Rocco left at about half, worth noting. Again, he does have a Sundered Sky, and there is some Honey Fruit empowered by chemicals. Does dodge away from that attempted looking from Tang Yuan, will not find his charm or ult angle, and that means there's no ult for the Ahri, makes this fight a lot harder. Sheer now trying to keep off some of the threats. Down to 4,000 HP on the Dragon. Heng does land a Vault Breaker.
Yeah.
Waiting just wide, flash on forward, in comes the Mega Inferno Bomb that doesn't land.
YCX!
YCX with a wonderful Mega Inferno Bomb. Xiaoya gets the Moonlight Vigil across multiple members. Croco flashes out. Sheer's got nowhere to go, and they've blown up Missing. They've blown up Bulldog. Croco has to ult away, and LGD find the monster combo.
LNG disrespect the fact that despite they were kind of winning the positioning battle, they hadn't blown the ults really from LGD. The Ahri ult was down, but everything else was still up and available. And that huge combo from YCX and the rest of the team wipes LNG and puts them at a gold disadvantage now. Baron. LGD can go towards that Baron, and that will swing the game heavily in their favor. Croco is around, but he's low enough HP that he could just die on the approach.
Good indeed. About down to about 20% HP. I think LGD are going to get this now. There's no real way to stop it.
I'm actually not sure about
They've
that.
let it reset,
I think they think it was going down too slowly, and the Aurora teleport with the ultimate could have come in. Now what's happened is, LNG see that the Baron was going down. LGD pull off of it, and a Bulldog, who could have teleported into the play, instead teleports bot lane. I'm going to go back into a replay of this. So Hung doesn't get the Ziggs ult onto him. The Ziggs completely airballs that. I think there might have been a Merc Tread still there a little
everyone's bit. Basically got Merc Treads.
Everyone has Merc Treads. Again, you're against Renekton and Leona. What that means is that CC chain doesn't last long enough for the Ziggs to get great damage down, and everyone clumps looking for the follow-up, which doesn't really come in time. So the Merc Treads, huge value that, ends up allowing them to outplay the team fight.
It doesn't even get more tenacity now, courtesy of the Chem Dragon. Yeah, you look at the other side, that is Chain Edge Crushers, that's Merc Treads for Sassy, Merc Treads for Hang, Merc Treads for YCX. The only person without Merc Treads is, in fact, Athalios, who's got brown backs.
Oh, by the way, Hung is very much a Zeke's gamer today. He got it in the first game on Jarvan, now he's got it on Vi.
I kind of like that.
It gives you the ult cooldown reduction, which is why you really want to use it. Worth noting, he's not been able to pull that ultimate onto the Ziggs just yet. Croco, well, there's a 2v2 in bot side potentially. Sassy jumped forward and ulted Bulldog. There is an ultimate for the Aurora still, should be able to do that thing where he ults and clears. And yeah, he's level 15, but top lane quest, baby.
There's a rocket belt. Did I hear a flash there? No, I didn't. I just thought I heard a flash. It was something else. I was very worried that someone had flashed in lane for no reason for a second, because I was looking down at items, where I will note that there's a rocket belt shadow flame build from Bulldog, who's going for straight up blowing someone up. But it does mean when people are going to be building a fair amount of magic resist across this game, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think he's appreciated how much magic resist is in the game. Now, at this point, having something like a Leandry's would have felt better, or going towards something like a Bloodletter's second two. He does want to be there to kind of like explode someone who's taken low by the Renekton or the Pantheon, but you're absolutely right. I hadn't noticed that either. I should have checked in on that too, particularly because, you know, Tang Yuan's now got Rod of Ages and the Merc Treads, and typically I'm not a big fan of Rod of Ages, Ahri. I feel like if you were going to die in many situations, you probably would have anyway, and then you just have higher ult cooldown, so you get much less teamfight value in a lot of different skirmishes as well. But at this point, you know, he's actually very happy that he's quite hard to kill in a quick time. Now, LNG need to throw quite a lot to get those kills. Croco, I'm not sure he's safe there, actually.
Does get Vault Breakered. In comes YCX. Maybe let's turn this around. Tang Yuan's also here, but so is Bulldog. The winning comes across, and out comes the minefield. One of the issues you do run into, of course, is for all that Bulldog's in a bit of a weird spot. The other side of
they're
this
jumping
is
forwards.
They are going to try and jump into it. There's the Soul Fabric buffer through with the cease and desist. Croco has gone very deep between worlds in. Xiaoya with the Mega Infernum Bomb causes all the chaos in the world, and they blow up Missing and Croco. Too far, LNG.
It's another Merc Tread stiff. They think they can full combo, but by the time the sand stuns come off, you can get through that ult charm length. They can actually kill here.
That's really nice from Tangy, and Y6 gets to follow. They can't quite get the kill. Baron's going on down. Do LNG want to contest? I just don't think they can.
I don't think they can. They're moving towards mid lane instead. LGD have been playing the defense of the aggressive plays very well here. Again, the tenacity has really helped them shrug off the Pantheon stun and then walk into something else, because let's be honest, all the engagement from LNG has been stuns. It's not knockups, it's not displacements, it's Renekton W, Pantheon W, and then the full kit of Leona as well. Tenacity works very well versus all of them, and it does double time against the double magic damage carries of Bulldog and 1xN. Sadly for 1xN, because no one is pinned in place anymore, really, he's not really getting that much value out of his skill shots, because, well, we'll see again here. Croco uses the Blast Cone to do something funky, jumps on towards Hung, and watch this. By the time they think it'll come through, he manages to buffer out of it. There's suddenly not going to be able to get great value out of the Ziggs and Leona ultimates. They do get the side of the Ziggs ult, it's not that crazy. And as you were noticing, Xiaoya comes in, and he's definitely much more happy.
Yeah, managed to get a big team battle to help restore some of his otherwise limited use this game, but a couple big team fight ults have been nice. 1xN still stings. He's now got a Void Staff.
Yeah, well, he's the one guy without Merc Treads, Sam. He don't have no magic resist. Xiaoya, he's hurting a little bit. Ahead in gold now, though. Does have 5 kills. 1xN trying to showcase that he can actually still do damage, but maybe the first target should be the Aphelios, not, you know, everyone else with Merc Treads.
Exactly. And Croco and Missing made a few very aggressive moves that have been punished very well by LGD. Some of that chaos around that Rift Herald fight has kind of come back in a really good way for them. I think Hang, despite a really dodgy level 2 invade, has managed to come back well. The Ahri plays have been good. The Jax is ahead. Credit to LGD where it's due. They have managed to convert what was a scrappy mid-game into something really solid. Now, Xiaoya is at 3 items. He's terrifying.
He really is. And now if he just chucks an ult into the clump, you probably win the team fight. LNG...
And there will be a clump.
Yeah, there probably will be, because they're looking to dive quite heavily for that engage. LNG... They've got some big problems. You know, Sassy's 2,000 gold ahead on this Jax, which, honestly, he has always been a guy that will pick Jax kind of just whenever he's comfortable to, even when it's slightly out of meta. Tongyuan getting some good chunk out of missing there. LNG were in a position of quite big strength in this game, and then it just felt like, you know, that one dragon fight allowed LGD the extra bit of gold to get all of their tenacity online, get to their core items, and LNG have not been able to stabilize since then. I don't think I quite appreciated how much value Merc Treads would get in this game, but it is genuinely winning them this game.
It is.
Okay, both of us figure out time to speak there. Lots of vision control dropped by LGD in the bot side jungle, which is really important there. You'll notice there are 2 control wards left in the bot side red jungle by LGD as they were pushing in across the map with the last of that Baron buff. They have full control of the map now. It's going to be very hard for LNG to really get themselves into a position where they can look for that big pick.
Yeah, I think it will be pretty challenging. There's a couple minutes until the next round, but again, another Chem Dragon giving them more tenacity into a team that wants to blow you up. I mean, it's not looking particularly good for LNG. LGD now firm command of the game. There's a Protoplasm Harness for Hang. Blowing him up's getting harder. You've got the Zhonya's in for Sassy, who is at 3 items, level 17 on a Jax. This is looking, unless a critical mistake happens, pretty much done.
Well, that's what we have to watch for now. They're jumping in with the ults. Can they get onto the right carries?
Ooh, Xiaoya has to flash up, but it means he's not here to play the fight. Tangyuan left low, but not down. Y6 crashes away, and again, the mobility from LGD has been so ridiculous. Flash on forward. They do kill off the Ahri.
They get the Ahri. That's going to be the Graviton, but it's going to be for disengage, if nothing else. They get 1 kill, stop the push, but I don't think that's not a huge amount of value for LNG. It's 1 kill and the flash off the Aphelios. Arguably, the flash on the Aphelios is the most important thing they get there, because maybe they can pull off this play again now onto that player. Sassy's trying to go onto the red buff. Hung's coming over as well.
They want to play this anyway. I think they are going to blast going out here. Shadu gets taken sheer over the wall. Can keep on fighting, but he's bloody alone here. Will go down, surely.
Trying. Missing's going over the wall. I think they can fight this.
It's close, and they do get another one. That's a little bit. Now Heng is in danger. We'll have another blast code. Should get out to safety. The escapes have been good from LGD, it has to be said, but they've been fraught things. Croco face checks, puts up the Aegis Assault, missing behind him again.
I think that LNG can look to snowball this game now. They've taken down, you know, the flash off of Xiaoya, Sassy's off the table, Tongyuan is only just coming back up now, a satchel comes through. LNG fell very far behind this game, but they're managing to scrap their way back into a playable position. Now right there, that bot lane play, good on Sheer missing Croco to realize, well, I think we can outplay this, and I don't think they were going to get a better opportunity than that. 2 minutes until the next dragon. Sadly for LNG, they've not been able to get themselves close to that soul point. We'll look back at a replay of this. We'll just throw the ultimates in. Really well played to get Xiaoya out of this fight. As soon as he flashes out, I think this is the go angle, really. Because the FLS just isn't in a position to fight, they don't have the extra damage to play. This could be a blueprint for how LNG could potentially win a fight going forwards. If Xiaoya is needed to put in the extra damage, if you can force him out of the play or just blow him up, because he doesn't have a GA, he doesn't have any peel for him in terms like a Lulu shield, heals and shields or whatever, and he doesn't have any magic resists, I think you really can just focus down on Xiaoya. Maybe that's how LNG can win a fight, despite the crazy amount of tenacity elsewhere on the Rift.
He's got 3.5 items, but they're all DPS. There is no Hex Trinket, there's no Merc Treads, there's no GA, nothing like that. And again, you're absolutely right. I'm not even seeing a lock-in, right? We've seen Y6 go for the Protoplasm Harness, the Zeke's Head Convergence. There isn't really a lot of tools anywhere to support this Aphelios, and if Xiaoya is a requirement, it's a relatively fragile one.
The Bulldog on his way towards a death cap, and this build, again, not great against the rest of the team, but if he hits Aphelios, Aphelios dies. So let's see if LNG can work towards that teamfight flank. However, Tungyuan's on a flank, and he's pretty scary. He's got himself 3 items with a death cap too.
We're looking for Bulldog. There we go. I think he's just going to go across the veil. That's not bad dodging there. Gets across in a decent escape route. Still Y6 gone deep. He's very, very far away from his team. In goes Sassy, but it's only really on to missing. They miss the picks as Bulldog fancy foots and flash off forward. Tanks in danger. They do bring down the Vi, who goes in, buffers, but not enough to keep themselves alive this time around. Sassy in the backside with the counter strike on 2, but the Mega Inferno Bomb comes through. Bulldog flashes, weirding. Sassy still trying to do some work. In comes the Mega Inferno Bomb again. Not enough to get any kills as Sassy gets satcheled away. They don't get kills onto LNG, and LGD lose 1.
There are teleports available for Ziggs and for Aurora if they want to reset and get out onto the map, and LGD lose their jungler. LNG is starting to thread the needle a little bit more and get that CC chain down despite the tenacity here or there. Ward into the back of the pit. LNG will know if LGD wants to rush that down. I think LNG found themselves into a position where they can actually play out this objective. Teleport onto the mid lane, double from both those carriers we were talking about. LGD still got 10 seconds till Hung is back alive, and then of course he'd have to walk himself over to the objective too. I think they should start this dragon. I think that would be, this is the window for it, but can they do it before that Vi can come back into play?
Tangy misses the charm, was on that potential pick. Angle can't quite find it. Bulldog and 1xN left in the mid lane to clear that wave out.
I think LNG have now decided, look, we haven't had enough time to start this dragon properly. If they start it now, it still will be a 5v5, and that's the risk again, because the terrain of blue side dragons means you're pinned against the wall for the Rel Vi engage. Rel, well, they both have their ultimates up still too, so they are in a point of power.
Y6 does get chunked there. I don't know whether the Protoplasm Harness will be back off cooldown yet. He did get chunked pretty low the last one, and it's a relatively long cooldown on that item. Crocker goes forward, but it's onto Hang. Not the easiest target. Y6 does get a stun, but it's only onto missing, not really meaning that much. Sassy with the counter-strike, finally gets to the backside. But Bulldog absolutely blasts one. He's traded though, so that's Vi getting there, but Hang will fall. Sassy at the backside on top of 1xN, trying to bring down the Vi. Flash on forward. They do kill that Ziggs. Apologies on the miscall on the name. Tangyuan gets over the wall. Good flash out from him. They are playing the extended fights exceptionally. LGD's mobility earns him a teamfight win.
Sassy gets the target down, kills 1xN for the first and what might be the only time this game. LNG thought they had a fight where the Ziggs was free hitting over the wall, but Sassy closes the distance and will bring us to a game 3 for our first series today. They were the, I assume, underdogs coming into this series. And we thought that in this early game, it would have been another smooth ride for LNG. Not nearly as easy.
The team fight's got a bit dicey. The Mercury Treads proved too valuable. The random bits of mobility that caught LNG out as they tried to secure kills allow LGD to get away with the comeback, and some exceptional late game team fighting earns them the game 2 win.
Everyone pick up your Merc Treads from your local mall. Those Merc Treads were so important in this game. And I think Sassy on the Jax, which he's felt very, very comfortable on, were very, very important this game. He was very, very good at getting into that backline. He was very valuable versus Sheer. And yeah, that guy had a great game. I think Sassy very easily my MVP coming through from that one.
Yeah. He was very, very, very good. You know, and also people like Tanguin, good flank angles. We saw lots of good escapes. Because actually, the other thing I hadn't really clocked early on is just they've got quite a lot of tools if they do escape the CC to just run away between crash downs and ults and leap strikes and all the rest of it. Not the easiest team to lock down if you have a lot of tenacity to roll with.
Well, I think that's why it was important that they did get that tenacity too, because the thing is that they should have been dying in the duration of the CC, or rather, that was the plan from LNG, and that's why I think when they fell behind, that's when things got really awkward, really, because it felt like at that point you could never land enough Ziggs poke. I actually think 1XM played fairly well. He was getting damage down where he could, and he was escaping most of the fights when he could. In that last fight, though, you could see that Sassy just zeroes onto him, and I think at that point LNG didn't quite realize they'd used all their CC aggressively and they had nothing left to save against the Jax. You know, one extra stun onto that Jax might have saved the Ziggs and maybe given them a way to fight back. Great job of Sassy to do the thing which gets you kicked out of casinos, cooldown counting. And make sure he could get that kind of uncontested dive into the back.
I think the other side of that then is Croco giveth and Croco taketh away. He is always incredibly hyper aggro. He went very deep a lot of times trying to stop it. I get that that's kind of what you're asked to do on the Pantheon, but it was to relatively mixed success, shall we say. I'm not sure the target selection and the coordination with the team was that judicious, and maybe being a little bit more patient, allowing the Ziggs to play for a bit more poke would have been better. I saw a lot of wards that weren't swept out, that were a bit deeper into their own jungle, that allowed for good teleport flanks, allowed for a lot of good knowledge in terms of where people were looking for flanks from. That last fight, there was a ward in the red buff, there was a ward over by the Raptors, causing just a lot of info over that didn't need to be there for LNG, and LGD used it really well, credit to him.
The way LGD almost threw that was crazy. Well, the thing you have to keep in mind is that this is our Group Nirvana teams. These are teams which are we're expecting them to need a lot of work. And while, you know, we do think that potentially LNG can punch above their weights, we think that LGD have potentially improved from their roster from last year, there's still teams which realistically have work that needs to be done. They need to prove that they can actually start punching above that weight that we've talked about. And yeah, there's still obviously work to be done. I think LNG, look, you know, I don't think they looked awful in this game. I think that they probably drafted themselves into a bit of a hole, which they'd like to avoid in the future. But Sassy, that's ridiculous, getting that much damage. He has almost most damage by the game, only falling 100 short in a game where in a game where he's the melee champion.
That's tough, because again, it's like, it's a melee champion. On the other side, it's not just like any range champion. It's Ziggs, notoriously high DPS champion because of poke things.
Okay, well, we'll go to game 3. How are we going to keep this between us?
It's basically because I need it to be a little bit longer, because it's blocking the mini-map in about 20% of the screen for me.
Yeah, I'd appreciate if you'd ask me first.
I didn't want to do that mid-cast.
Yeah, you can do. It's fine. Just like, can we move the mic?
I didn't think it was that big a deal, to be honest.
Well, it's more like it's just messing up as I'm trying to like speak into the mic while you're I'm trying to speak into the mic while you're moving it. Like, come on. It's all good. Whatever. We sorted it out. Hopefully that's more fine now.
Yes.
We shall see if it affects audio quality.
Can we change the angle? I know the stand's a bit weird on that.
What do you mean by change the angle?
Get it to come up a little bit.
I mean, it can do a little bit, but it will just sink down, because it's just like, if you want it to be longer, then also do that, then that might cause some issues, you know?
We'll try.
It's not the stand that's the problem, it's just the problem that's it's just heavy, right? Okay, we'll try it like this and just hope that it's short enough for that to not cause an issue.
Should be fine, I think.
Well, we'll see, because again, sometimes it just sinks down.
That's fair enough.
Okay, well, hopefully that's more fine now. Anyway, sorry, we're trying to figure out mic positioning, because basically we could do double headsets. It's just a lot of effort to set that up, and then also, you know, change it back for regular mic use when I'm just not streaming. Okay, we should probably do that thing where we run some adverts. I had to turn down the ad rate a little because it was happening twice during games. We still have the same ad revenue share.
Okay.
So it is still like the 55%.
That's fantastic. That's great.
But basically, I don't know when it was set or how it was set, but basically it was still up from that, and it was doing like 2 ads inside of the game.
Right. So the way I was getting away with it was I was doing 2 3-minute blocks, basically 1 now, 1 during ads, and then that was kind of getting us mostly through.
It was happening twice during the game, sadly. So that
yeah.
was,
But by doing the double 3 minutes, it seemed to be mostly fine. But that's fine as long as the rev share is the same. Then that's fine, because that was the break point that kind of was slightly problematic.
Yeah, but it got put beyond that as the thing, and it didn't change. It didn't change the rev share, but it also changed the amount of ads. So it was like, okay, well, it was like we're not getting anything more for just more inconvenience for the viewers, you know. Okay. So yeah, I mean, well played by LGD. I think that they escaped the early game this time in a way which they tried to play through the early game last time. This time they actually just survived through it. They just had a much easier comp to play once they reached their tenacity. And this fight here was really important, you know. Sassy able to kind of escape the CC, jump out. Oh, great game from him. Great game from him. Okay, we're going to go put on an ad break, and we'll see you after the ads, folks. Sam, can I request another coffee? That's
You
all right?
absolutely can. Give me 2 seconds just to finish checking this quick message. And absolutely that.
Hey, Sassy player of the game. Absolutely deserved that. Absolutely deserved.
Righty then. Sure. Interesting the club went for support. I mean, Y6 was decent. Ron ref for mid. I mean, Tangyun was good too. Happy Harold noises indeed. The way LGD almost threw that's kind of crazy. It was a bit, wasn't it? It was a bit. Got a little bit dicey there, didn't it, boss? Camera on. Hello. Forgive me, I will be doing some Stygian Abyss in the background, but I am here. Fancy dresses, damn. LPL fashion, always on fleek. Why is nobody playing Gangplank? He's really good. What scenarios would you want to see Gangplank in, Harold? Because I've kind of been hearing similar. Also, what on earth is happening with the back of my head? What is this? What is this? I need to go sort that after this game. Random bit of hair that's just decided to stick up suddenly. Into Jax, GP. Okay, you think he's good into Rumble? That's unusual. Okay. Okay. random junglers being picked, huh? Still melee after all. If he wants to contest barrels, he has to walk in. Fair enough. I feel like you still lose. I feel like you still lose lane though pretty heavily, don't you? Because one of the big issues with Rumble is like, if you're playing into Rumble, it's like, can I lose lane gracefully and or do okay into this one? WBG frauds! We're not at WBG yet, but I grant you, Rich Tomato. They have been a little bit suspect when they really didn't need to be. Been quite frustrating. Just run flash exhaust. Fair enough, you think? I mean, to be fair, you don't need the empowered teleport, do you? So just run exhaust and be fine. You know what? Harold? I hear the tech. I hear the tech. Huh? Yeah, because of course you're going to get teleport anyway, and your ult is global. You teleporting in with a mega shield isn't what Gangplank wants to be doing anyway. So, run the exhaust. Better for the 1v1 duels anyway to get your trial by fire passives on later. You don't need the ignite or whatever. I suppose you could. Oh, well, I suppose the other option would be ghost and just run away from him. Like GP ghost, just be able to like space properly. I can see that option too. Exhaust probably is the right call though. Elise, my goat. Why is she not played? I miss Elise being a jungler that people wanted to play. She was so cool. My first proper jungle main. Okay, well, that's a lie. Amumu was my first one, but I couldn't afford Elise. I wanted to play Elise, but I couldn't. I didn't have the IP, guys. I have been summoned, says TFC. Yes, indeed. Dares disturb my slumber. I can probably turn off the Diana music now, can't I? Oh, when do we turn that off? I don't actually know. We got one more game to go. We still tab the stream at the right hand, that's fair. This, and then excuse me guys while I go and is this the one? What? Oh my days, where is that? Not this one. Where? Not that. I think Alex has adjusted OBS, and that's fine, but I now no longer know. I no longer know. Where? It's not this. Ah. Not that. Not this. It's not that one. Definitely not that. That's where? What? Seeing it there. Has to be below this. I'm so lost. Not the mic, not the alert box. Hey, Amber, good to see you. I'd love to unmute this, but I genuinely don't know where it is on here, because I think it's been adjusted, and I now no longer know. What? Well, it's not the Huya app. Al, what source is Huya coming from? Because I can't find it. I'm trying to look for the Huya source. I found the Huya app, but I can't interact with it.
Okay, so you pause music there. Let's go to this Huya thing there, and then you need to make sure that it's.
Oh,
Okay,
sorry.
there's your volume. Let's get into the draft.
Didn't
Let's get
see.
into the draft.
See it on the taskbar.
Okay, so into draft number 3, last game of the series, LNG LGD. Looks like first pick is once again going to LNG on blue side. That's been an interesting thing. Funnily enough, it looks like LGD have preferred to have counter pick and be on red side. This has been a little strange. Most people have been choosing that first pick. It's meant that we've actually weirdly seen like a full 3 games of like blue side having first pick. We don't see that in the current meta really now, with the side change and the side of map select being separated.
IG tried that the other day as well. Or was it IG? Who played yesterday? I'm having a mind blank. Who was BLG playing?
BLG IG.
Yeah, so IG tried it yesterday to BLG. It didn't work, but that was the attempt then too.
Okay, so what's left up? The Malphite finally banned. Surprised that made it through all of the series. Jace banned away 2. So what's left up? The Orianna's the big one. That should be an easy first pick. Sorry, LGD do have the first pick this time. That's actually, I think, the first time this series that they've had first pick, weirdly. Orianna, easy slam him. Then Bulldog should probably think about Akali, Syndra. Syndra's a big pick for him. Wouldn't be surprising to see that pick locked in for him on the other side. And then the question is, what else do you do at that point? Do you have to... Well, at that point, do you have to be worried about stuff like the Nocturne as well?
Possibility.
Because if you lock in Syndra, you might get Nocturne. So maybe Akali is actually better unless that comes through. Varus also a very powerful pick. No surprise to see that locked in here if he does good. So
Relatively easy sell, I agree, if you can get a hold of that. Does feel like that's often been the trade. Orianna for Varus generally has been pretty happy. You could have then done something like a Jarvan, but of course... I think that's already been played. Indeed, it has in game 1. That's often been the pairing there because it's just very good options. But Wukong will do just fine. Basically, one bit of CC leads to the other quite happily.
Yeah. Nocturne, I think, is the easy one because if you go for the Nocturne, it denies something like that Syndra pick we were just talking about. It limits the amount of lane answers that Bulldog would have to Tongyuan in that mid lane. Question is now, what do you do about bot lane? How do you lane against the poke Varus, which is most likely for him to come through? MF is one of those more suitable answers to it. They both kind of exist in lane. She gets to some sustain, eats some damage from the arrows, but then sustains up anyway. I think the Nocturne should get slammed in, personally. I think it denies a lot of the answers that Bulldog would like to work towards, and it's also good versus the Varus.
Yes, it is. It's red side MF, worth noting as well. Always feels very good into things like the Baron Pit. You just get to sit behind there and force people to come to you. It's a little bit more awkward. Mundo would be an interesting choice. Good for the Wukong.
Hung is the first Mundo jungle player out of this era of LPL. He was playing it when it was out in meta back in 23. He's a big player of it. He locks it in again. But now you haven't gone towards the Nocturne. Something like that Syndra is much more on the table. You could still go towards the Akali if you want, but now with the mid-jungle pairing being much less powerful as a 2v2, it opens up more options than you had before.
And one of those questions that is asked of that Orianna first pick is do you have an answer to it, LNG? Bulldog's gone towards the Akali, which has found success into it, but it's sometimes gone very wrong. You can lose this lane very hard if things get wild, but once you do hit that first item, once you do hit that level 6, Gunblade plus all of that kill threat can be very difficult for an Orianna to manage.
Also, you can get onto the Akali. If you ever get close to the Misfortune, she can't ult. You can never stand still versus an Akali as the Misfortune. It's just not possible. So now you have a massive dive combo from the Wukong and the Akali. Varus is fine in the laning phase, might struggle to access the same targets in the team fights. That can sometimes be the problem of Varus in some dive comps when they go very, very deep. Normally the Varus is okay because you can just have an arrow fly over the top, but
if you're within the window of one screen, you're fine for Varus. If it's a window and a half, he sometimes goes, wait for me, as he tries to throw arrows from too far away.
Gwen taken away from Sheer, so trying to deal away with some of the top lane matchups. Of course, Sassy won't have Renekton or Jax, which is two of his big ones. You might, I wonder if we're getting towards a Zarhan angle now.
Where's Cassante at? Was another thought.
Yeah, that's also not bad here. I think that LGD might look for that. Yeah, I think LGD might look for that. But then the question is, if you go for the Cassante, do you end up getting a losing lane matchup for Sassy, which he really likes to have a matchup he can start bullying around. Cassante is better. Right? Cassante is better for the team. The question is now whether he will be able to actually play for the team like that and not just for his individual.
Additional thought, there is currently no ball carrier for Sassy. I will note that the Alistair's been banned, the Poppy's been banned, Sion gets picked up. That is good for Sheer. He's always been a Sion player. It was one of his few tanks when he first joined the league. He wasn't the biggest tank player in the world, let's be frank. But Sion, as has often been the case of our carry top laners, has often been their default choice to be their tank of choice. Yorick, a consideration for Sassy, is decent into the Sion. With the way that turret plates now work, would be a decent option. We called out the Zion earlier. Would also be fine. You kind of scale for free into the Sion. I know a couple of our top laners in chat say, please pick Grasp. I know Pro is generally defaulted to the Conqueror, but either way, it's playable.
In Demacia Cup, it was all Grasp. It was all Grasp then, so I'm not sure why that's changed. Sometimes it's just a trend of one top player playing a certain build and then everyone else following suit. Last pick now for the support role of YCX. What engaged supports left if you have any? There's no Poppy, no Alistair. Leona's gone. He could go Rakan. I don't mind the Renata. I don't mind it. I don't think it's wonderful with this comp. It's not fantastic engage here. Those advertisements. And yeah, I think the problem is, like, it's good on the defense, but you have very few aggressive options now.
Yeah, and in fairness, the Missing is probably the best Lulu in the league. It was always one of his picks. Back when Ruler was playing with him, it was like Lulu was his enchanter.
Yeah, because you say in the league, you're actually correct, because I would say Crisp and Mako, but they're not currently in the league.
Yeah, exactly. And even then, I actually preferred Missing's Lulu to Mako's at some points. I mean, Mako's obviously legendary as a champion. Crisp was always a great option on that.
Yeah, but neither of them are in the league, so
yeah.
by that virtue of that, I think you're still technically correct, at least in my view.
And when we saw LNG's first series, where they did win pretty convincingly, Missing went for the ranged options. The Renata, the Lulu were what helped them get the lead, because bluntly, you give 1xN and Missing a winning lane, they feel very, very confident. I think they're one of our kind of dark horses to really make a push through the league because of that power of that bot lane. Xiaoye, of course, has been doing the grind in LPL for a little while now on the other side of this. He's no bad player, make no mistake, but he's been a little temperamental. I'd say when laning phases have gone poorly, they've often gone very poorly, and he's often occasionally just mispositioned in team fights, when actually in LVL, he was known for being a bit of a team fight savant. And he's kind of had to learn some of those skills again, and when he's been on teams that haven't been as sure-footed, giving him the same platform to work on.
So personally, walking out of this draft, I prefer LNG's draft by a little. I think that the problem that LGD might run into is just lack of clear engage. You were talking about lack of a ball carrier. I think that could be an issue here. I also think now that once you locked in that Renata, it opened up that Lulu to be really, really annoying too. That means that you do get to have that Enchanter not get punished in laning phase. Basically, you're working around free ball shockwaves and flash Renata ults, which are not consistent engage. So I do prefer LNG's comp. Get onto the Rift last time in this series, waiting for our second one later today.
That's no gyros. You know what that means, Alex? We'll do them ourselves.
Okay.
LNG!
Jayo!
LNG!
Jayo!
LNG!
Jayo! LNG!
Jayo!
LNG!
Jayo!
LNG!
Jayo!
Wonderful.
Yes!
We'll be our own crowd chant leaders. Wonderful. So with the Lulu as well, it does open up something like the on-hit Varus for 1xN, of course. So sometimes you do get this weird thing where yeah, and it is going to be that, but sometimes you do get the case of Poke Varus played with Enchanters anyway, just because Poke Varus is so annoying, but the on-hit Varus can be really, really annoying for Mundo. Mundo just cannot deal with a good on-hit Varus with a Lulu behind them, and in this game, again, we were just saying, well, you know, not great engage. If you don't have great engage, and Varus actually gets to sit behind a Scion, sit behind an ulting Wukong, 1xN could just have an all-timer here in terms of the DPS charts. He could just be hitting like a full health Mundo and the Zarhan and doing mad damage. The thing which will stop that is either, again, a well-placed shockwave somehow, despite the ball carrier not being there, or Xiaoye having an effective bullet time to stop him being able to stand in DPS. But the more I look at this, the more I see limited options from LGD. The early lane is not fantastic here for the Misfortune Renata versus the Lulu Varus. Rest of the lanes are okay, but particularly that bot lane can be an issue. Sassy charging up that passive against Sheer, doing good damage.
Did enough. Does that pass just roll at them and say, look, at this point, I can keep trading. Pretty aggressive. We'll force the flash with the dreaded return. My question is answered pretty fast there.
Yeah, as soon as that passive comes... Ooh, if that Q had hit, by the way, that potentially could have been a kill on the other side or forcing a flash out of Sassy. This is why you pick the Zarhan into tank matchups. If you can ever get your passive, your damage is really, really high, and you get that free GA on the, basic GA timer. It's about 5 minutes or so.
So, obviously, I know the passive gives you the revive. What else is the passive also giving you additional stats, like an Aurelia passive or whatever as well? Because obviously, So what Aurelia does is also gives you the on-hit damage, yes, the big thing for her. But yeah, it gives you like a bunch of base AD, which is also one of the reasons why Triforce becomes very, very powerful on the Zarhan at points 2 when you go for that Sheen item. Bulldog's... Look, hang on, the shield is... Ooh! Hang on. Bulldog tried to do the E flash cancel. He tried to do the E flash cancel. Flash. That's a mechanic which I've seen Akali mains pick up in the last few months. Haven't actually seen it in Pro before that. Basically, if you flash just as the particle's about to come out, you can basically cancel the backflip and then kind of get the particle to come out of a different location. It can be really, really threatening, actually. Hung's potentially walking in towards mid lane. A bit spicy. He wants that cannon minion space. He's going to have to give it up. He's had to give up the cannon minion and
He's
all
dead
of that
here.
wave.
He's just dead.
Sped up. There's the ghost out. You're right, he is. Really nice little gank play from Hengen and the side of Tangu when they played that well. Bulldog threatens the flash, sticks around for the wave, and is punished for it.
He had the teleport. He could have reset. He chose not to. Dies for the greed. Crocker's going to go into the enemy jungle, get himself an extra camp away, so he's going to be okay, I suppose, taking the XP away. But a mistake from Bulldog gives LGD a leg up in the early game. We're saying, look, the bot lane looks good for LNG in terms of laning phase matchup, but the Akali early on, like you mentioned in Champs, is not quite as easy. Hung ends up being the beneficiary of the mistake of Bulldog, despite Crocker getting that camp ahead. They see the Raptors up now. They're not really going to be able to contest, though. LGD, happy days.
Again, Orianna from ahead. A very different beast to Orianna.
Oh, sorry, it's bonus AD, not base AD. Sorry about that. However, Harold also said that he preferred LGD's comp, so really, how much am I... all love to you, Harold. Bulldog still has no flash. He just uses E, so if there's a potential handshake, could be dangerous. Gets away in time. 1xN left alone versus Shaya on bot side, doing fine. It's actually more than fine. He's zoning off Shaya from the wave, has Ghost as well, so if Shaya steps up too far, it could potentially be a kill. Croco walking forwards, doesn't have the 6 to force the fights. That's okay, Seb, you can play Genshin all you want, it's fine. As long as you're here for the team fights to call them out. Look, Sam, it's okay. I understand it, Sam.
True. How many Uber runs have you done today?
Today, none, Sam, because my borrowers are done for today. I gotta wait until 3 PM our time until I get them back. Yeah, just
how many borrows can you get?
Well, they just upped it to 5, which is really convenient now, because if you only have 3 a day, you don't get... Yeah, basically, if you're doing the borrow runs for like your high percent chance of success, yeah, having only 3 of them is kind of annoying, and the rest of the servers have like 6. Sassy ults towards Sheer, doesn't have that flash, does have the ult. Good trade onto him. That'll be the end of it.
Bad at all. Looking at this bot lane turret again, 1xN and missing. Understand we have got Shove. Renata's a great enchanter when she's not into other enchanters. She's lane dominant within certain bounds.
And that's why I really like the Lulu pick last pick. You saw the Renata and then it was, you're not playing against a melee support, you're playing against another enchanter. And that's led to a 25 CS deficit with the waves being even, so that won't get evened up. 1xN doing a great job of punishing Shaya YCX, and one of the reasons why we really have a lot of hope for this younger AD carry within the LPL.
Case.
We go back towards bot lane. Once again, actually, Shaya and YCX are going to drop a minion or two, because they left that bot lane to look for that bot river play. 1xN's about to hit level 6. He'll get it on the next wave, I believe, after this. Is it the cannon wave? Yeah, so he'll get level 6 the wave after this. And that bot lane has to be where LNG play around. The solo lanes are getting a little bit brutalized here.
They are, aren't they? Okay. Stand around and start walking a little bit. Over comes Shia. He's looking to ult the tango and again doesn't have that flashback up yet, so he's just dead.
Great angle from Sheer, who leaves the top lane, says, look, I'm losing the trades versus the Zarhan. Time for me to go put my impact elsewhere. Sassy will end up getting that top lane plate. I think Sheer misses a cannon, but by getting a kill for his jungler, he is more than happy to trade that.
But as a barrel aficionado.
Yeah.
Is it a Genshin impact or a Honkai third impact? What kind of impact?
What kind of impact
is
are you having on there?
Yeah. Yeah. What kind of rarity is it?
Actually, no, Sam, because if we're talking about Uma Musume, is it a deep impact?
Ah.
Who is arguably the greatest Japanese racehorse of all time.
And not Gold Chip.
No, Goldship's not even close to the top.
Okay.
Some people argue El Condor Pasa is the most successful international Japanese horse.
Right.
Or Fevra's up there.
I love the fact that you're just into horse racing now.
Sam, I watched enough. Look, basically, I watched some videos to be like, oh, what do I need to do for the next Champions League?
Am I going to take you to the race course for your birthday? Is that the plan? Is that like, just take you back home? We'll go to that.
I have no idea who Eri Cat is. They want to collaborate. Okay, I think that might have been a misclick. Hey, Ericat, by the way, someone just asked to, like, collab, and I'm like, I would lots of love to you. Not sure how to set that up on the fly.
Nor do I know whether you have rights to be on LPL.
Maybe let's plan that in advance. But I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well, Ericat. Anyway, yeah, I watched enough, like, guide videos of the actual game, and then, like, oh, yeah, here's the, like, lore of XYZ. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Yeah. It was a very fun couple of races this year as well. There was one where a riderless horse finished first in, I want to say, the Japan Cup. It's then obviously disqualified. Yep. Then two horses like just collided after, and the two jockeys went flying and they had to go to hospital. It was kind of mad, actually.
Little note, I don't know if we talked about this yet. This is in-game stuff, I know. 1xN,
yeah,
gone for the lethal tempo, gone for the flash to ghost, so he's going double combat sums, he's going on hit. He's got a Lulu behind him, it makes complete sense. Also, makes Zahen and Mundo's life a lot more tricky when you have that.
If they shockwave here, that would have been dangerous onto Bulldog. I mean, Hung's been doing, I have to say, Hang and Tangyuan have been doing quite a good job of being on the right timing. The execution hasn't been fantastic this series, thinking back particularly to game 1, but at least they've been there on the right timing. Hang's moving towards bot side, but again, he's got the... By the way, folks, even with just a recurve bow, Varus gets really quite dangerous, especially with the Lulu attack speed. The extra on hit kind of goes wild, and yeah, Harold, by the way, Sam and I actually grew up next to a race course. Well, we never actually never went to it, really.
Well, I did, but not for
could
race
go into
courses.
Hang here.
Can he get the passive off? He's going to get hit pretty heavily there to get shielded. There's the heal turn around. The bullet time is solid, but there's a change of corruption. That puts a lot of damage onto YCX, who needs to flash, and that means Croco follows over the Wild Growth for the knock-up, and Missing and Croco pair up beautifully to break the ankles of LGD.
I thought Croco had gone too far. He was going into the river without that much HP into a passive up Mundo, but the bot lane's dominance really comes to shine there. Missing and 1xN put out so much damage that LGD can't really stand and fight. Top lane, again, kind of on an island. Sassy's trading well, but it doesn't matter that much. The briefcase lands onto Missing. Will be the dragon secured. First objective in that column for LNG of this game. So early lead from LNG now, and we're asking them to play around this bot lane. They have done that. The big thing I've picked up about LNG in this early split is if their bot lane wins laning phase and Croco can leverage off of it, they probably win a game, especially at this part in this group of the LPL. See here, the Varus ult goes wild here. It actually tags onto Shaya across the wall. That's something which we didn't necessarily catch during that play. It means that the cleanse is blown too now. Both summoners away from Xiaoya after getting hit by a great Varus ult. Hung might just die here. He has no ghost, he dies. Goes up towards the grubs. Can't claim them. Croco kills his opposing number. Hung has been a player that's played Mundo an awful lot in his career compared to the rest of the LPL pool, but Croco sees it and basically just outplays him twice in the last few minutes. Loses the bot river fight. Top river fight doesn't go much better. LNG massively ahead now.
Now I get a little bit nervous.
Because your DPS check on Genshin wasn't quite
It
as
wasn't
good
enough.
Okay.
I genuinely did. I thought this comp was the way it did. It was awful. Bit of a disaster. Hold on, does manage to land that shot into the Twilight Tribe. Means you could theoretically recall through there, but
airball.
That one sucks.
Yeah, that's nothing but grass. Tangyuan completely misses the ex-Kinko order member.
Here goes that replay in the bottom corner.
See, he was walking up to the grubs and then Blast Cone plays, baby. Blast Cone plays. It's not even like the Mega Cone. It's not the Giga Cone. Just jumps onto the river.
And look, Croco is a psychopath. We know this. He takes every fight. One of the reasons why sometimes against better teams, you can bait him into plays a little too easily. The bloodlust is always in that man. However, Hung there without the Heart Steel really built up at the time, I think. Certainly doesn't have any stacks. Trinity Force Wukong is scary if you just get to run at people and cycle through stuff. You do quite a lot of % damage to poor old Monday.
Croco now hanging around bot side, does have the Cyclone again. Shaya knows summoners, remember, so Croco, if he gets close to him, he will kill, and Hung is not that powerful yet. He has a 0-stack heart steal. See that even missing is walking him. The slows from the Glitter Lancer are actually quite strong here too. Hung has to lose his Grom, and this bot lane domination is once again a win condition from LNG.
It very much is. Up a monstrous amount of CS in gold. 1xm with a kill, an assist, and 45 CS and 4 plates is pretty terrifying. This reset is likely going to be Blade of the Ruin King because he's already on all the components. In fact, he gets that amp boot and he's going towards the rage base. There's an amp tone in inventory. And you know what? A control ward just to really add to everything else.
Why not? Bulldog. Throwing the Shuriken out to get that farm. Hunger has done well in the laning phase. Helped out by Hung, of course, as well. But credit to him. Got ahead of this matchup. A few players have tried to do this Akali into Orianna match. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, where particularly it's Karis that's getting the success out of it. We saw Cream try and do it versus Knight. Did not work at all. In fact, yeah, arguably lost them the game. Arguably lost them the game. Sassy going towards the Scuttle, and in fact has just got jumped on by the Monkey.
Sassy is in not a great spot here. May well be asked to ult over the wall on this. So Sheer, I don't know whether you needed to ult into the river there.
Well, I think it's more like if he does land the ult onto Sassy, he probably, I think with the extra damage, maybe they kill that even, especially with Sheer being able to flash over the wall potentially too. Anyway, I think that Sheer, credit to him, he's been pretty quick on pulling the trigger. He's not fallen behind in lane actually at all, which was a worry. I thought that Sassy would be getting ahead in that. This is a good matchup for Zahen. He just walks to the tank and causes issues for them. To one extent now looking for an ult, maybe, but there's a cleanse on Shia, so not the it's not really a kill angle, it's more like a summon or economy angle.
Which is definitely worth blowing that, because at some point you need to get rid of it so you can do the rest of it. Stands though, sometimes you don't need the Chains of Corruption just to be a threat at this point, because yeah, you are going to force people to walk away. That was a ghost popped, I think, but Summoner Spellbook allows you to switch summoners. It's not that big a deal.
I can see the particle around him, so it was that ghost from the Spellbook. 1xn has the Blade of the Ruin King, and at that point you are very, very happy.
Hang on, Crocker, just around here, just keep your eye on that Raptor Pit, which is hanging at the back end. There was something!
Oh! Bulldog gets blasted. Laning phase not going well for him. Tongyuan punishing the Akali again.
Does well there to get that one. That's just a straight up solo necessary. That's just for the Rod of 8.
That's the second.
Oh, the respawn forces the flash.
Bring it out of him. Sassy loses his GA portion of the passive. That won't be there next time he gets those full stacks.
Guardian
and loses the flash as well. The Guardian Aatrox is gone.
That's what that stands for, right?
GA. That Sam, I now have to, yeah, the Guardian Aatrox is, that's a good one, Sam. I appreciate that. Herald's now being taken. Reminded that what, Shockwave's coming up in 5 seconds. Bulldog is back on the board, has ult.
Well, there goes the Herald. Hung will need to run away. He's in a very nice tan business suit, you know? He's dressed for the occasion. Dressed for success.
I remember when tan suits were like, they were like scandalous, Sam. Oh, tan suit? Surely not.
That is edging towards scandal, Alex. Like, scandalous.
Why would you choose such a provocative color, you know?
I know, right?
Oh, gosh. We're back? Wait, what happened, Carolyn? Wait, did we go somewhere? What happened? We okay? Oh, the mic is going mute. Oh, the mic went mute. Okay, so basically my audio interface has some issues. Sorry, folks, my bad. It's not the mic. It's basically my audio interface going a little bit wild. What I'll do is I'll dip that a little. Thanks, folks. I didn't realize that. We might have to... That's something which we'll have to address in the future. Let us know if it happens again. My bad.
Please let us know.
That's true. That's true, Sarah. That is true. Yeah. Anyway, so this was the dive on top side. Okay. Damn, I'm going to have to keep an eye on the mic now. I thought we'd done away with this issue. Apparently not. Anyway, whatever. Here in Sassy, trading quite evenly. Well, not evenly. But I think Sassy's been largely winning the trades in terms of the HP battle. But Shear's done a really good job to not drop farm.
Yeah, he's definitely done just fine. And again, LNG are basically in a win condition here because Croco and 1xn are monstrously ahead. Anguin being this strong though is great news for LGD. My worry is Is this Orianna with this build a solo carry kind of Ori? I'm just not sure.
You've got it's a weird situation, right? Where you have to actually have enough HP to survive a Wukong or Kali jumping at you.
Yeah.
And even if you flash out, that's not always enough to save you if you have just, you know, your base HP and like a Blackfire Torch or something like that. Like I said, doing a ton of damage.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is the bonus of the on-hit Varus versus the Mundo. If you're going to lock in the Mundo, yep.
Hicks
Varus
is
will do
helping
damage.
as well, you know, just because you can.
Very much so. Okay, well, looks like it is just another bot lane win condition for LNG. I mean, not to boil them down into too much simple stuff, but basically LNG is, if they win bot lane and then Croco plays through them, LNG probably win games. Now, the worry in this game is that, look, Bulldog's been actually quite stable up until this point. He hasn't been this game. The Bulldog has given LGD a win condition of what happens if Tongyuan gets really fed, and it allows that pressure valve to be on the map somewhere. But besides that, you know, LNG, they are playing successfully through bot lane.
Rage Blade just got done for Varus, so this is about as strong as Varus is going to get, really, just in terms of raw DPS. You start going towards, like, Terminus and Jack shows and, what else am I missing here? Another one, there is something else. Forget the name
Terminus
of it.
Jack Show is the big one. You can do, like, Wit's End if you want.
Yeah, that's
but...
true. No, it was Jack Show. It was Jack Show.
Yeah.
I was just thinking it wasn't. I second-guessed myself unnecessarily. Mountain Soul is available this game, by the by, as an additional threat. Really, something that's going to be a concern for us a little bit. The Soul Point available in a minute and a half. A relatively early Soul, not like the 20-minute Souls we used to be seeing on repeat every game. Change of Corruption was looked a little bit fishing there. Can't quite land the big catch there.
Basically, I think if part of my audio setup, if I turn one dial up too much for the output, I think the valves and the preamp get quite unhappy, basically, because it's basically we've been using this setup. Look, folks, if you've been watching LPL, that microphone's been on basically. Another play comes down, and occasionally it gets really quite sad. What I've done is I've turned up some dials elsewhere to hopefully make it a little bit louder, and hopefully that won't make us really quiet or anything.
My next question, Jack,
Yes.
will be an important one. If things get crispy in a team fight, let me know. There are other adjustments that can be made in order to keep the volume fine, but the crisp gone.
Yeah, we'll just stand further away from the mic.
Well, also there's audio interface headroom yet, so we can add some stuff there.
Okay, ship, collecting this wave and bot lane turret. It's been a fairly slow series for us compared to what has actually been a very fast-paced meta with most of our teams being very aggressive. These teams are in our lower group. We're not expecting them to be clean or perfect. And a bit more of a slow roll. Again, LNG really playing around 1xN and Croco being ahead. Baron spawning soon, likely not to be on the table unless there's a huge team fight. Hang on, what? Oh my god, the damage!
He's dead! He's actually dead! That's the cleanse, it doesn't matter! Another piercing arrow! They just run him down!
What an utter bot diff! I mean, 1xN, solved for murder, I suppose. 1xN just running and gunning.
X is time to kill, N is number of deaths. Good grief.
Oh my god, he just walks at him. There's an ult in the top side. Bulldog's in a bit of danger here.
We'll get to ult away. Not enough to bring Sassy down, but will mean that turret goes. There's the Herald mid. That will fall now for the side of LGD. They'll get the double turret, I think, from there. So that's not bad. It doesn't fall in mid lane, though, just about.
And that's a problem, because they actually have to do quite a lot of work to get this Varus away from mid lane. With the Varus Lulu being so dominant, 2k up now, it's really hard for them to find a break in the waves to try and actually auto-attack that tower. They will kill it with the Crystallize, they will. But as long as they stay in mid lane, I mean, they'll be able to protect it for as long as they want. That's where the flash was blown. We actually missed that. That wasn't shown on live. It was a Scion ult to blow the ult from Shire, who's had a pretty bad time with things. So it turns out LNG, they actually elect not to defend the turret. They want to spend their gold now, which is fair enough. 1xN just completely bought a Rage Blade. And then the other stuff too, like he's very happy with his components. He's got Halfbound Axe and that recurve bow, which means he's likely going towards, I think that's actually Terminus.
Yes,
yeah,
it will be.
It's because I was wondering if it's the same build path for the Wit's End. That used to build out of the same stuff at some point, which I suppose it still technically could be, but I don't think it will be here. Just runs at them, has enough move speed. Shire just dies. Move speed, man.
And what do you do there as a misfortune? There's not really a lot you get to say about that. Your options in your kit relatively limited. Maybe a better make it rain slightly early, but you're still into Whimsy and Ghost and Flash.
They could, by the way, I'd actually trust them to 2v3 here.
Yeah.
And this is one of the issues with LGD's comp, and why I said, look, I don't like LGD's comp as much as LNG's. They both have some issues, but as soon as I saw the on-hit Varus with the Lula, I'm thinking, well, legitimately, who shuts this guy down?
It has to be the monster shockwave.
It has to be a monster shockwave, and that's kind of it. By the way, folks, it's the first time Ardent Center from missing. It's not even like the Redemption or Mikhail's. He just like, I'm just gonna buff up the Varus even more. That's why he's doing so much damage here. LGD don't have enough engage. If you're in a pro game and a team only has like one source of engage, or even in some cases none, I think basically you de facto lose games. It's really, really hard to play zero engage comps.
Like, you have to be one of the better teams in the world to do it. And of course, there are options here that your counter punch is good with a hostile takeover and the shockwave and the bullet time and all these things that are good in that sense, but making a proactive play isn't easy. And the problem is when you're doing reactive plays from behind the curve of the game, it's so hard. Almost killed him again, as Alex says in perplexed horror, because I'm right there with you, mate. It's not a fun place to be right now, and 1xN is still at full HP!
He's full HP. The Mikhails is used onto the Varus. They walk forwards again. And another important thing there is, once again, LPL, a specialty of ours, is summoner economy. Shaya lost his flash. So what happened here? We saw him walking away. He puts out the bullet time, and he just gets slowed down. Oh my god, the damage. That's a DPS check. I just don't think they understand the damage of not just on-hit Varus, who's ahead this far, but also the Ardent Sensor. Most supports, even if they go Enchanter, are building something like, well, maybe some Mandel Pipes. We don't see first item Ardent Sensor. We don't really see that. He has a Shurelia's now, too. And that means that 1xN will be able to run at you even more effectively. Just completed the Terminus. First person to 3 items across the Rift by quite a comfortable margin here, too. I mean, Tangyuan is looking pretty healthy himself. Cosmic Drive going towards the 3rd item. Tangyuan somehow needs to land a good ult onto 1xN, probably into a Renata ult. Now the thing is, 1xN doesn't have cleanse. If he does get hit by the Renata ult, all of that damage he has will be put into someone else too. But until that happens, 1xN is just going to run at you and force more flashes.
I don't know how much that is going to change. Honest answer. Like, the thing is, you could kill him once, and I'm not sure, outside of getting the Mother of all Baron rushes, that it changes much. Because I think, actually, now with this Varus at 3 items, you can just do this. You've got a Lulu, a Wukong, and an on-hit Varus at 3 items. This will just disappear.
And he's got Ghost, not Flash. There's no Blast Cone.
Yeah.
He can't get over it. And if he walks at them, there's a chance he just gets blown up by the Varus.
Yeah, they turn around, he's turned into a little rabbit. There's the hostile takeover, but Quacko's avoided by getting over the wall. He's going to take it pretty low, though. Has to flash away. Good angle from Sassy in the backside. But 1xN trading out with him. Flashes over the wall. Will do a lot of work and does bring down that option. The bailout target's down. Bulldog's going very deep. Where does he go? The heal is in. Ends up being a 3 for 2 in favor of LGD.
Mistake from 1xN. He tried to backstep the Renata ult, still got hit by it and murdered missing. So good Renata ult. Initially the play I thought was fine, but this is the problem about not having a Mikhails for the Varus on that Renata ult. And going for just the pure DPS. Their damage is really good. That's a bit of a reality check, and suddenly gold is back to even. 1xN not able to carry that fight. LGD did well with Sassy buying the time with that backline. We'll watch it again here. You know, they have to get rid of the Mundo passive. 1xN walks up for the Varus ult. I think he actually just has to flash this. I think it's a mistake. He doesn't walk too far away. And how many auto attacks did he get on? Like 2 or 3? Missing basically just dies. Has to ult himself.
Bulldog also went for this massive flank angle, missed the perfect execution to get YCX and the Misfortune, so doesn't get the second. It was a really good flank angle if the Akali had another item.
Yeah, they're just too far behind. 2,000 gold. They have been the person who's been really hit hard by LGD. Now suddenly, 1xN, no summoners, chance of a much better engage now. 1xN has been very strong on the pressure, but LGD starting to add some questions in now. No summoners in either bot laner. They are quite vulnerable if they actually get damaged.
The only person with a flash in the game right now is Orianna, by the way. Everyone else is missing those summoners, and I'm trying to figure out who I favor on that front. Probably the team with more mobility, which will be LNG.
And as if Zarhen gets a good angle. Sassy's not, you know, he's not snowballing, but he's not in a bad place. He's even with the sign, which is not exactly where he wants to be. See that LGD have actually managed to get some good vision across both sides of the river. That'll help him. Crocker's going for a flank. He's spotted now on that blue trinket. He has no flash, does have ult. See if he finds anything good to do.
Indeed, Sheer stepping forwards again. The other side of this, I don't know how easy Sheer is going to be to remove unless Zarhan gets to wail at him for a long time.
Yeah, if Sheer can actually just stand in front of the Varus, try and cancel a Misfortune ult, I think that's his job done, really. He just needs to disrupt. Of course, he can't stop the Renata ult flying at him, which is a pain. Dragon is available, would be sold for LNG, but LGD have moved their first Misfortune, currently taking it with the Bloodthirster alone.
Yeah, and again, they've just got vision control everywhere. Like, LGD control both sides of the river right now, which is kind of crazy.
Fortune might have to peel off of it, though, because Wukong is over the wall. This might come down to a smite fight. I mean, if you lose the smite fight here, folks, you do get, like, a Mountain Dragon Max Ult.
Tang Yuan is in danger. He's about to get jumped on. There's a Cyclone. Tang Yuan just flashed on out, but that's going to be the ICX doing the hostile takeover again. What makes killing his own team? Get yourself a Mikhails!
He has no cleanse, no QSS, and the Renata just gets killed by 1xN wailing on him. No summoners to avoid it this time. The win more itemization of the bot lane of 1xN and missing. Great when you're in the 2v2, but as soon as Renata pops that ult, that damage gets turned against you.
Oh man, if LNG lose to itemization, because YCX has had some phenomenal ults now back to back. This was their win con, was the counter punch. And 1xN is the one who ends up killing his own team. This will be ridiculous.
Yeah, this might be a bit of a shopkeeper diff. Personally, I think the Shurelias, that's probably too much. I don't think you need the Shurelias there. Gets hit by 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 autos. 5 autos. And then Yukali! Bulldog, no! Okay, look, 1xN, he was right in front of it. You can't dodge it. Bulldog, what the hell, man? Both of them. Come on. Get these people a cleanse.
Oh, that's phenomenal. Like this game should be so much easier from LNG.
Oh, the thing is though, Sarah, like, I actually think the Ardent is more worth than the Shurelias because there's so little engage. I think the Ardent's actually completely fine to just DPS check the tanky people running at you like the Mundo or the Zarhen. I would prefer the Shurelias out and then have the Mikhails in. No cleanse is really hurting them. I would imagine it's a Mikhails next, folks. 1xN, I also think, realistically, you could also just get yourself your own QSS. You're going for another Vamp Scepter, trying to go in towards something like a Bloodthirster. But come on, that's probably too greedy at this point. And now you've reached a point where Shaya has 3 items. Tongyuan's very happy. Sasi's getting to a point where he can start getting towards real late game threat as well. LGD, they're ahead in gold. They need to be afraid of the Varus if he actually escapes through an Renata ult. Absolutely. But I think they're much happier than they were.
For sure. I mean, to be honest, Xiaoya's now actually legitimately a threat. 3 items on Misfortune. I don't care what point in the game you're at. That's good.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. QSS for 1xM. He's going towards the Mercurial Scimitar. I thought it was a mistake to go towards the Vamp Scepter part of it first. Sometimes you do see the Bloodthirster on it for a double hit. Of course, Merc Scimitar has been back towards being a lifesteal item for a little while now. Legitimately, folks, that might be where the game changes, because they've had 2 free fights now, LGD, where the Varus is killing his teammates for you. You're not going to get that nearly as easily now.
And the Varus is still utterly ridiculous in this comp. He's a bit of a kingmaker. The Lulu Pride, I still think the scaling's very good for LNG. So again, we are going to have to raise some questions about what's happening in the mid game. LNG, very good early game. We said they might be a bit more suspect as games go on, and that has proved somewhat true. Croco still in a good spot as well, worth noting. Heng, though, is actually also a fairly decent point of power. Unending Despair, Protoplasm Harness, not a lot of Heartsteel stacks, but it's still pretty big on this Mundo.
I was actually wondering whether the 1xN could run at him. That would have been an angle, because they just have they do still have so much damage, folks. They really do, and it's not like there's a huge amount of resists on Heng. It's a lot of HP, which Varus loves cutting through with just a crazy amount of % HP damage. LGD, much happier than they were, though. We will reiterate that. You know, they have great vision control, as mentioned. They have a lot more items than they did. And Shaya, even though he's behind gold, can still put out a really nice bullet time now.
Half just over until another soul fight. LGD have, for my money, been better. Set up vision control over this series. The last 2 games have had much better wards. Not been swept out properly. Another one gets missed in the blue buff pit. That means Bulldog's a known quantity. Tricky, because there are 1 or 2 nasty teleport flankers here. Sassy in particular could cause some serious trouble.
They really want that ward and that brush. There's like 3 wards cleared in there in the last 20 seconds. There's a 4th one put down. They're using the Phallites. It gives them that extra bit of vision as well, but they're putting down yeah, you're not getting control of that brush. LGD really want to put wards in there. Instead, they're just funneling gold to the bank of missing, who's clearing these out now.
He managed to get rid of them all.
Bulldog
got himself towards the arm guard, so it's beginning to get again to a point of a little bit more power. Level 16 as well. The perfect execution is beginning to sting.
And that dragon, in a minute, could be where everything comes to a close. What items are we looking at here? Because resets have come through for most people now. We've got that full Merc Scimitar built up by 1xM. No extra items for missing. We do have a Mikhails from YCX. That is actually quite important. And a Zeal now for Misfortune to get the move speed and the crit. That could definitely be some extra DPS. Really spot that much else besides the Seekers on the Akali. That could also save Bulldog on the dive.
Heard 1xM is killing his own team. Yeah, basically Renata been ulting people.
Yeah, and now he has a cleanse, so I'm not sure they'll be able to do that again. That was one of the big problems in earlier fights. No cleanse, no Mikhails. Potentially walk. This could be a bit too far in mid lane, actually.
Bulldog is not spotted. Gets the Decimator Smash, gets the passive off the Mundo. That could be significant, actually.
Bulldog hanging out in the shadows. Charlie tends to like doing that, contesting the mid wave. Shit. Has shields from the Lulu, a bit more successful at that whole frontlining duty. Bulldog walks up into another pocket division, is now spotted, known quantity.
Missing got chunked a little there. Sassy trading with Sheeran again, trying to get that passive start. There's Croc on the flank angle. That's pretty good. Forced a lot of flash. Finally, the Renata tries to get ult down, but it's not enough. Sassy trying to ult along as 1xN gets the cleanse and will begin to murder everyone. He's wild old growth. Flash from Sassy is good, but 1xN doesn't give a damn. His passive still rolling. He doesn't kill his own team this time, and they will win out the team fight. Still lose Bulldog, still lose the jungler though.
Yeah, the jungler's down. Now the thing is, if Hang walks up, I think they still just die. 1xN is stacking the Rage Blade on the dragon, and that's the damage!
And Daniel needs to start running away, try to get the command attacks. Just stand on top of the ball, missing! Just about gets away with it. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Back towards the dragon we go. Missing will empower 1xN with another shield. Crab Rave comes on down, and LNG will secure Soul. So the fight got a little bit interesting at the end there.
1xN very nearly killed his Lulu there. One last auto would have legitimately killed him with the splash damage. Tang Yuan tried to do his damn best. He just couldn't get the damage onto the damn Varus. The Varus needed to be dealt with. Had the cleanse this time, used it middle of that fight. And as we were saying, as soon as there was a cleanse on the board, basically LGD's win condition of have the Varus kill his team for you is gone. We'll watch how this came up again. Croco gets a flank angle, and it is really good. It means that, you know, effectively the carries of LGD have to play retreat. Can't really get the bullet time down in the position where they want to. Xiao's put out. It is completely eviscerated. He doesn't get an ult in that fight. No. And while the Zahen really does try to get damage down on the other side, the Varus at this point with a Lulu will win the DPS check. It's a darken on darken violence. Varus comes out on top. Baron was taken in the picture-in-picture. LNG on their way to a series victory now. Now, this was a bit more awkward because, you know, Tongaman is scared. Very, very nearly kills Missing, who, yeah, gets hit by a couple of QWs from the Orianna. Now, finally into the gold lead again are LNG. They have themselves the Mountain Soul. That will help with the Terminus resist stacking. The Jack Show that's yet to come in from the Varus. And, of course, the Scion is now barely unkillable. Very hard to take down Shea, who's had a pretty successful game. 1,600 stacks on that Soul Furnace. He's been farming up fairly effectively. LGD, they had a couple of great team fights around the Renata. I think their powder is ran out now, though.
Feeling a little empty. Ed Baron secured. Should surely be a heal, says, but I've seen some mistakes made. Finally got that 4th item done from Xiaoye. Sassy also at 3 items though. There's still some good stuff to work with. Death Cap's done from Tangling, the 10-stack Dark Seal. The Orianna hurts. If you can land that big shockwave, that can be a way back in. At least Bulldog's at 3 items now as well, so he's a little bit more of a threat. Not had the easiest game of it, don't get me wrong. Had a lot of pressure put onto him. Died early on from that really unfortunate overstay around the teleport to put him in a difficult position versus a very oppressive champion like the Orianna. But that has been a potential way back in. Done yet, even if I favour LNG fairly heavily.
One of the issues with just relying on the shockwave is I'm not even sure that insta-wins you a fight either now, because you have 2 Mountain Dragons, a Lulu, a Jack Show that's coming in, a Terminus as well. If it was a Misfortune, they don't build resist, you probably one-shot them at some point. Because it's a Varus with the Lulu giving them shields as well, very hard to cut through everything. You probably need, you know, shockwave into bullet time, into Zahen. Yeah. And if he actually starts auto-attacking, the heal's going to be really annoying too, so it's not even as simple as that. Tao's going to go down. LNG take a bit more territory for themselves. And even the vision control, which LGD were doing fairly well at across this series, can't really be achieved now because of the full court press.
Mountain Soul on top of everything else. And again, most AD carries don't get that much value from it. When they build this many resists, they do. Shockwave does land. That's pretty good. That's the bullet time we're asking for. Flash away.
Again, it only does like a quarter of the HP. They're trying to get some extra damage down. That is the amount of damage you've done. You've used your ults. 1xN already back up to full HP. The big victory is getting the cleanse and the ult. That's really what you get. But as we were saying, it's really hard to do that against one of the tankier building AD carries like the Varus.
As burn Flash, I'll note that. That could be scary for another fight, but the Ghost is still up, so not like it's done. And he backs for a Jack Shot and a Water Dismail.
Like I was saying, like you get the Flash, that's a big win, but I mean the guy is a tank then. He's probably with the Lulu the hardest person to kill He's one of the hardest people to kill on the board.
I think Heng's not going to enjoy this, particularly with the Black Cleaver on. I think Heng might lose that extended fight.
Yeah, it's a 3-0 Wukong, level 17, so he's level up as well. Thank you for the follows, by the way. We appreciate everyone. If you have been enjoying what you're watching, whether that is on YouTube, Twitch, anywhere else really, you're watching on a third-party site even as well, and you can consider dropping through to our main channel, at least dropping a follow.
Say
Come say hi. It makes a difference.
Promise we're nice.
It makes a difference
most
to
of
us.
the time.
Yeah, we're mostly nice. Yeah, we'll work on it. We'll work on it. Yeah, this is what we do for a living, folks, and we can only continue doing this for a living if we get support. Now, luckily, we do have some very generous people and a lovely community to work with. If you'd like to help us out with that, if you enjoy the content, reminder that there's no official LPL broadcast anymore, so this is as good as it gets, folks. Us and the other LPL streamers, which are doing it from bedrooms and in our free time when we can. Luckily, we have a fair amount of that right now. Watching teams like LNG, LGD. Now, they're not our top teams in the LPL, but they definitely have stories to be told. Particularly a player like 1xN is probably the person that we focus on the most in this series, because we genuinely believe this is a guy which could be very high up the LPL at some point in the future. A series like this where it really does come through from 1xN carrying this get third game. Show you exactly why.
1xN. Bit of story time about his name. Because again, in China, they still call him Ishin, basically, equivalent of, because it's sort of like the initials for his name, which is Li Shunan is his full name. So the L becomes a 1 and all that kind of thing. But again, 1xN is just a cooler way, easier to say. We've kind of done that one, like we did with Uzi back in the day. Done. And then kind of went, you know, actually that sounds really cool. I quite like that. Level 20 for both our top lanes. It has gone very late. Yep. It has gone very late. Baron and Elder are spawning.
Realistically later than should have done. Shaya caught out. No flash. A wild growth. And a dead misfortune. Yeah, you have so much tankiness. You can always walk forward. We were just saying it was going long. Should have been ended by this point. This might be the straw which breaks LGD's back.
Because the other side of this, of course, is Croco's a legitimate terrifying threat. This one with the Lulu behind him as well. Just jumps on the misfortune. Doesn't have anything to say about it. Finally got a Medjai's done for Tanguin. That's kind of fun and all. But again, you just lost your AD carry. You've got 10 seconds until an Elder fight. This is tough. Here's a look at that replay. Basically, they see the misfortune clearing near her own bloody base.
She could actually look for an ult. I think they should just full send it. Guys, just look for a fight. You're so much stronger than them. They're going to the Elder now. Could do, but my problem is they're actually...
Heng's getting nowhere near, to be fair.
Yeah, they are, but he could just pop the Ghost and run at them. I'm a little worried. It's going to be gone. LNG, take the Elder.
Bulldog lands the Shuriken Fit. Tanguin not having a lot of fun, has to start running away, but there's still the ability to turn around. The perfect execution comes on in, flashed away from Tanguin. Sassy ults out, but then leaves Hung out to dry, getting a decent amount of healing from the protoplasm, from the maximum dosage. And does survive.
So LNG don't actually find the crazy fight. They do get the Elder. It should still be the end of the game. The big thing here is that Shaya has no flash. Tanguin has no flash. Y6 has no flash for the next fight. So anyone who gets caught in Croco's cycling is probably dead. He's a 4-item Wukong now. He has flash himself. He can really full send it. I think that LNG, they just need to pull the trigger now, and it's probably game over. This has been an extended game. Realistically, it should have been over by this point. They've got their resets coming back out onto the map. There's a Ranchuins on 1xN now for the extra HP, the anti-crit damage. Baron, I think, again, that's a little decorative, but they'll go over to it. It's not like, again, the Mundo has a flash to get over the back of the Baron pits. No steal attempted. LNG will get both uber late-game buffs. We'll get ready to send us to our second series for a 3-game first. Here pushing out that top side. Almost full items himself. Yeah, well, this is Sion late game. The role quest for top lane, if it goes very late game, just changes everything, folks. Same with bot lane as well. This is the point when mid lane feels a bit shit, really, because you're looking at a top lane who has extra levels. You're looking at a bot lane who has an entire extra item slot as well, and a mid lane who's got some slightly sparklier shoes. Really, bot lane and top lane, if it goes hyper late game, just have so much more carry potential compared to mid lane from previous seasons. Mid lane just has to be a bit of that passenger, really. Bulldog's been a bit of a passenger the entire game, though, so sadly not much difference for him. As LNG complete that full court press, pushing in all 3 waves. Much so. YCX made a huge mistake, by the way. He dragged the cannon into tower range, meaning that, oh, we can kill the cannon. Instead, what it meant is, oh, they can walk up and hit the tower for free, because the cannon's tanking it. Same with top lane, base broken, LNG on the march.
In goes that team of LNG. 2 inhibitors down. Heng gonna immediately pop his ult, afraid of the potential Elder burn. We've got 20 or 30 seconds left, but this is a lot of damage done. Does get that ult off, does survive. The last inhibitor under siege from Bulldog. Will likely go down flat from Croco into the backside. Cyclone part 2. The hostile takeover's in, but immediately the bullet time is interrupted. Everyone dies! And LNG, the Chillin strike hard and finally close out the series 2-1.
LNG in our group Nirvana go for another cycle. In Eternity, we'll end up at 2-0, the only undefeated team within that bottom group now. It is a double round robin. They'll face off against each other one more time. LNG, as we somewhat expected though, looking like the best of our lower group.
Not bad at all. Took a little bit of doing. Took a little bit of work to get there as well. It was not as easy as it might otherwise be. And who you're doing it's who you think, guys. Give it a second. There we go.
Oh, it has been a lot better on the Huya app.
It often is, I've found, yeah.
Well, I only found that out the other day when Kenran told me, because I wasn't told about that one.
I'm sorry, I should have mentioned.
Yeah, Sham, you should have done, shouldn't you? Almost like it really hamstrung our stream for a little bit, didn't it?
Sorry, guys. Yeah, but use the Huya app.
That's also slightly better quality too, I think, too. So, okay. That's cool stuff. So, LNG walk away with a 2-1. I wouldn't say it's the most confident victory because they did have, you know, the loss in that game 2. There were definitely some worries there. What I'm gonna quickly do, by the way, is just make sure that we've muted that. It's a little bit weird to interact with that one, but just, yeah. Basically just because I don't want us to get, like, the thing shut down again. So we're gonna have some very calm music.
That's fair.
Yeah, and we'll wait for our second series. It's IG versus Top Esports. That should actually be pretty fun.
There's some psychos in that squad.
Top Esports are definitely, they're downgraded from last year, but IG look really fun in both positive and negative ways. Like, both these teams are willing to full send it into a fight. Sobro versus 369, actually a very fun top lane matchup.
Is it worth squeezing a couple blocks of 3 minutes in to try and get the ad rev up between games?
That doesn't work like Sam. The ad rev is exactly the same. Sam, do you want me to show you? If I show you here, it's still on 55%.
Okay.
And I just put it down here. You put it up to here.
I'll put it in the recommended spot, yeah.
Yeah, but that is the same ad rev share. Okay. Same here. But I need to have it happening not in-game. So it's exactly the same with that, really. We are going to put ad breaks on here anyway, because it makes the same. But it's exactly the same thing there. Is it me, or is it this game could have ended 20 minutes ago? Yeah, I completely agree. I think the two fights where they had the Renato ult just kind of like rake the whole team was... Yeah. Oh no, I have to watch Sobro again. Sobro is the way, the truth, and the life, my friend. It is the way, the truth, and the life. So it really, like, I like Sobro. This guy's really funny. Is he always going to be good? No. But hey, he's fun. And I think there's some value in that. Sam and I are going to take a quick break. Just make sure that we've got drinks and stuff. He's a dirty enter, but he also carries games too. So it's both. So, you know. They both can be true at the same time, Harold. Oh, he's too much like you. Okay, that's kind of funny. I can understand that. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage from 1xn. Imagine how much, how much of that damage comes... Hang on, by the way. How much of that damage is also calculated to his teammates? Because YCX has 6.4k damage. Does that include just all the damage that 1xn did? Oh my god, that's a lot of damage though. Let me check Reddit between games. So we had DK Nongshim. Was it a 2? Who won? The DK won over Nongshim 2-1. What happened in game 3? Oh, Showmaker Twisted Fate. Fair play. Showmaker baby. Okay, what I need to do is I need to check the audio quality from that last game, see how crispy we're getting. Okay, audio quality seems okay. It's a little bit crispy at the high end, but it's not too bad. Anyway, I'll let you listen to the interview. Hang on, I actually need to do that then. Hang on one sec.
세 번 MVP 받으셨는데 이런 자신이 컨디션 조절을 어떻게 하셨는지.
뭔가 컨디션 조절 같은
I will
거는
get
딱히 안
hydrated, thank
했고 그냥 저희 팀원들이 잘해줘가지고 그 덕분에 제가 MVP 먹었던 것 같습니다.
感觉我的状态的话，就也没有怎么保持吧，就是队友做得非常的好，才能保持住这样的状态。
是整个团队的一个胜利啊！在今天的比赛当中，大家都知道嘛，老干爹是一支特别喜欢围绕中野去打开局面的队伍，所以第一局的时候，其实也是我们的波豆哥这个受伤的世界达成了。但是有一波在小荣的时候 ，Croco 面对3人的包夹。只迟疑了2秒钟，就直接上去拖住了3个人。那一波他是如何去判断的呢？
이거 상대방이 크로커 선수를 3인 포위했을 때 그냥 2초 후에 아무 생각 없이 그냥 이거 상대방 이거 막았는데 그때는 어떻게 판단하셨는지.
일단 상대방이 좀 너무 나와 있다라고 생각을 해가지고 제가 들어가면서 저를 봐달라고 이제 미싱 선수한테 콜을 해서 좋게 플레이가 나온 것 같습니다.
感觉那会儿对面位置有点太靠前了，然后我叫了一下 Missing， 然后 Missing 一起过了，然后拦住了3人。
在这之后就完全打开了局面啊！第3局 Croco 又站出来，在上下河道连续收下了3个人头，之后就完全是在野区游龙的一个情况了嘛。很想问一问他，这样的开团时机，他的脑子里先闪过的是怎样的想法？因为有的时候是少打多嘛。
이거 저희 이니 시각을 크로커 선수가 이니 시각을 엄청 잘 보는데 그런 판단은 어떻게 그렇게 빨리 되고 잘 되는지.
뭔가 그런 거는 상대방 플레이를 보고 제가 이니시를 거는데 상대방이 좀 위험하게 나와 있는 부분들을 제가 좀 잘 캐치하는 것 같아요.
感觉我会抓住对面有点太靠前的那种站位，那种时机会把握的好一点，所以才能有这种判断吧。
但是在比赛当中啊，后2局其实都出现了一些小小的这个跌宕起伏的部分，因为在中期有2波团可能接的不算特别好的一个情况嘛，但是第3局的结局是完全不同的，所以在这个部分做出了怎样的一个调整呢？
맞게임 때 사실 기복이 좀 롤러코스터 같이 그런 게임이었는데 이거 마지막에 어떻게 이걸 마무리 지었는지.
그것도 상대방 위치 보고 딱 이니시 각이 열려가지고 잘 이니시해서 이긴 것 같아요.
感觉我们开团开得好，然后拿下了第3局。
其实刚刚我们也一起提到的，包括我们一直在说 Croc 选手的风格是一名非常进攻性的选手嘛，但是也是有利有弊的。那么作为一名非常具有进攻性的打野选手，你觉得作为一名顶尖打野需要具备的一个特质可能是什么样的呢？
크로커 선수가 엄청 공격적인 플레이 스타일을 갖고 계시는데 엄청 잘하는 정글러가 되려면 어떤 특징이 필요한지.
일단 자기가 이니시 걸고 살 수 있는 각을 볼 수 있어야 좀 잘해줄 수 있다고 생각을 합니다. 저는.
感觉自己开团了，然后还能活下来，这样是个好打野吧。
最后也想问到，因为在今年加入我们的苏州 LNG 嘛，也拥有了自己的主场。每一次比赛的时候，会不会觉得特别有归属感？因为和我们的苏州家人们一起来并肩作战的感觉嘛，有没有什么话想跟他们说的？
저희 홈구장에 오시는 팬분들한테 어떤 하실 얘기가 있으신지.
뭔가 경기력이 계속 좀 기복이 있어서 이제 팬분들이 좀 걱정을 하실 수도 있는데 저희 정말 열심히 잘하고 있고 앞으로 남은 경기들도 다 이길 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
感觉今天整场比赛都像过山车一样，可能让观众们心情跌宕起伏。然后我们今天是非常努力了的，然后剩下的比赛我们会继续加油。谢谢大家。
好的，也再一次感谢 Croc 选手来到我们赛后采访的环节。接下来，让我们把时间交还给解说席。
Okay, cool to hear from one of our LNG players there. Just need to make sure that I'm muting stuff outside of those seconds because we sometimes get shut down on YouTube specifically. Yeah, like I said, Sam and I are going to take a quick break. We'll be running some adverts during the break as well. I don't think the turnaround time isn't crazy between series, it's worth noticing. So I guess we'll have like 10 minutes, I guess, until the next one. It's not crazy long. One extend, clear MVP, no surprise. Despite the 0 cleanse build at first. All MVP votes? Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fair. There is an argument. There is an argument to say, there's an argument to say, oh god, who am I thinking? Sorry, in my brain. There's an argument to say, Crocker, maybe as well. There's an argument. Okay, if I turn up the audio... Okay, folks, I'm trying to make sure that we actually have decent volume on our stream. Player of the match, Croco. You know, no surprise. Basically, if he's ahead in the game, he does really well. Game 1 was just all him. That's completely fair. Game 3 was pretty good too. I think that's fair. MonXN, Game 3 MVP, sure. Series MVP, Croco, that makes a lot of sense to me. Cool. Right, folks, I need to put on probably a couple of ad breaks during the break, actually. And then I gotta go take an actual break. Sam's making a coffee. So, believe it or not, folks, we're gonna leave you alone for a bit. I know, it's scary. It's like having no babysitter or something like that. Yeah, I know. But we're gonna go put on some ad breaks, and we'll join you for the next series, IG Top Esports. No, the mic is off. And Sam didn't turn it on.
I didn't realize you turned it off.
Yeah, because we were on break and we were talking about like ad revenue stuff. You know, like.
So,
Good. Yeah, the mic, the mic was actually not existent. You're actually completely right. It was actually not existent for a while. Okay.
my bad. Sorry.
No, we just have, no, we
it's
just
been turned off.
Yeah, we just have to talk about like one or two things, you know. Okay, I'm gonna turn the mic up slightly on the audio interface and just hope that like brings it up a little bit too. Okay, Photic versus Jachi. That's their chosen matchup. Who would I have chosen? IG versus I would have chosen top lane. I think Sobro versus 369 is really entertaining to me. I think I would have chosen top lane. But Photic has actually been fairly solid compared to expectations.
I agree.
What are they hiding from us? We're just hiding what, like, monetization stuff, Sarah, which is probably boring for people to hear. Like, it turns out, you know, if we're trying to make this a... And they're talking about Rookie and Cream as well. Okay, Rookie and Cream, that's fairly cool too, because both these are quite aggressive players. You know, Rookie's had more mages, Cream's had more melees. That's no surprise, really. If we do get to see something, can we get like an Ari LeBlanc matchup? Or like Ari, like LeBlanc Akali? Come on, give us something fun like that. I would really like to see that. That'd be a dream. That'd be really cool. I mean, I do like both these mid laners, honestly. I do like both of them. And it's just a case of like what form they're on today, obviously. Okay, and in terms of expectations, I think expectations... Look, top esports beat Weibo, IG lost to Weibo, IG beat JDG. I still think IG come in as slight favorites. I think they do. IG to me come in as favorites. I think that... but that it really depends on how lane matchups go, though. I actually think that 369 can beat Sobro. 369 was really good the other day, as Sam was noticing. Mid lane can go either way. Bot lane, I think, is probably IG favored. I think that Photic and Dre have been a little better than Jachi and Hongyue. Anyway, there's a bit of an interview, so we'll look at this.
好的，在赛前我们请到了 IG 的 Photic 选手，先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 IG AD Photic。
这个背靠背的2场比赛还是有一些辛苦在的。昨天结束之后做了什么紧急的复盘吗？
就复盘就是抓了一下游戏内的失误嘛，然后就是和 BP 的优先级这种。
你之前也说过，下路 AD 可能是这个版本最重要的一个位置了，所以在面对上登峰组的各位强力 AD 的时候，更多要去做好什么呢？
其实面对他们的话，就是还是做好自己的是最主要的吧，就是我觉得我是不比他们任何人差的。
好，比赛加油！好的，在赛前我们请到了 Top 的 Cream 选手，先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 Top 的中南 Cream。
上一场给大家带来了很多的惊喜，包括杰克也在评价说，感觉你们一场打得比一场好了，所以 Cream 自己的一个切身感受如何呢？
感觉我们确实发挥的比前面几把好很多吧。
但是其实今年的阵容的组成啊，就突出了一个新，意味着无限的可能性，当然也需要一些时间去熟悉我们的一个高强度的比赛嘛。Cream 对于后续的一个比赛，保持一个怎样的心态呢？
希望我们能一场打得比一场好吧。
好，赛场加油！
Why don't they just drink it? I don't know. I'm not sure because I can't like understand the language. Obviously, it's like we just have to figure out what they're doing in the background, pretty much. With the lane changes, do you all think supportive mids may come into the move pro meta? I struggle to believe that really. Back on the stage though, IG versus Top Esports. Oh, yeah.
Invictus Gaming, Top Esports.
No. Thank you. Back on the stage, IG, Top Esports. Rookie and 369, the team captains, and then they go down in well order besides that, I suppose. They get the captains to walk out first. It's kind of cool little sight.
欢迎来到苏州高铁新城阳城国际电竞馆 LPL 第1赛段组内赛第2周第3日的比赛 ，IG 对阵滔博即将开始 ，LPL 5位竞巅峰。
Oh, that's some crispy audio. They have that rocket again in the background. For reasons unknown.
What a rocket.
No, it's just in the left ear when they go past that. This is like a... It's really quite something, actually.
Yes.
It's only in the left ear as well. Oh, God. Hey, we'll bring ourselves back. Hello, everyone. How's it going? It's us. Can you believe it? It's us.
I know, I can't. I don't believe it's us.
Alloy.
I am a paid actor.
Yeah, well,
I'm Initialise.
I mean, you do get paid for it. We do put on a character. Not too far from it. Anyway, so coming back to this game, why it is important, as this group ascend, and if I were to wager, I think that this would be close to running for top 4. Now, both these teams have a lot of ground to make up to try and make it to the real top of the table. In terms of competing with well, everyone's trying to compete with BLG, right? Sure, that's a very hard ask for any team. You're going to try and make it to first stand. There's a lot of work to be done. Throughout the year, if you want to make it to MSI and Worlds, maybe it's more in reach for these two teams. Worlds, particularly top 4. I really like the jersey top pieces. The jerseys have been really different this year. I've enjoyed watching, like seeing what they've done with it. But back to the topic to have. Top 4, I think is. I think our top 3 teams are probably going to be BLG, Annuals Legend, and JDG, barring any massive collapse, which
possible. This is LPL. There's always
can
one.
happen.
There's always one.
4th seed is where things get interesting, because we have teams like Weibo, Invictus Gaming, Top Esports, and maybe even an upstart team from Group Perseverance. I mean, what happens if WE actually get their shit together? Same with EDG if they stop slumping in a way that which we thought they'd be much better than they were. Hell, even a team like LNG, like they looked a little bit ropey earlier, but they have the potential to grow into something greater later in
You
the
see
year.
the strength, right? The weakness is still very obviously there, right? But like the strength of, say, that 1xM missing bot lane with Croco getting ahead of the curve from early drop cryo, you can see how that can be built into something potentially quite dangerous. I agree.
So now we get into this series. What is the difference between these two teams? What is the difference maker? I think the top lane matchup is really important. Sobro pretty much always full sends it, and I appreciate that, but 369 on the other side, pretty good against full send top laners on the whole. He dealt with Zuka earlier in the year. Not in the year, earlier in the week. Technically earlier in the year, yes, but he was looking arguably our best top laner. Love this track. It's so cool. Jace away, Malphite, Jarvan. That's 3 junglers down already, leaving with stuff like the Wukong really as priority. Are we going to get one of, say, Azir, Nico, Varus, Nymaera through? Those seem to be the big picks I'm looking at right now. Rumble as well.
Rumble. One of them is getting through lightly here, isn't it?
Well, I've just noted 5. There's 2 bans left.
And in fairness,
So
the
that's
bans...
3 coming through.
I mean, in fairness, like, the Jace, the Orianna, I almost feel like must bans. The
Yes.
Nico probably is another must ban in some ways. Unless you're feeling like you've got an answer. The Nico's going to get banned from IG, so they don't want to trade that one out. Will force Top Esports to think about something else. That Rumble is looking mighty nice for Sobro right now, it has to be said. The Varus is banned. Would have been nice for Photo, who has played a lot of it.
So we have stuff like Nymaera, I suppose Azir. Rumble's the easiest one to play in any given team compo. Rumble probably been the most potent champion in pro play for the last 3 years. Ambessa is locked in. Now, I think once you get rid of the Jarvan, Ambessa is the best Rumble combo. It's also fine into the Rumble as well. Ambessa Rumble has been a very well-studied matchup at this point. There can be solo kills, but you're not expecting so much of it.
Niall's Pantheon the other day was fantastic. Very aggressive early on. Went for an invade, immediate gank. Managed to get them down towards mid lane, throw another flash. He plays the early aggro on things like the Pantheon very, very well. That and the Poppy was very dangerous. Just gonna lock that one in. Comparing with the Ambessa, the W from Pantheon sets up a point and click basically for 369 to go up on. What are we now locking in for? G Vi would make some sense to match the Pantheon. It's also very good with the Rumble because, of course, you can, in fact, just press R on wherever Vi lands. You feel quite nice for Vi. Talia then also would make some sense. Got yourself a very dangerous top side of the map here with a semi-global from Rumble and 2 pretty significantly long-range ults to follow up on as well.
It says a lot that Vi has kind of fallen to like B tier in terms of setup jungler for the top side combos. I think that Jarvan and Ambessa are better on that side of the map. I like the Ahri here. Cream is an experienced Ahri. He's not up there on like my top Ahri list, but he's experienced at it, and it is good versus the Vi Talia because when the Vi ults you can ult backwards and make sure the Talia can't follow up immediately with the combo. So you're quite safe versus it, whilst also having good side lane matchup versus all 3 of these champions, well, 2 of these champions, and also quite good individually versus the Vi, as you're noticing. So both teams kind of on an even keel right now. Both have point and click combos. Both have some degree of safety from it with stuff like Rumble building the Zhonya's, Talia being able to stand behind her rocks as well. Fairly even as far as drafts go for now.
Parovan saying, I miss Udyr as a Rumble counterpick. To that I say, get from me, Satan. Never let me see that champion become really meta again.
The power of Frelon compels you. Second round. So we still have Nymaera, we still have, I suppose, Corki, Ezreal. Who else is a big AD carry right now? There's Kai'Sa as well, who's pretty big for both of these. We might, you see, in another meta, we would have had a Kai'Sa Corki trade at this point. I don't love Corki into stuff like Vive because your Valkyrie doesn't keep you safe. Kai'Sa tends to be a little bit better with that.
Also, LPL Kai'Sa is just a different breed. We've seen multiple 15-plus kill games from our Kai'Sa. Elk has got Kai'Sa twice, MVP twice. Photic's been superb at it yet, so I think that might be a worthy ban. Maybe some of those ranged power supports as well. The Nico's gone, the Bard's gone. That's been another one of those options. Lulu might be a consideration here as well. I'm also thinking Yuna's open as well. So there's a couple of quite potent bot lanes to be considering as things like the Nautilus and the Alistar also gone.
Worth noting as well, this is not an Aphelios game. Both teams have point and click. The Yunara's the one that's banned, which makes sense. I think it's just a too easy or winning lane, and it's very nasty versus not hyper tank compositions. We'll struggle a little bit into the vibe, but I think it still would have been potent. What's the plan now? Could actually be a misfortune game, you know, for winning lane. It's a little bit dangerous on both sides because both have point and click cancels, but the early winning lane plus the, well, even if it is cancelled quite early, even a little bit of bullet time is still quite potent.
And there's that potential combo. You absolutely called it out. Jackie does so like it. I also think he's not quite so much the Kai'Sa player. It's not quite enough early lane dominance when he was down in the LDLs. He played some of it. It wasn't one of those champions that, at least to my memory, stood out so much. I might be misremembering. There were a lot of LDL games, guys. But it was things like his Neela and Samira I always loved seeing back in the day.
I like that.
Sivers.
Yep.
Sivir used to get slammed very, very often here the first couple of days. And then people went, oh god, I can't do that. Things like Jarvan so
yeah, like Siv's strong, but she's kind of fallen down to like A- tier. She's like, you've got the S tier of like Yunara, Varus, those are the real two crazy ones, and then you go into like A tier of, I think stuff like Misfortune fits into that too. It's not quite around there. Kai'Sa's on a similar level to Sivir, I think. Where Sivir's like, once you get rid of the really powerful AD carries, she does fit into most drafts, really. Being able to help the Rumble, reposition the Talir as well, and of course being able to follow up fairly effectively. Has an okay matchup into the Misfortune because you can spell shield the double up, that's quite effective too. And then you just become a bit of a scaling threat, really is compositional after that point. Poppy in for Funyue, who had a great game on this the other day, you know. And for me, the biggest criticism of top esports is, I don't think their jungle support is good enough to compete at a top LPL level. If we do start to see some comfort picks where they can start pushing into that level, with actually Nio having a good Pantheon, as you were saying, Funyue having some occasional great Poppy games too, maybe we start revisiting that.
And again, the last series, for all we've been criticizing top esports, was one of those solo casts, so I'll give Al the loads down on this one as well.
We're going to put on a quick ad break just so we don't have ads during game. Hopefully, fingers crossed. If you don't like to hear adverts and want to hear us talk about the draft, subscribe. Come support us. Anyway, see you after the break there, and the rest of you, you're really cool. So, in terms of the overall draft, both teams have point and click. Both teams have fairly even lanes. I think we could see a fair amount of side laning come into this, with the likes of the Slayer and the Pantheon having big semi-global potential. As far as drafts go, this is a fairly even one, and I like to see that because I think that IG have been a wonderful team fighting team. I want to see if top esports 1 can withstand it, 2 maybe even up that themselves. When I watch a top LPL team play, I want to see those even team fights rather than just like a blowout, which means it's not really a contest. As far as drafts go, this one's pretty even keel.
A couple of people I want people to keep their eyes on. Number 1, Rookie had a shocker versus Knight. He tried the Yone.
It's his bogey matchup. He never does well versus Knight.
Tried to lock in the Yone versus Knight's Orianna. Disaster. Next game we saw the Akali come on through, and oh my god, guys. Him and Bin were doing unspeakable things on Sion and Akali together. It was tough to watch. Other side of it, someone like Nio and Funyue had MVP caliber performances in their last series. Can they do it again here? Or will it be a flash in the pan? They're on the early skirmish they so favour. I want a list of those Gyos and we'll have that. Oh, might not give us the opportunity, actually. That's a lot of damage. Mic's not actually turned on. I can vaguely hear the cast has gone very quiet. So I wonder whether Get some gyros there. Bit of a shame. There we go.
Yeah, the level 1 interrupted them saying. But yes, that double summon is blown for Photic and Jue, the barrier and the heal, just a heal for Thungyue on the other side of things. Wei is starting on enemy Raptors, so is Nio. So we have first camp on the enemy side of the map, flashes away.
Oh, needed to do that. Worth noting the Pantheon now looking for a gank into mid lane, crossing over, wants to try and fight by.
I think he just wanted, what he's trying to do is just get into his own bot side jungle. So both junglers, I suppose, had enough information to see that it was safe to start an enemy jungle camp. For those of you who missed these changes a while ago, it's actually physically harder to take enemy jungle camps now to deal away with some vertical jungling and counter jungling, which I personally don't really like that. I feel like counter jungling is a really important part of League of Legends. Both junglers go back into their own side of the jungle though. Now going to his red side, and both junglers will be going from now going bot to top in their clears.
Likely be the case. Whether there will be a little bit of a look in bot side, there is that possibility. We'll see whether anyone does decide to anything up to say Gromp or Krugs in respectively. Nio there has got that red buff which one way, and that minion taxi actually flash there as well.
Damn.
Not bad from bot lane from top esports.
Yeah, and we were saying actually, well, bot lane we thought it might be Photic Jue favored based on recent form, but Jacci and Fengyue doing fairly well actually in the early lane, more than fairly well. They've managed to keep both summoners onto Jacci in a lane where everyone else is blowing summoners. One man holds on to Flash.
Wow. Because we have changed arenas, by the way, guys, how is the volume from the feed sounding?
I can actually go check on it. Yeah, I'll go check.
But worth double checking. That might just be me, so I'm going to double check with chat. Give me a heads up. Cream eats a few minion autos there, but not too much discrepancy. That's taken a bit of a nasty chunk there somewhere. Nio, though, is about to run face first into Rookie. The Rookie into a difficult hit by the charm, but it's gone for cleanse.
Oh, interesting. Starting the cleanse. I didn't see that, actually. If anything, Sam, the crowd is actually really quite loud. We might need to turn the progress down a little bit, particularly if it gets louder in the team fights. Could be a bit of an issue, but all good. I think we're okay for now. Yeah, Rookie played out the Talia Ari matchup versus Honky, I think, very well individually. It was then really Ginger which flipped that lane against him in that game, and then Honky tried to like outplay later. But on the whole, Rookie's been very good at this matchup. There was a point in time in, say, Winter 24, or was it? I can't remember. We had 3 splits at that point. But on NIP, where his 3 champions where he was so ungodly strong were effectively Talia, Ari, and then Aurelion Sol, interestingly. There was a bit of him going behind Cream. There, they get him.
Wonderful angle. Forces the flash because the seismic shove would have connected. That's going to force some additional summoners there. And again, it's worth noting, Cream has kept with the teleport. Rookie, trusting in the ult, trusting in the way that home guards are working now. In a fair number of mid laners go, has gone towards that combat summoners. Also from Disney.
Yes.
In the jungle book with the snake and in the middle of wrapping up Mowgli.
Yes. I had kind of forgotten about Jungle Book. It's a very good film.
It's got some great music too. Trust in Me, Bare Necessities, I Want to Be Like You.
Potential jump onto the wall stone, but it wasn't that brush. They do get the Q on the both, stops the crash down. Fengyue having a good pocket game again.
Is. That additional summoner does have to blow his own heal, worth noting. So it ends up being a relatively even trade, but it keeps him away from the wave that hasn't fully crashed yet. That's making Photic's life really frustrating, because you know who else surround the Pantheon?
Yeah, and also Photic had to back really early and didn't have enough gold for a cull. So, yeah, didn't have enough gold for a cull. So he had to stop off with a refill pot, which is already, by the way, empty. So he needs to get himself an actual proper back at some point. Jacci has the cull, so in the battle of the first backs, Jacci got ahead from that.
You enjoy saying that. I appreciate the fact, of course, he is currently standing in.
I miss the fact that he's not playing, because Corky Pryor has gone down in LPL, and it should be worldwide, by the way. That champion is losing a lot of games in bad matchups. Not that it always is. But when he was playing like the new kind of like the one which is riding like the wooden chicken, so we could get Chicken Jackie.
Yeah, I think I saw it the other day and I didn't make that joke.
Yeah, and it was like, and then Jackie Love, so we had Chicken Jackie and Chicken Jatchi, which I found very funny. Good trade there from Cream.
He just throws down that Unraveled Earth in case Cream was thinking about the all-in with the ult.
Nah, he was out of damage at that point. Like, unless you have Electrocute up, which we would have already done, pretty much done. This is a good dive opportunity. There is a flash from 369 and the ult.
Equalizer comes no flash outside of the public execution. 369 pulled down a repudiation, but the turret aggro is juggled well, not well enough.
Jatchi, not Jatchi, sorry, 369 juggling the damage fairly well. forces the flash out of way to get out of that ultimate, and then manages to outplay on the turret with that repudiate, as you were saying, gets a kill back in the 1v2. That's a big win for 369, who we were saying has been on pretty good form, and that top lane matchup was my one to watch. However, Sobro is still up a significant amount of farm and did get the kill from that too, so it's not like there's a kill disparity. Sobro being set up for success even if the dive wasn't perfect.
That's it, and again, it's most of a wave drop there. It was a big wave. 369 doing the best he can with the situation he was in. But again, you are an ambassador. Your control of the wave is sometimes a little suspect into the Rumble, who just has so much AoE clear at this point. He has to go back, picks up the steel cap, he's got the Fated Ashes. Rumble is going to be strong.
He sees Rookie not... Oh, God.
Oh, this gets interesting. Seismic shove, cease and desist, decent buff from Cream. Can Nio potentially jump forward? That's the flash on him. The cleanse gives enough tenacity. Rookie gets over the wall. Flash for flash, but Wade will be able to look forward. Weaver's wall keeps him trapped in place, and Wade makes it the one for IG.
The top side of the map from IG starting to get some pretty good results here. Yeah, the dive wasn't perfect, but it still gets something. Then Wei ends up helping win that trade. A great wall stun.
It's fantastic. Photic flashes out, survives, but again, additional summoner earned is allowing Jachi to just get that shove in. The minion discrepancy, not that big yet, but some of those backs have been a bit dicey. Put Photic into not necessarily the best spot early on, as we noted with the Cull, but no actual CS advantage.
Focusing on this from the Cream perspective, of course, myself, an Ahri player, I'm kind of going to have to at some point. Your first ult of the game is the Ahri. You really want to pick up at least one Dark Seal stack. Doesn't even get any kill participation there. Does have the Dark Seal at least, so he's out open up that win condition. We'll see what I think he's going towards the Malignance because he's gone for the Mana Crystal first back.
Makes sense.
We'll hope for that. I think in this kind of game when you have to deal with Vi, Rel jumping at you, you need ult cooldown. You need to be able to reposition when the first engage comes through, so I want to see him do that. With the Lost Chapter likely to be that. I suppose there are some Blackfire Torch builds hanging around as well. Peng and Legit Korea, but still very much swearing by that. In Pro, I think that Malignance just does have that so much larger ability to accelerate the game, though. If Rookie does get too far ahead, though, then the individual power of the Ahri over the Talia starts to fall off. And then you kind of like forced into the team fights with a Talia. Value Photic missing a cannon. Not what we want to see from the AD carry.
Jachi also there picks up the additional plates. 2 plates over to Jachi, having a fairly good start. Rookie, again, for all he survived that last play, got the assist, did have to blow flash, did have to blow cleanse, so is theoretically a little bit more vulnerable here if they can look to get in there before the cleanse comes off cooldown. It's not the longest cooldown summer, it has to be said. Pick up one of those grubs, backs away, happy enough with one so far. Potential fight after though. Dway, flash, Shadow Reef strike is excellent. The equalizer forced a really difficult response and retreat there from top Esports, who do need to leave.
Dre doesn't crash down into the Steadfast Present, which is good for him. Sobro, hang on, getting jumped on.
Does 369 with the public execution, doesn't end up winning that well, as out comes the Grand Starfall. Wei has left. Sobro will land the Electro Harpoon. Cream looking for the charm, lands it, and that will be a dead Rumble. Not bad from top Esports, at least get something back.
Yeah, it's a shame that he didn't get the kill himself to the Ahri. Would have been nice to get the extra Dark Seal stack. It was a flashless Rumble, but it's a quick play. Cream's second ult of the game gets value, gets the assist, gets one Dark Seal stack. Nio gets the kill, helps him keep parity in the jungle matchup.
Oh, this gets a bit interesting. Cease and desist. Smite comes on through. Don't know who actually claimed that one, but either way, Nio's in a dangerous spot without any real tools to escape. Should just fall down here. Wei gets another, and IG win out on the greater play. Reminder, Cream left mid lane while all that top side happened. He lost 2 plates to Rookie.
Yeah, we'll see once the role quests complete who gets the grubs. They actually do have that on the overlay now, but only once the role quests have completed. There's a... Hang on, this puts the ward down. Both 3-4 complete. Rookie eats an electrocute trade, but not the charm itself. Nio is in a rough spot now. Wait, very much far ahead. Photic slowed by the Make It Rain into the bullet time. Not feeling happy about that one at all. And Nio, again, tried to play the Pantheon very aggressive. This time, though, Wei has very much got the better of him compared to the series the other day, which Nio played versus Jeje on Weibo. That would have been the one. Yes, I remember player names. This jungle needs to be ahead. If this Pantheon starts falling down, playing into the Vi, Talia, Rel, combo, you're going to be insta one-shot as a melee jungler, and you can't afford to have that. Probably the 2 most important roles in the game to kill in any given situation is jungle and AD carry. If those die, you're pretty screwed in a macro sense, especially when objectives are up. If Nio is weak, that becomes a lot easier.
I don't think Nio's necessarily made poor decisions, if you know what I mean. It feels like actually some of those coordinate plays to try and play through mid, and have things happen top. I can see the thought process. Grand Starfall not up. Did see Cream roam up river. won't pull the trigger.
Worth noting, Cream is going for the Blackfire Torch build. We did highlight that. The other side of things. There are a couple of different Ari builds floating around with the new items. I really don't want to see Blackfire into like Cosmic Drive, although I know Legit really likes it. I just feel like it becomes like the vegan Ari 0 damage build a little bit. The Blackfire Torch is fine as a damage item. In fact, it's higher damage than Malignance technically, but it removes a lot of your ability to consistently have, you know, uptime compared to that Malignance 1 item. You can basically not itemize into cooldown reduction after. Wait, does have ult commit in 10 seconds, doesn't have it quite yet.
And think about going for that Gromp. He'll find Nio here. He's got a red buff where Nio does not, and a level advantage. Good buffering there with the blast shield. Doesn't need too much damage. Are we fighting this? I think we are with Rookie coming up.
We'll see. Good chunk there from Rookie. Ult over the side. Okay.
Tried to get the catch. Might still look for it. Rookie's now on the wrong side of his own. Weaver's walking. Queen looked at ult. Overcomes Sobero. Very deep to look for those picks and don't find it.
I really like the productivity from IG. Look, IG are a team who I thought might be kind of bad. And then they won Demacia Cup, and then they beat JDG once again in regular season 2. Frankenstein's coming through. Potential of that Pantheon ult.
Good buffer with the Vault Breaker. Seismic shove. Equalizer. He's dead.
Well, they did have a Grand Starfall. It wasn't coming. No help's coming there, 369. That is a... Well, he outplayed the dive. That was a bit of a 9 moment. His one's a 3, Sam. I do not understand that one bit.
At the very least, Chachi and Fongyue do get good prio bot. They do take that turret, but the rest of IG looking to retreat towards that top side and punish more. Nio, alone under this turret, could be having a very bad day.
Oh, you don't want to be there. He's not even a top laner. He doesn't even work here.
Oh, he's just the substitute teacher, and the class is so mean.
Yeah, it's like if 369 doesn't turn up in 15 minions, we're illegally allowed to leave. Oh god, this top lane matchup, this whole top side of the map has been playing really well from IG. The one blemish was that one top side dive, which ended up in the 1-for-1 Photic. Not feeling as happy as the top side though. Chachi does have bullet time again.
He's got a struck to work with as well, and will force Photic to run away with the on the punt yourself out of lane. Whee!
On the hunted, that one.
On the hunted. Yeah. That's a better way of phrasing that. Thank you.
I had another second to think about it. You were doing it on the fly. It's all right.
I'd like to think so.
Waves coming back out on the map does have the Sundered Sky. Both junglers have that one. 1.4k gold lead in the jungle. That's pretty nuts there.
Can I just do a little bit of a stat search for me, Al?
Yeah.
Cream is going to be okay. Dragon's up. We may have to, but I'm curious about Wade's win rate on Vibe. I think he's played a lot of Vibe very successfully, if memory serves.
Well, yeah, remember, he was the jungler for RNG as they won MSI when that first came out. And Meadow absolutely can go check up for that one. Dragon has spawned, and we'll see whether Wade can show his chops on this again.
Indeed. Jachi's got the shove mid. As expected, been very, very good at that one as Fungby goes flashing for Rookie, but Rookie flashed out in trade. Dragon down about 1000 HP should just be secured, and is the flash of Rookie, but he's been pretty good at avoiding the pick attempt on his life. There.
Yeah, it's one of his highest win rates actually, 62% thereabouts, 55 games all time starting.
He's 56th.
Yeah, this is his 56th game, so, you know, for a player that's obviously won LPL splits, but then been about the place, pretty good win rate to keep up over that amount of games. Obviously, the other huge one for him was, well, yeah, everyone was a Lee Sin player at some point, but Viego was a huge one, remember, across the MSI runs. So, okay, as it comes through further into this game, slim gold lead for IG. They do have themselves, hang on, jump onto Rookie, no flash anymore.
Ooh, decent shove under the turret. I like the thought process, but at that point, there's not much more you can do. You're kind of dead to rights there. Is he going to go over the wall here? He is! Oh.
He did go over the wall in the other direction. So Rookie goes down in the side lane. It's a good play from Nio. In fact, this is not the first time he's died to overpush into a Pantheon ult before. That also happened versus JDG. They're walking onto Nio. He has a flash, has to use it.
Breaker, Smite will come on down. He gets a stun to the wall. That makes things a bit tricky. Where is the keeper's verdict? It is available. Not to use. Yeah, there's the Magnus ult. Photic now coming on the hunt. Seismic shove is not available, of course, but there is still that boomerang blade. That's what I was talking about. The bullet time. Brutal. Great angle on in. Dway will flash out. They survive. Chachi stops them chasing for more than one.
Yeah, good spell shield onto the Poppy ultimate means that everyone sticks around and then they all walk into a bullet time, which got really scary. 1v1 in the top side. There's a teleport coming to help. Here comes the Ahri.
try and make things a bit tricky. Out comes the equalizer. 369 gets to back away. Sobro knows he's in danger. There's the flash out. I think he's just saying, look, I'll try and clean this wave. He knows he's in trouble. Oh! But there's still a decent amount of healing gets to burn. Orb of Deception will make it the 1-for-1. But Sobro, you know what? Not bad to fight your way to a 1-to-1.
Well, their GOAT top laner might be taking a break, but the spirit of the shy has been given over to Sobro this split, both in positive and negative ways, folks. But Sobro has really impressed me coming out of the LCK Challenger scene. Not a player which I'd had a lot of research into. Hang on, Wave almost got back in start. He could potentially kill here. The ult's down.
There's the smite. You can keep chunking. Nio is here to defend. Wave also around, but I don't think that's enough kill threat. They will do a decent job there. They're way scary on the Vine.
Yeah, Wei had no ult, which definitely hurt him, but Cream was in danger there. He's gone for the Blackfire Torch build, has Merc Treads. It's not a bad build. I've seen this cropping up a lot in solo queue, but right there, you know, Wei doesn't have any armor to worry about that, and the ult is very much down for a long time. 369 clears up a wave in that bot side. I've been really liking this game. Very proactive. Everyone playing around side lanes. LPL as a region has sometimes struggled at objective setup compared to, well, have definitely struggled at objective setup compared to LCK, who are by far the best at that. Well, compared to everyone else in the world struggles for that, but particularly I think that's the big difference between LPL and LCK. One of the best things that LPL does is these quick, scrappy fights around side lanes, around enemy jungle. And the meta is going towards that, which, folks, a little early to say. The Fungi is dead, by the way. He's just died.
Oh, yeah. He got the kill.
And once again, it's another random, scrappy fight. This is where the LPL as a region has typically flourished, around these quick fights, potential fight in the enemy jungle.
Decent assist, you're absolutely, that potential is actualized, and the crash down seismic shove, that CC chain is disgusting. The Sun to Sky healing is okay, but it is not enough to do more than buy Nio a second or two. And again, I don't necessarily feel like Nio and Cream have been unproactive. They've tried. It's one of his ways just been better on the Vine.
I think the word is passive, Sam, rather than unproactive.
Yeah.
It's a word. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
It's like they have made moves, is what I was trying to say.
Yeah. Sorry, I just heard unproactive and I just thought, wow, that's a neologism, which is another one you taught me. Harold will go down to IG. Wayne will need to stick around for this. Actually in a bit of danger.
He can't get the eye. Can he just, is he thinking about dying for it? He doesn't do either. Wait, just have to make the call.
Just stick on the Herald or get out. Wade dies. Great pick off by Cream and Fungiway stopping him from getting out. Nio back out onto the map. Rookie, well, I mean, potentially there is an ult to throw through from that Pantheon from somewhere. The eye will go down and IG, after doing the hard work, does stick around and protect the objective.
A little bit awkward. There you go. By the way, Toppy still did pick up that last grub. Worth noting. But IG still got two of them.
Three, sir. So what happened here? Fungiway died, he hex flashed out of a brush, but he's in a quite safe clump here. You would have thought they would have been safe, and then, well, Rookie comes in. Turns out he's really good at moving around the map. Rookie's Talir is pretty infamous, actually.
Yeah.
Famous, I suppose, but infamous to
Anyone
enemies.
else.
You know, when you think of the NIP run that came in 2024, a lot of it was actually around Rookie and his Talir, Rookie's Aria, the Rally Soul, the stuff which can allow him to be a second jungler. And being able to just throw the ult into a play like this is just classic Rookie. Very happy to start doing that. He's had a pretty decent game here. It's not like Cream has been blown out or anything. It's just that Rookie has been putting pressure onto the map, and that has been a good reason why IG have been able to walk away with a couple of good winning plays.
And attempts on Rookie's life have largely been unsuccessful. His flash and his cleanse have been very valuable to stopping the chains from Nio and Cream from successfully bringing him down. And they have made a fair number of attempts.
Back started by IG now, it's an Ocean Rift. This is the kind of game where Ocean Soul doesn't win. It is nice, but it's not game winning in the way that you have like an unkillable AD carry or a top laner where
Poseidon is going to...
Oh, I'm so sorry. No. Poseidon, yeah. I will offer a horse in your name.
Unfortunately, 369 is now sacrificed.
I always preferred Athena.
What's that rumbling outside? Why is there an earthquake?
Did I mention my hometown is Troy? Photic, trying to clear up this mid-wave. I can't actually remember which gods were on which side of the Trojan War, actually. It gets a bit weird. Sobro pushing in towards the bot side. Now it's here. Is there anyone else coming over? No, it's just Tim for now. There is a rotation coming down from the bot lane, though.
Comes way. Over comes Cream and Jachi as well. They're going to look for this one. I think he's just dead.
He is very dead, Sam. It's sober and
he's not sure about that one.
Yeah, he's no longer sober.
Is he like Parkia, where he actually, if he put a little shell on his butt, he would upgrade into Sober King?
What? Is this trying to be a slow bro thing?
Yes.
We'll workshop it, Sam.
I'm glad you eventually got that.
We will.
Look, I don't think that was that far off, you know?
Decided was neutral in Troy, however, he was in contest with Athena for the patronage. Yes, I do remember that one.
Yeah, he gave him salt water, but that wasn't very nice.
Flick back. Owie.
Just about okay. Cream does land the charm, but doesn't get hit by the Vault Breaker Flash. Wonderful reaction from Rookie. And Foggy with just about survives, but there's the last order from Footy. He's got the barrier. In they go away with a flash. Vault Breaker. Magnet Storm follows. IGT fight better. In goes 369, tries to get in, that's a decent turnaround. He might be the difference maker. Dway goes down, but he's still alone. At least get something back.
Quadra kill for Photic as he cleans up. My head is in my hands, folks. You'll see it in the replay. Cream threw his Q in the wrong direction to kill Rookie, and then flashed to miss the backswing. The Baron's gonna go down. IG are ahead in the game. They win the team fight. Watch what Cream does in this fight.
He's got
okay. I needed to watch what happens here, because the start of this is actually pretty good. Good flick back. You see the siege is quite powerful. Cream jumps over and lands the jump. This is good. This is fine. Cream then the Rookie then ends up getting the cleanse away from the wallstone after this point. I need you to watch what happens maybe around, when does it happen? So he's going to jump forwards. The Q's happen there, so it'll be a little bit later. When that comes off the cooldown. Obviously, Drake is the big one here. Charm lands. Oh God, no! Oh, that's a Nymaera combo. That's a Nymaera combo. Oh,
nice.
God! Oh, Jesus.
Look, your ears deserve that. That's...
Oh, God.
It's not National Ult into the Sunday. It's not that bad. Nothing will ever be that bad from Cream. It's not great. Down goes the mid lane tier 1. Target was charmed, Alex.
Ram, I know that, Sam.
Realistically, what you do is you throw it.
Oh, was that really loud? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll try not to stream right into the mic again.
I think, in fairness, Alex, if there was ever a moment to crash out in such a way, that's probably one of the better ones.
Yeah, like I said, Cream is Cream is a
an individual of all time.
Cream is an experienced Ahri player. This is why he's not like a top Ahri player, you know. Okay, alright, so the siege comes in, the Baron buffs in. It's pretty hard for top Esports to fight back against this now.
Boy, the W doesn't stop the cease and desist. That means the Poppy is dead. Turret will buy a lot of time. 369 murders him! Oh my God!
We said it was difficult to fight back, but not impossible. 369 takes the game from the jaws of defeat and maybe makes it into something better.
Cream had some ults to work with. It buys some time to get Sobro into a dangerous spot. Sobro flashes, gets the phase rush and the scrap shield. Needs to get out of not phase rush. Nimbus cloak, that's where that additional speed
oh my God. The Baron buff is basically gone now. I mean, the only one left with it is Sobro. He can't get back to really wave clear. They're even keeping him out of equalizer range.
They can get tier 2s.
He's trying to do that. He's trying to walk onto Nia's here. If you can get Nio down, then they can maybe fight for the dragon in 40 seconds. Don't even manage to do that. Now Sobro's going to have his ult down for an important dragon fight that could have got them onto their third dragon.
Gold lead's gone. It's back to even.
The gold lead's gone. The Baron power play is now minus 2,000. Top Esports basically have a Baron power play of their own.
I need to see that replay, because initially the dive looks okay, but it's only onto the Poppy, and 369 and Jachi just break their ankles.
They go into a bullet time. 369 pins him under turret. They take tower aggro. Everyone's taking tower aggro at some point. And 369, look, he is a mid into late game ambassador. Very happy with how things working out at this point. And top Esports, this game should have been over. They managed to fight back.
Gold lead now within 100. That's it. Really a lead. It's a gold.
That's it.
It's a gold.
God. Well delivered, Sam. You got me there. I was like, wait. Oh, I get it now. Okay. Right, Taliyah ult's coming back up. There will be no Pantheon ult for this one. Bullet time's back up too. So most of the important ults, the team fight ults are back up. Top Esports, they're looking for resets, actually. They're not fighting for this one. They're looking to give this one up, reset the map, I suppose.
So point in fairness, they've got a lot of gold to spend and get out of. I think there is something to be said for, look, we take the advantage, we convert that into getting our players online and play from there. And I think, honestly, Photic's had a tough game. His team fought well, don't get me wrong, and actually did a good job of farming from being at 10% HP most of the time. Yeah. But Jachi's still been the one with the lane trial. Now at 4 items, there's a squishy comp with Collector. 100%, well, 75% credit, a lot of work.
Well, if you look at this, though, right? basically same scoreline, basically same CS. This has all come from shutdowns and random objective goal. They're trying to go on to 369 now. He does have flash. I don't think this is a fight you can... I don't think this is a fight you necessarily win if Pantheon flies in. He's already got himself a Maw, and you know, if you're going to burst him out, you're basically relying on the burst of your top and your mid laner. I will say, I mean, you know, it's not like Photic doesn't have damage. It's just that Jachi got so many shutdowns. You're like, you know, you're just ridiculously far behind compared to where you should be.
Look, Wei is still very ahead, but is via win con. I'm not sure if it's in team fights that's true. If you ult the Misfortune and blow her up, or ult the Ahri and blow her up, then great. I think the extended fights now, with Ambessa getting to this, Ahri getting resets, get a bit tricky, because I think Photic's not going to have the most fun trying to survive a lot of mobile carries trying to jump on his head between Ahri, Pantheon, Poppy, and Ambessa.
Wait. Alone in that bot side jungle for a second. Was safe, has GA flash and ult level 15. He's done quite well. You know, Wei's had a good game. Nio had an ulti hit too, which was fairly impactful. But besides that, that's been the second best jungler. Good charm there. Wei using the splash damage of that ward auto attack to hit Cream a little bit. That's a fun little thing you can do. You need to be careful of that, actually, for me. Baus enjoyers know how much you can get random kills through the lane. So what happened here? Did they manage to fall? Missed the ult. That's what I was wondering if there was a... So typically they do this picture-in-pictures for flashes. In this case, it's the ult being gone. It's fair.
Cannon minions missed.
It's fairly... what's the red stuff on the ground? That's probably the Phalites, I'd imagine it is. Yes. So if you see like that kind of like ethereal glow, either in blue or red, what that means is effectively someone's put a ward into a Phalite and it's giving them an it's a new thing for this season. If you put a ward into a specific... You see that thing in the brush there?
Yeah,
that red thing? That's a Phalite. If you put a ward down into that spot, it gives you extra vision for about 45 seconds.
Yeah.
I think it's a bit overkill. It means that everyone gets free vision control for forever. But I get that vision control is one of the more boring casual things to do, but that's like kind of OP.
Quite important now,
yeah. Okay, Baron is available.
God. Make them have more wards.
Its edge is infinite. My god. Infinity edge could be quite useful. Photic here jumping over out of the river.
There's the heroic charge into the wall. Gets some damage. The Keeper's verdict went wide. The Magnustorm does not. The Zeke's convergence occurs.
Hang on, if this fight goes badly enough, that's Baron afterwards at top esports. You need to not lose anyone else.
Well, he's going to try and wrap around here and catch. Someone won't quite do it. Instead, they'll shove through mid. They want to get towards this tier 2.
They're trying to get down some vision. They spot Cream. Cream's ult is now off. He has the sweeper on, so understands that he's seen. Goes back the safe way. Sobro 369 fighting out in that sideline. Sobro trying to go overheated.
369 can really dive this. I think he's just dead. Just about squeaks away. And won't get hit by that Sundering Slam.
Yeah, that equalizer wave clears. Sobro down a decent amount of gold, and that Maw of Malmortius is really nasty in the 1v1. Very hard to cut through an Ambessa at this point. 369 picked up a lot of gold from that bot lane fight alongside Jachi. Dragon in a minute and a half, and luckily for Feng Yue, this is not a collapse, which leads to a Baron and also the Dragon afterwards. It's been diffused somewhat. IG, they'll have to look again.
Yep, they will be able to do it again, of course, because Vi still remains quite scary here. You have got 4 items finally for Photic, and there's Bandle Pipes in for Jue, so if you get the opportunity to throw about 3 autos, Bandle Pipes is going to allow you to do that at Mach 3.
Yeah, Bandle Pipes, very strong item. Just gives you good stats. It's very cheap. I can't remember if it's been nerfed already up to 2,200 gold. It's 2,000, I think, on the first patch.
Worth noting, Death Cap did just get by Cream, 50 seconds
Huge.
still Dragon, so we're going to have a very big fight incoming. No third item for Sobro, but he did stop off for an Oblivion.
Potential fight on the bot side. Wave's coming in.
Smite comes on down. GA available. 369 needs to start backing away. Are we vault breaking? What's the plan here? There's the season to sit.
Teleport.
Coming from behind. There's the equalizer. 369 flashes off it. It's not the best. In comes the Grand Starfall, as does the Weaver's Wall. Cream blows up Sobro. Wait, doing a fairly decent job of surviving as Photic trades up with Jachi. The barrier allows Jachi to win that one out. And IG are trying to team fight their way out of a hole they put themselves into. Nayu does go in. Dway is good. Look at Rookie on the other side of this. Cream got another ult to work with, but now it's off. Nayu low, not quite down. Where's the 34? The bullet time. Way will manage to vault break away as Rookie trying to get the last one. The seismic shove is good. Cleanses, flashes, work to work. One clean flashes forwards. The threaded volley's not enough. And Cream finally brings down Rookie. It ends up being the 3 for 3.
Dway is still around. Are they trying to play around a teleport or getting someone else into the play? He's sitting around. If he gets found by Jachi, he does die here. He's going to recall successfully. Top Esports playing through Jachi. The man stepping into Jaculov's shoes. There's a teleport coming out from the Rel, actually. He'll be coming into the play. Jachi, you should be happy to walk up to Dway here. The Rel's not going to be a threat by themselves. The big thing is that Wei is the only smite available. So even if Top Esports go towards this, there's a chance that he just walks over and presses that smite key, and it would be Ocean Soul for Invictus Gaming. Folks, this is why you tune in to watch an Invictus Gaming game, a Top Esports game, an LPL game on this patch, on this season. Looks like LPL have found their instincts back for the team fights, and folks, everyone's back alive again. Let's get ready for round
35, yeah.
Multiple rounds at this point. Dragon yet to be started. Lots of flashes down now.
Daylight's being fought over, controlled currently by IG, courtesy of that control, but it's immediately knocked off.
Jachi has himself a GA, Waze is down from the last fight. Rookie's coming back into it, has ult, he has a Seekers now too. Watch out for that.
Wait, looks at the Shadow Strike. Sobro spotted looking for this flank angle. Does it matter?
We'll see. Bullet time not... Well, it isn't up either. They don't have bullet time. That could be a big problem.
Weaver's wall, splitting them off. That's pretty tricky. Fengyue caught on the wrong side of the Weaver's wall. Smite fight occurring. It is won by Wei. No, it's stolen by Misfortune. Somehow, some way. Way to the backside. Cease, desist, but it's onto a GA target. Jachi down to it. All the while, 369.
The fight's won.
But Sobro wins the fight with the team. Tries to get the bullet time off. It doesn't happen. He's dead.
The equalizer was insane, and you know what? It really helped that fight. Rookie's ult bumped another couple of people back into the red carpet. There was no bullet time at the start of the fight. Invictus Gaming don't get the objective, but they get the kills, and that will unlock the Baron.
The last Baron didn't win them the game. They got massacred trying to shove up with it. This time the Baron has to be more successful. Look at the replay.
So this is the big fight which happened before the Dragon setup. Technically it was around the Dragon, but we had another fight after. Doesn't really count. Ambessa takes a long time to die, but does go down fairly easily. The big thing is that Fota goes on towards Fengyue and then tries to pick a 1v1 with the Misfortune and gets utterly destroyed. Jachi is so far ahead. He's had a great game. Again, this guy that's coming in for the shoes of Jaculov. I really think Rookie has largely a pretty good fight. He misangles like 1 or 2 Qs. If he got Nio there, maybe it's playable. Didn't quite get it. Has to flick him off, but he still ends up getting a little bit of damage from the W coming through. Very close to killing Cream, but Cream manages to get the electrocute proc to kill.
The cleanse value of a Rookie this game
and
has
this
been
is the big thing to talk about.
fine.
Equalizer comes through, and watch Rookie's ult, because it punts Ari back into it and zones everyone else out. Then Sobro gets the damage over the wall. Great fight from the solo laners of IG. Sobro twinning up afterwards, gets the golden flame spitter. He does end up, you know, I think he ends up dying for this just after. No, he ends up living. Credit to him. Sobro, excellent fight from himself.
Yeah, and all the while, reminder, Photic and Rookie were dealing with 369. They weren't there doing the damage. It was everyone else who had to deal with it, and they did a good job. Photic at least takes someone with him on the way out. He's still very scoped, but the GA is down. Zeal looking to be the last item. Photic is still an item behind here.
And Cream, very powerful in his own right. Gets the electrocute on someone. Doesn't end up getting that charm. Gets tanked by a minion. Turret goes down, and this time IG are actually getting use out of the Baron buff. This game could have been a lot shorter if they'd finished off the first time. They got clutch team fought against under this turret, which was the death of them before. And Bessa pushing in topside, using the crystallize. Will take down that turret. Will presumably recall after this, teleporting even back in.
Seismic shove forces the ult out of Cream.
Rookie's had an excellent game. On the whole, he's been caught out once or twice, but I think Rookie's ults have been fantastic. His teamfight presence has been very, very good. He was saying that he had a bit of a rough game in the previous series versus Knight. It's always been a bit of a bogey player for him, but against the rest of the field, Rookie is Rookie, folks. It's that one player tends to get the leg up on it. All that being said, tends to get the leg up on most people. Oh, stop by the steadfast presence!
Appreciate the look in there. Tries to fast flash in, won't find it. Good steadfast presence denies it. Sobro looking for potential angle here. Grand Starfall is a bit dire from Nio. Bullet time immediately interrupted the equalizer. Oh dear, that ain't great. The GA is still going to get proc. Way is very deep. 369 goes full contact into the backline. The charm! Oh my god, they've done it again.
Taking out the jungle support, but they haven't killed the damaging members. 369.
Ooh, flash from Nio is not fantastic. Rookie cleanses immediately. Jachi surviving. The double ups. Misfortune is still the queen of Bilgewater. Bow down. Pray. 3, 4, 5.
Pentakill for Jachi, taking up the mantle of Jaculov. He has found himself at home. A pentakill to win the game.
That is spectacular. Another Baron defense is magnificent from Top Esports. The bullet time is interrupted. It doesn't matter. 369 into the backline is enough to deny some decent damage there. Jachi stays alive. Jachi keeps autoing. Jachi gets the penta. And in the shoes of Jackie Love, may well be earning game one. It's not done quite yet. They don't have the wave, but they will get the inhibitor.
Oh, I thought that would be the game. I thought they could do it, especially with the way that minion waves are a little quicker in late game. Folks, the game goes on. Crazy thing is as well, yes, IG end up wasting another Baron buff, and they do end up dying, but the gold is still, with 2k at this point, it's not crazy. Dre tries to go for the game-saving play. Unfortunately, Poppy exists, presses W, that fails. 369, as you said, this is full contact team fighting. You dive onto my carry, I'm going to trade light for light. You're not going to be able to follow up. Pings onto Rookie and says, okay, you're diving my carries, let's give you something to think about. Trades most of his HP bar for it, but this is why 369 for me is known as the god of peel. He knows how to make sure his teammates are more safe with his own aggressive actions. The positioning from Photic, it's really not what you need there. He lines himself up for a wall stun, tries to go for the play onto Jachi, and instead just finds himself dead. Photic has had, honestly, a pretty awful game. The AD carry difference has been exceptionally important. Top Esports deny another dragon, and Jachi at 11-2 is magnificent.
Gets the rapid fire cannon for additional range at this point, and more move speed from the Zeal. I think that's very astute. I'll give credit in that fight as well. All the Jachi's the ones that picked up the kill. The charms from Cream onto key members as they're diving forward. Bongo with multiple war stuns. So dangerous. Rookie! That's pretty scary. Jachi's left low. We've just been bracing forced to flash. Equalizer gets him down to the GA.
Oh my god, just after he gets the penta
Oh,
kill,
no.
they might flick him back. He gets out of the engage
He's
for now.
alive! And now he's got the Bloodthirster. Stunned by the Shattering Strike. They've gone quite deep. Where the hell is the rest of the team? Photic's not here! And the bullet time goes flying on through, just about burning down. Needs the Bloodthirst healing. Gets it! 369 in the backline. Photic under the tier 2 means nothing. Rookie, his namesake, unfortunately proving a little too true. A little naive to think you can win this tough fight into Top Esports. Lose a load of members over the offseason, and it's another quarter for goddamn Jachi.
Sober with his head in his hands, realize what they've thrown away. 2 Baron buffs is not enough for Invictus Gaming. Top Esports stand tall. Jachi, stepping into a legendary position on the Top Esports roster, does not give a damn. The weighty expectations upon him. Jachi carries Top Esports to a Game 1 victory against Invictus Gaming.
I just can't believe it. The manner in which it happens. One of the most criticized players in the league, filling in for one of the most legendary players in esports, pulls off a pentakill into a quadra-kill to win the game.
2 quadras, 1 penta, no barons. Who the fuck needs that objective? Top Esports walk away with a magnificent team fighting performance. But what can we say except I'm stunned, I'm shocked, and I'm bloody well entertained. If you've been enjoying what you've been seeing here on your screens and hearing from us, please think about dropping a like, a follow, a subscribe. We're not paid to do this by anything but you and you sticking around. Just sitting around here and enjoying this content makes a lot of difference to us. And being able to tell the stories and witness these games alongside you, hopefully bring a bit more entertainment to them as well, is something that you value as much as we value bringing it to you. Top Esports, what a wonderful game. I thought that IG might be coming in as slight favorites, maybe, based on recent form, but it was close. Very, very close. Top Esports really showing that they've got a little bit more to give us, actually. I think that Nio had a bit of a rough one. Funny a bit better from him. That jungle support gave me a little bit to worry about.
The late game Poppy was phenomenal.
369 and Jachi went mental. They went absolutely mental. This is a concept which we've talked about again on this stream a fair amount, which is full contact team fighting. 369 is the king of it. Realistically, he's the king of it. He is absolutely insane at saying, when the fight starts and my carries are in danger, it's not my job always to protect my carries by standing in front of them. I'm going to protect my carries by making sure that your damage dealers can't also follow up. He jumps onto the backline around that bottom inhibitor, allows for the pentakill from Jachi to come through. Has been insane. Purple Orchid, thank you so much for the sub there as well.
Anyone else want to sub while we're doing it? Celebrate that game?
Habsrock, hey, how's it going as well over in Anivia's chat? Long time since I've seen you. Hope you're doing well. What a game, folks. This is, guys, I thought for a little while LPL had lost its mojo, as Munchables would have said. I don't think the pace of the game was really high anymore. I didn't really feel like LPL was at the top of its game. I think with Atakan gone, going back to a single Baron setup as well at 20 minutes, I think LPL is back in it. I think it's back in its groove. Side lane plays, scrappy team fights. This is what I want to see from the LPL. I think these teams are a lot more comfortable. We'll watch some of these highlights as well, because oh my god, like this fight was phenomenal from IG. It was. I love the Talia roll. You know, bopping Ari back into the equalizer. Sobro just flame spittering over the wall. The ricochets and everything. The steal from Jachi stopping the soul. Oh my god, like, what more can you ask from this AD carry? Of course they lose the team fight, but oh my god, IG. I feel like they threw away just 2 Barons and like 2 chances at soul. They missed both of them.
Yeah.
That's gonna really smart.
It really is. I'm a little shell-shocked, Alex. Part of this, I think it has to be said, is look, that's what I remember of Jachi at his best. When he's on those early lane dominant champions and gets a lead, he is so dangerous. I don't like him from behind. A lot of LPL players I don't think play well from behind. Part of the reason they get picked up is because they're so dominant down there. Coming to the LPL can be a bit of a shell shock on that front. Yeah, those are some pretty big damage numbers from Jachi. 48,000 damage is pretty good going. Botic actually ended up doing more than I gave him credit for there. But again, it wasn't enough. That goal graph is a full LPL goal graph. Yeah. All right, Al. I'm gonna go get us some lunch rolling.
Cool. We need to go put on an ad break or 2 at some point. What a game.
Roll some ads out.
What a game. Gonna roll some adverts, folks, and we'll... God bless Jachi. I told you Jachi's a player I was watching for, folks. This guy, he's got the stuff. Like, Jachi's got it. I think this guy's really good. Oh my god. The second LPL pentakill of the year. Okay, let's turn the camera off for a bit. What a game, folks. What a game. What the heck was that? Oh, those are bits. What? By the way, Orca, oh, I should have told you this. Orca, thank you so much for the bits. If you type some text with the bits, you do get some text-to-speech, by the way. It's like the only way we get text-to-speech on the channel. I kind of forgot that it was a thing, actually. But thank you so much, Purple Orca. It's... Damn. Thank you so much for the bits. I actually have no idea what that translates to, but everything matters, you know. Oh my gosh.
C. Montes 3 cheered X100. Nymaera and Initialise are my LPL streamer
Nymaera.
goats. Also poo pee pee poo.
Thank you so much, Monsters. Oh my god. Holy shit. Both teams were throwing one after the other. It was a huge Clown Fiesta, but I love this kind of Clown Fiesta too. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I am just here. It's Jachi's player of the game. No surprises there, folks. Absolutely no surprises. Turns out he's actually very good at League of Legends when he's gone into that team fight state. Oh god.
Fairy Tale Mooch cheered X100. Bro air. TES tax.
TEX tax, right. Oh my god, yeah, something like that. 8 out of 8 votes, it has to be. The guy was fantastic. What a game. What a game. Was it a bit of a mess? Yes. I loved it though. I loved it. Look, technically it was an absolute mess, but oh, wonderful. Okay, I gotta go post this on Reddit. I'll go post that clip on Reddit. How many pentakills has Jachi ever gotten? I've got to check this now. I'm actually not... I mean, Jachi is a really good AD carry. I do actually expect him to have taken a pentakill at some point. Yeah, this is... He's gotten in LDL. It's his first tier 1. He got one in... He did get one in Demacia Cup as Jhin. Okay, I'm gonna go mute this stream and put on sessions again. Let's bit more calm. When did Jachi debut in LPL? When did he debut in LPL? Only last year, I think, right? He's a temporary sub, but... He was in LDL in 24... Yeah, he came in like last year, right? Jachi? What an insane game, man. Oh, I missed LPL being just random bullshit like this. So fun, all of these fights. LP Esports 1 game 1? Yeah, Jachi had 2 quadras and a Pensa. Yeah, Jachi had 2 quadras and a Pensa, man. It's ridiculous. Okay, I posted it on Reddit if anyone, I don't know, wants to go see the clip. Did you roast me? Sorry, I didn't see the channel point redeem. When did that come in? Sorry. 2 hours ago. No, I don't think I did. I don't know if Sam did. You know, the difference between yourself and another chatter is the same difference between Photic and Jachi in that game. You know, other chatters, they out here getting like quadra comments and like penta bits. And like, you're out here just, you know, like 2.3k messages down. It's just ruining the chat experience. Whereas Qatari is like, he's like the penta chatter. You know, like, Qatari comments something, it's like, wow, everyone takes notice. Like, one comment of his worth 5 of anyone else's. Yeah. Sorry, there's not a super gender and stuff, my bad. Yeah, Qatari is the penta chatter. How does it feel being the photic of chat, Zareth? Oh, God. Oh, what a game. I mean, like, what a game. The photic of chat. Yeah, that's beyond the roast. That's like, you know, yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe that's too far. I probably do need to run an extra ad break, by the way. I'm gonna run an extra ad break now, just so we don't get it later into game. I need to like run it now, otherwise we could have issues in game. So sorry about that. Not that we're gonna be talking about crazy amounts anyway, but you know how it is. Jachi debuted last year, right? Like, Jachi, he definitely debuted last year. I'm just trying to remember if he had any games in 24. I think it was all in 25, right? I think, anyway. I think that's right. Alex, I just want you to know, what is this? Very ominous. Okay, let's stream again. Fine. Your reaction to the Penta woke me up from the dead sleep. Well, it's a hell of a play to get woken up for, so I think we'll accept that one, you know. I love how these all pro players, then David is Freak the head of something. He's yeah, he's one of the heads of like game design at Riot now for League. Basically, it's them adding stuff into Wild Rift. It's a Wild Rift ad, that one. I can't remember exactly what it is, but yeah, it might be the Shy skin. He has the Shy Aatrox skin. Oh boy, okay, what could be our last game of the day? You didn't wake up when I did the cream play. Oh, the cream play, don't remind me of that. Ah. LPL giveth and take away. Giveth and take away. Oh my god. Okay, let's lock back in, folks. Let's lock back in. Did I miss any other chat commands? I did the hydrated thing. I think we're good on that front. Again, folks, if you've been enjoying what you've been hearing today, if you've enjoyed the LPL content which we're bringing you, please drop a like, please drop a comment, please subscribe. It does genuinely make a difference. This is how we actually make a living. If you're, I know that for some reason, well, not for some reason, we're obviously pretty good at what we do. You know, I have a fair amount of humility for myself. Yeah, but I do genuinely believe we're very good at what we do. I know that there are some people which use our stream on third-party stuff. Onivia we have a deal with, but there are some others which we don't have a deal, and sometimes people come and tell us about it. If you are watching on some other site, if you could like click through to Twitch, oh, you love the content we make? Wonderful. But yeah, if you're watching on another site, on a third-party site, do consider stopping through onto our Twitch and dropping us a like and a follow. It does make a difference to us. Everything makes a difference. Into our second draft, we have top Esports with first pick. And on blue side, so IG must have elected to take counter pick in game 2. Nico, Malphite, Orion, and Jace, these are all sort of must-ban champions. But Malphite's occasionally, well, I fell through in the first series of the day. What are we thinking about after this? Well, Cream's got all of his melees up. We have Varus, Yunara. There's the two big ones. Jarvan's gone. So we're going to get one of Varus or Yunara through. Ban the Varus. I think Varus might still be the strongest AD carry on the patch. Even with all the nerfs to that champion, he's just so relevant. Just into the draft for our second game, Sam.
I've got food happening. It's going to be
Oh,
about 10 minutes
all
away.
good, lovely,
It's
lovely,
happening.
all good, all good. I posted the clip onto
Fabulous.
Reddit and Twitter.
I will go do the thing.
Varus is banned. So Yunar is up. I don't know if you want to blind pick Yunara though. I mean, Misfortune's gone. Renekton first pick? I mean, it's a takeaway from Sober and 369's comfortable in it, but Renekton first pick? Okay. Fair play. IG. You see the Renekton. What do you pick into it now? You could Kasansei, I guess. Wukong up and available. Fairly... Well, it's good for Wei. No, so what jungles we got there? No Jarvan, Malphite, Jace, Pantheon. Yeah, the Kasansei is the easy lock-in. It doesn't get blasted in lane by the Renekton. It's fine. It survives. Wukong is kind of like a do-everything jungler. That's fine too. Trundle immediately to be anti-tank. Okay, wow. Top Esports have really thought through this draft. Trundle for the anti-tank. Wukong doesn't love the Trundle either, actually. You lose at early levels sometimes too. It can be a bit of a mixed matchup. It's better for Wukong than many other AD skirmishes. At least you can hop backwards over the pillar with your Warrior Trickster. It's not lovely. The pillar can also definitely stop some people getting on top of the Zia too, which is one of Cream's specialties. Does Rookie go for Syndra? Do you go for Kali? That's another one.
The LeBlanc deals with Trundle better than most because he hates the chains. He hates you can get over the pillar. And there's a run Ignite.
There's no hyper tank for LeBlanc to just fall off against. Yep. LeBlanc is very good versus every one of these topside champions. This is a great rookie LeBlanc angle.
Yep. And again, he's got a skin on the damn champion. Like, this man is one of the very best who've ever touched the champion. If you're looking at your top 3 greatest LeBlanc players of all time, Rookie's up there, Faker's up there, and you can take your pick for third. Those two are pretty much guaranteed. You can't really have anyone else aside from those two up there. An argument for a Peck. Maybe there's an argument for a Xiaohu. Maybe there's an argument for someone like a Chovy, even if he was never as much in the era of LeBlanc's dominance. But we're into that second phase of bans now, and musings about top 3 LeBlancs in the world of all time. Wait for once we're into game where we've got a bit more space. Aphelios being banned away. Jachi is a big player of it. Can actually deal with LeBlanc a little bit better than most in some ways if you've got the right weapons.
Yeah, you
stand and deliver.
Yes, the Yunara's gone away as well. Now we're looking at, well, Civ is already gone. Probably, what, Ezreal Corki, two of the biggest AD carries left. Corki's pretty good in this game, actually. Mobile enough to be self-sufficient. I think that one, I think you're either first picking that on the next rotation, which is also why the Caitlyn goes, I think, because they can actually deal with the Corki.
And Jachi is one of the sort of Caitlyn pocket pickers in the league. He does have that. Was always someone who liked his lane dominance. We saw it from Misfortune last game. He's very good at utilising that into dangerous positions. Last ban is another AD carry. Are we looking at support pools?
I think you banned the Corki here.
Yeah,
I think you banned the Corki.
Yeah,
I think that's... They banned the Rakan.
Wei does love it. And
personally,
it would be very good to follow the on the LeBlanc.
I think you just lock in Corki here for Foptic.
That's just they've got an answer, right? Surely.
I mean, maybe you go for, like, Ezreal Karma.
Lucian Nami.
Lucian Nami, Lucian Braum.
Yeah.
Lucian Nami, Lucian Braum, Ezreal Karma. Those are your threats. I think Corki is probably the best all-round champion you can pick. You can last pick the Nami if it's not picked by Fengyue. Personally, I don't know if they should be looking for a Nami pick anyway, because they don't have enough engage. I think basically what IG is saying is, if you lock the Nami, you don't have engage. So you're not going to lock in Lucian Nami, so even if you pick a lane pressure bot lane, we can pick the Nami last pick and be fine in laning phase. So I think Jachi and Fengyue, they might go Karma, even with that in mind. But that would, again, if they lock in a non-engaged support, they give over a stronger lane. That's why you head towards the Jhin.
And in fairness, there's enough people here who hate getting CC'd by the Jhin. I seem to remember a very important Jhin W that catching a LeBlanc once or twice in Worlds seems to happen every now and then. Lock in a Nautilus, and your CC change now very strong, as Zia can be a fair amount of DPS, and with Trundle and Jhin and Renekton, the rest of your team's offering a fair amount there as well. Alistair would allow you some tank that can shrug off some of that CC. LeBlanc would be less committal. Not LeBlanc, Yona would be a little less committal, and would also be additionals.
Alistair's good. Now, the reason Alistair is good is that Trundle deals with tanks which use resists, like Cassante. Trundle does not deal with tanks which use damage reduction, like Alistair. So Alistair can still be a tank despite there being a Trundle in the game. IG, top esports, this is a fairly even draft. I think top lane is a fairly even matchup. Renekton will get pushed, but Cassante survives, tries to look for value in team fights. Will struggle with that Trundle. However, between the carries, you know, LeBlanc can get a leg over on the Azir. LeBlanc does very well against the top side of the map. A little bit more risky against the bot side, which does have that hard CC to immediately punish that dash forward. I think the Corki will also have a good time. Top Esports, if I were to argue it, probably have a little less damage, but they have a little more consistency at the way that they find engage with stuff like that Nautilus.
And the other thing, look at IG, very mid-game focus. LeBlanc, Corki, 1-2 items, incredibly potent. It's on, you've got a lot of burst, but I think then you start running into things like, well, Azir, in at 4 items. Wukong, and you go, ooh, hang on, that's a bit harder maybe to execute as the game goes on, especially once Azir does become more of a consistent DPS threat. You want those 1-2 item spikes to hit hard, or you may just end up kind of in that late game scenario where the damage numbers begin to change again.
Into the draft, well, not the draft, onto the Rift we go for the last time potentially today. If Top Esports win this one out, it will be that 2-0. Series ends here. Go home. Get this ever happen. Take the blue pill.
And if they do, I think it's a really big marker in their column, considering people were questioning what was happening with their big changes. Some of the gyros to begin with, and we'll go on from there. I have some Gesundheit to my brother. Super spicy there in the runes. PTA on Trundle often is his go-to, but worth noting you can go to other runes. Things like Conqueror have been done before, but PTA, very easy to get to an auto Q auto. Then you allow everyone else to do a lot of damage. When you're already shredding resistance, feels good. Rookie starting with the distortion. Again, he is running his own skin. He gets with the chroma. Often does like that one. Ooh, Fongiway tried looking for that hook. Unfortunately, as expected, interestingly, Top Esports with the earlier statistical angle, but I suppose that's the CC chains speaking true. Later on, I guess, between the LeBlanc being able to potentially just pop someone, Wukong, Cassante, late on in games, are just really, really good guys. Can be a bit dangerous. I also would get a little nervous for Nio on this Trundle. Look, you can shred Cassante, resist. Cream tries to slide forward there to deal with the electrocute coming on through. Does do that, but Rookie is already dancing back and forth well.
Yeah, it's about that shield, really. It's press E to get that momentary shield. One of the things you need to notice about these kind of matchups is, you know, you have to use that shield, occasionally getting the damage there too. Not bad damage there, but just like turret shock. Aftershock helps shrug it off.
Little note here as well, we have seen a lot of LeBlancs look towards the ignites. Clearly into this matchup, Rookie has gone, you know what, I want the teleport, I want to be able to deal with this Azir by threatening and then still getting that lane priority rather than looking for pure kill threat. I don't hate that. I think especially if you are going to see people skirmishing early, sometimes having the LeBlanc be able to turn up from a side lane with the teleport.
Yeah, Rookie has switched between... Yeah, I think basically we've seen LeBlanc players in general think about their summoner spell a little bit more. Rookie in this game, I think he sees some side lane threat. You're actually pretty good against the Renekton, who can really struggle. That's a good chain. Can't quite stick around for the pop of it. Would have taken a turret shot to do so. I would argue might have been worth to take that turret shot, but it's Rookie wants keeping his HP a little bit up. One of the things about LeBlanc laning phases is that sometimes you have to, much like we learned in Arcane, sometimes great is the enemy of good, because you want to get like the perfect trade, and you end up losing too much health looking for it. Photic.
Just missing that deadly flourish. Probably knows quite deep. He's going to force the heal because Wei is around, and things a little bit trickier. While caught in those little confined spaces, Wukong early gets more dangerous because he gets put a clone down. You end up taking double damage.
Fun thing about Jachi's Jin, by the way. Hang on, this could be a fine bot room. We're going to have to talk about that in a bit.
Skull crab up, I think, yeah.
Wei will get that one. It's a bot side scuttle. And by that one, it doesn't have smite, by the way. Neither of the junglers did, so it wouldn't have been a smite fight. Rookie now heading towards top side. He'll be able to put down a ward spot when Trundle heads over to that, although likely he'll walk across mid lane anyway, so he's going to be seen. We're going to have a fight for the top scuttle, I think. LeBlanc early laning phase really helps with this, because you're likely to get shoved around this point.
Next has it too,
have
though.
A fight.
Little sigil of malice. IG apparently is that sigil. Timber strike forward, pillar comes on down, prevents Rookie from getting too many autos down. Well, they'll still be able to distort forward, misses the ethereal James point blank, good sidestep from Cream.
He's going to get that electrocute, though. Cream, low HP. Yeah, Sobro is struggling here, but look, he's just collecting farm. You somewhat expect this. You did say You know, Renekton has that shove. I think that's going to be the difference maker, really. If Renekton did come down, it would be
Problematic.
It would be a problem. Cream, buddy, you can't walk up here. There's a
Oh, that
potential
wave's
kill.
awful.
That wave's in a terrible spot. He was trying to shove it out to help Nio get that top scuttle. It does help. Now he's going to blow the W maybe with a pillar. Doesn't need to here. Wondering actually if he'd do it just to try and blow some mana from Rookie. Trying to get that bone plating off. Good trade again. Turns out pretty good at this champion.
Uses the passive there. He likes to say.
They changed that voice line. They changed a lot of the voice lines.
Understandable, to be fair. She was one of those ones that was in need of a little bit of an update.
I actually don't mind the voice lines changing because I think the voice is pretty good. The animations that LeBlanc has now are just strictly not great. She doesn't have a difference between a slow walk and a fast walk, which makes it look really strange with different amounts of movement speed. Which I don't like, Sam. Also, the walk animation itself looks kind of like, even her base skin kind of looks like Cruella de Vil in terms of the vaudevillain walk.
There is a certain amount of vaudeville to the
There is, but it is a bit more class than just like a, you know, tipso, ooh, I'm a villain walk, you know?
Yeah.
Have some class, goddammit.
I mean, exactly. She's supposed to be high fashion. Deadly Flourish comes on down. Headbutt Pole returns the favor. Killjoy ends up with less HP than they might have liked. The Foss Bomb, though, onto Jachi is a valid back. There.
I've been quite impressed by how Fangyue has used the Aftershock to get the really good trades every time. Maybe it's just because Aftershock's not been around as much. But I've been looking at these trades thinking, oh, we should be losing 100 more HP, even from the early levels. Like that tower shot he took on the tower at level 2. It's completely fine taking it.
I mean, he was my honorable second for MVP last game. His Poppy was so good in those team fights. And in those turnaround team fights, the amount of incredible wall stuns he got, defensive moments he had, were very, very good.
I was wondering whether Photic or Jue might bait in the hook because Wei was around the corner. But choose not to. Wei I don't think was spotted. It's not like he made any impact there either. Water over the wall onto Dragon. Daylight's used by...
Might start this and be spotted. Ah, there's the control was put in that ward. That will note will be recently placed.
Grubs spawning in 2 minutes. If you take the Dragon now, it means you can actually contest Grubs if you really want to, rather than having them spawn at the same time. That was one of the big changes last year, was the change of Grubs spawn to try and change the way that they were kind of traded all the time. I think it was in Winter Split. It spawned at exactly the same time, which meant that no one fought over either, because you just trade them, basically. And they changed it a little bit throughout the year, and you can get first Dragon before that first spawn of Grubs.
Nice Q3 into Pathmaker combo. 369 will then press the Ruthless Predator button.
Then went into a footwork shield, and it wasn't empowered, so it didn't actually deny the shield area. This is actually quite a good trade there from Sober. Turret plates almost taken there, not quite finished off.
Rookie, by the by, has gone for that first back Dark Seal, as have both our mid laners, actually. As it is one of the better Dark Seal stackers, actually, because it's very easy for him to get assists.
Yeah, I mean, folks, Dark Seal is just a really good item. Get it early. I mean, there are some matchups and some matters where you desperately need certain components.
Yes.
Hook misses. Tell you what, if I was Photic, I would have backstepped that, and I would have got caught by that hook. Sometimes not dodging is actually the best kind of dodge. Sobra misses his skills.
That's now tracking. There's the all-out. Where are our junglers? Look at the Trundle coming up the lane, potentially looking for a lane gank here. That's a lot of damage onto the Cassandra, who's stepping on board. Doesn't know Trundle's in the bush.
That could be a problem. He has flash. 369 has flash too. If he gets in range, he kills him. Go for it. Sobra gets enough healing. Because he's hitting the wave with the Omnivamp, he ends up getting enough healing. But I was sad this thing, like the Rage Barb. Power W probably would have killed if Trundle could get in range for a quick flash auto cancel.
I think Wei might have been spotted by the ward just over by Raptors on the way up. I'm not actually sure, but I wonder whether that made them go, not sure this is worth it.
Wei has picked up triple longswords. Naya's gone for the Phage, double longswords. Both have good combat potential. Then mind Wei a little bit of farm ahead. Rookie significantly far ahead in the mid lane, although a wave will crash in to make it more like a 10 CS lead rather than the 15 it is right now. The LeBlanc laning phase is something you need to really get off the ground. If you are even or behind as LeBlanc, you are not a happy LeBlanc. Getting trades like this can really help. A bit of a slow heal used. Does the hook land? I'm not sure it did there.
Pop over the wall, I think, from up by Wei while it was happening. Jachi did not enjoy that trade with Photic either. The Deadly Flush goes wide. Photic does end up tanking the minion aggro, and that means curtain calls could be dangerous. Oh!
Fotic goes down to Jachi. A couple of shots from the curtain call, and Jachi starts off this game as well as he ended the last one.
Oh, Dre healed and it still wasn't enough. What killed him?
It must have been the last minion aggro. It must have been the last minion aggro. There's no burn damage coming through from Jachi. That kill unexpectedly throws the bot side of the map into disarray.
Rookie can now hop on over. Does get a chunk onto Cream. Dwago's looking at Fenrir, but he's quick enough there with the flash to get out to safety.
Well, that woke me up. Yeah, well, it woke us up a little bit too. Invictus Gaming themselves an early deficit. Not sure they expected that one at all. Not sure they expected that one. Sobero. Trading okay in that top side now. Fotic, what happens here? So he has the triple tonic. Like tonic of Wrath. It gives you the extra damage at level 6. He's tanking 6 minions, folks. That's what happens. He's tanking 6 minions. Minion 2. And that last shot does it. Minions with the assist. Fotic shouldn't fight in the wave. Rookie, ooh, scary. Didn't land the chain through the minions. Continuing to keep that 10 CS lead above Cream, keeping the push in. Hook on to Fotic. Well, there was a W there, actually. Just came a little bit later. Jachi, what a great series. We said this throughout the first games we saw from top esports, where, you know, Jachi's not a bad replacement for Jackulov. This guy's good. I mean, Jackulov is Jackulov. There's no true replacing him, but Jachi, in terms of the 80 carries which have been coming up through the LPL, and we've got 1xN, Starry, Jachi's up there too. There's a handful of 80 carries which look really good. Leave also on his day too, although he's actually, I have to say, quite inconsistent sadly recently. Jachi started off his career on RNG. Of course, that was kind of the dying days of the organization. Great trade there for Rookie, another arch cute chain on target. Trying to bully out as much as you can. Appreciate the follows, by the way, folks. Again, just to reiterate, any support you can give us. Just watching helps, obviously, but if you can, drop a like, comment, subscribe onto the YouTube, Twitch, whatever. Makes a large difference. So good. Landing that Q3. Thanking the Koldomik. Yeah. The footwork shield. I go away for an hour painting my kitchen and miss a penta. You missed 2 quadricles and a penta, and then Jachi just had a mega outplay onto Fotic in the 1v1. Fotic has been well and truly bot diffed in this series, folks. So far, well, we'll see if it lasts into a potential game 3. Dobro, trading hard onto 369 now. Trying to stop 369 from proxying if he can. Not quite able to do so, which is kind of annoying for him. Asante, wave clear. Yeah, the misfortune was insane. Absolutely insane. Really need to figure out our audio quality, though. I had it really good by the end of last year. I'm not exactly sure what changed. Okay. Dragon, alive. IG took the first one. See what happens with this second one. Jachi's coming in a lot stronger than Fotic. Do we have first items yet? It's coming up to that point where we should do. Can't see them at the bottom of the screen. Gray has the 6. Fotic, level 8. Oh, and he does steal the Scuttle Crab. That could be important. Gives them the... Hang on, Rookie can get the chain here for free. Rookie gets out the Dominus for free. 369. He's going to have less impact now. Cassante, he's proxying the top side of things. Dre, I don't think he actually wants the play here. I mean, if he tanks the hook, he does have his ult at least. Goes the combo now onto the Nautilus, who doesn't have flash. He's ignited, so the heal means a lot less too. The cycling comes in. Cream could look for a shuffle. Got the DPS down. Way uses the blast gun. It's a really good one too. Dre goes in. Doesn't have the ult anymore. Great damage onto that AD carry. And Jachi goes down. The hero of top esports. Interred in the bot side jungle. Goes down. Jachi, what a hero he's been, but can't get himself into the right position to defend himself against the legendary Rookie LeBlanc. Well, not legendary in the game just yet. We'll see how the game goes. 1,000 gold ahead now. And while all of that was happening, Sobro had a free push on top side. Thank you so much, Sam, for repeating that. We have ourselves some food to eat during this game. So if one of us goes very suspiciously quiet, we're probably eating something. Yeah, long ass day it tends to be. We just had a bot side river fight, Sam. They just flew you in. Ooh. Rookie got the Dominus out of the 369 for free by catching him going through the mid-wave bush. Got himself a double sigil trade on. So we'll see this again. This is afterwards. It meant that 369 ended up going back towards top side. Fungway had no flash besides the hook anyway. Well, that's the end of it, really. not bad in here. I thought Cream could go for a shuffle, but then the big difference maker is that Wei escapes using the blast clone, and then Rookie goes on to Jachi, who tried to get that fourth shot off, couldn't quite get in range, gets electrocuted, no way out at this point. There is a shuffle onto Corki, actually all ends up doing at that point is delivering Photic into Q range. 369, getting a gank, a little bit of assistance, gets the flash out of Sobro. Yeah, there was a comment in chat, did Cream just push Photic into Jachi? The answer was, yes. Yeah, he did. Well caught, chat. Probably not what you want your to be doing.
Oops.
Probably not.
Record food, great chap. Very pleased.
Good.
So, is there much happening right now? No, not really. A little bit of a scuffle over these Raptors. Like one by way there. Of course, he is a big Wukong enjoyer. Flirting actually with the Vi game last time. He'll put himself up to tied second. Time for him. Six alongside Lee Sin. One behind Diego at 57. So, I want that champion. A bit frustrated with how that game went. I think he had a fantastic Vi game. Not enough to get the winners. Had a real bit of space opera, fantasy opera going on here. Some real drama. Really end up the way they were hoping for. Top Esports within touching distance again, behind, and some scary places to be behind, namely in mid jungle. Of course, Jachi again dying, but having had a good laning phase can again be quite threatening here. The Jhin that gets ahead this game could end up being quite nasty follow-up to any CC that does land against an IG that needs to pounce forward really to threaten.
Cream has been mega underwhelming so far this season. He had one fantastic Silas game where it felt like the rest of his team just fell apart. That's been the big one for him. Besides that, yeah, he struggled a little bit. You know, I didn't catch the Weibo series today, which okay. Well, there you have it. Not good. Someone like Rookie. I think Rookie's actually had some good games. I mean, if you look at the series he had yesterday, I think I'd agree. Definitely, that one left things to be heard. The BLG series is, again, it's versus BLG. I actually really like what he did versus JDG. He was very, very good. I think on the whole, better than Tonkyu, actually. Besides, you know, that second game on the LeBlanc felt like the map again just kind of fell apart around him. The first game versus JDG, folks, go watch that Syndra game. Absolutely magical stuff. The Zonya's bait to win the game after a Baron steal. Magical stuff. And folks, we're only like a week and a half into LPL, and we're already starting to see some of that magic. Got a bit of a split map, potential dive on both sides. Herald gonna charge in. This will kill the turret. And with the Dominus will prevent the dive itself. Not save the turret. He's stuck around. Be in danger. But of course, we're now going to see some resets the other side. Dway's sticking here. Are we going to TP back in on the Cassandra? That's a good point. I mean, I think the turret's going to be dead at that point. Question is whether Dway is okay. He will be. Really blown. He's got himself the heal and teleport, by the way, so proper like tutorials. That's the kill goes. He's got himself some real like weird summoners there from the spellbook. Of course, that's the bonus he'll have over the Nautilus. Early game, the aftershock can really help him in the laning phase. After that, now spellbook tends to take priority. You've already got yourself handle pipes. You've got yourself the celestial opposition for the extra damage reduction. It also has ult. You don't need the aftershock at that point. What you need is that bit of ability to make a mark with those summoners. Top Esports down a significant amount of gold now. No, at this point, and that's the bundle pipes. The thing with there. The other thing is the bounty thing that I never remember what it does. Yeah, I don't think I've actually seen that yet. I don't in game or otherwise. Yeah, we see it a bit as a combo with we see it as a combo with one of the other items, which is really broken on mages, basically becoming like heal bots that heal. Like if you get Echoes of Hellier in that item, it kind of goes wild. Ah, right. You would have thought I would look up the item names at this point, but that one's really just slipped under the radar. We put Ivan here. Okay, 369 does have Dominus again. He's basically going to be using Dominus on cooldown to keep himself from getting dope. I don't think it saves him here, though, actually. Drake can just ult. Into the ult, exactly that. The Cyclone comes on through. Big CC change, double Cyclone, gets away the kill. Very cleanly done. They'll get the turrets as well. They've got 3 grubs. LeBlanc with 3 grubs. Surprisingly good turret taker. Yeah, she can just jump forward to get a single auto on it. Get themselves that. There is going to be a split map again. Cassante's alone on the top side. Quite hard to dive Cassante, but again, it's quite hard to dive and ulting Renekton. And this is where the spellbook helps. Can he come in time to stop the dive? He doesn't have ult. How much CC can he use? Headbutts Nayo into the wall. Buys a fair amount of time. There's the subjugate rolling. I didn't quite spot. Does look like it's not been pulled yet. Cream at half. There's the hook. Not the best. Sobro hops on forward, clearing out the way. Fungi will get away rather. Left low goes down. Flash on forward from Sobro. Won't quite get the kill, but the curtain's now getting called. Jachi low, but not down. Valiant effort, but it's still 2 kills to top Esports. They don't defend the turret for IG. Yeah, now it does take a while, so Rookie gets a full inner turret. The cost of this is, look, you're getting gold onto Jachi particularly. 2 kills. But realistically, the 2 kills is not what you wanted there. You're teleporting in as an Alistar. Okay, well, you used your entire regular combo, and you also don't have your ult. He goes down easily. You've given gold over to Rookie. However, you are going to be able to stick around and take the inventory themselves. Rookie spot 369. He doesn't have dominance for another couple of seconds.
The Eclipse Shield was good, forced to flash.
Does have that Eclipse, as you're noting. Empowered recall coming through from the mid lane boots there. Dragon was taken just now off screen. Yes, that's the thing which Cream takes that full inner turret. Had a little bit of help to do it. Just cut down some of that mid lane lead, but the mid lane lead is really large. It's 1.5k up.
He stuck around. He's not going to be in danger.
Both in jungle and in mid lane, and you're right, he has stuck around. Jway doesn't have something like Ghost to run at him.
And I think he'll have Nimbus Cloak.
Could be a bit of an issue. Not going to overfollow. They don't really have enough information to see if, you know, Nio is going to walk around the corner. Jway does have flash and ult. Doesn't really want to blow them for free, though. Cream will get out to safety. Let's think about the next things we've got to fight about. Fodic walking up in mid lane. He's now at 2 items. He's okay now. Jachi has his double 10 items. He does have good damage. But can this game, at this point, be won by a Jhin in this position? I don't think it's easy for him to do so. I think the problem is that when LeBlanc gets ahead like this, and there's not... Look, if you don't immediately get the CC from Flash Renekton and W, Nautilus doing Nautilus point and click things, I think Rookie takes over these games. We already talked about he's really good at the LeBlanc.
Here we go.
Very good against this top side.
Oh, 369 maybe forced to hit the dominance button again. Just about gets away without needing to use it. I appreciate the looking. Not quite happen. Just enough move speed to get to safety.
Rookie picks up the wave. Jwade. I mean, I guess the only thing he could have done there is like immediately ulted for the cleanse and for the knockup, and I just don't think it's worth investing that. When Rookie was still a little bit off. 369 using the Eclipse Shield well again. I think he actually has that Eclipse, which is pretty good against something like more like the LeBlanc. Really. If you actually do get some damage in, you can get that random shield. Don't get nearly as much on that. Other things basically.
In danger.
There's a quick run across the map. Here comes Wade.
Try and jump on him, yet to blow the ult. Just wait for that shuffle to come on through. He can look to interrupt it, and he just shuffled towards Motic, who gets donated the kill.
Way too far up. No one coming to help in that. Certainly not in enough time. Rookie on the other side. Normally think, oh, you can cross map. You don't get to cross map against a LeBlanc like that. She's too safe. IG playing around well around the sidelines, and hang on, Jway could go in. Force the flash from Jashi.
Good work. Nayo is in danger, likely to fall here, and does so. Look at the other side though. Big damage coming on through. They've got one out. That's a clone. Just about out.
Rookie out on less than 100 HP. Both solo laners are trying to get themselves into the play. And 369, not sure how much time he's got left. No flash. Use the ult.
There's the flash on him with the Nimbus strike, the Cyclone. And I think at this point, IG should be winning the fight. That's not bad to at least plant the Alistar with the Collector.
And I was like, oh, I'm not sure if 369 will make it out alive. He's one of the only survivors. Cream comes back out onto the map after dying in bot lane. 369, the only person alive from the top side fight. Baron has started, only been alive for a minute and a half. Quite hard to take on Spawn. Leave it a little while. You build up the damage to take it down. IG have played much better around side lanes, much better around the safety of this LeBlanc, rather than some of the vulnerability of the Azir. Cream has not had a fantastic series, folks. Been more about whether Jachi can carry the team, and you look at this roster, yeah, Jachi's good, but is that what you expect with a team of 369 and Cream on it? He's been having a pretty good shot at it. The double teleport very nearly loses IG the fight, because the CC which comes out onto the K'Sante catches out the LeBlanc, and Rookie, he doesn't shield. He gets the footwork shield, and he just about lives, but basically he doesn't contribute anything to the fight. They are very lucky to get away with the fact that it's a 4v5 still. Oh, he's dead.
Big win picture. Got hit with a full shot and a curtain call.
Well, I'm not sure how that happened. Goodbye, Rookie.
He took Baron and ended up in a bit of trouble afterwards.
IG, we're going to have a talk with them about how they play around Baron buffs, because they had 2 last game, and they lost. Now they have 1, and they immediately go to -200. Now, folks, IG, if they win this, they go to a game 3, and we get a 6-game day. Cool, these games have been fun. You know what? I'm not going to complain about that. Sometimes if they're boring, I'm like, oh, whatever. These games have been really fun. I don't mind the 3 games between these 2 teams. I do mind it if I watch IG get to leads, and then somehow... Wait, what happens? This is double...
Oh, that's really good from Jachi, to be fair.
It is, but also, like...
We said this could be a thing, though, right? They've got tools to punish LeBlanc at certain points.
Yes, LeBlanc is really good against this top side of the map. Not great against the bot lane. He's just also, by the way, actually gone towards an Infinity Edge. Now the edge is infinite. And he'll actually have some... My God. My God. You guys in chat ever see that one guy who's like talking about, you know, like... yeah. This is that one guy who basically goes through like famous media franchises. talks about how their names are kind of stupid, but also in a funny way.
I require my gunmen to wield swords, yes.
Or Final Fantasy. We shall combine the gun and the blade. We shall call it a gun blade. My god. Anyway, right, Dragons up. That's probably quite important to talk about. Would be a third one for IG. Top Esports down a significant amount of gold, but thinking about the team fight.
Away goes in, doesn't immediately get the heal from Joy to keep himself safe. Rookie gets depth charge, will back away, but it's not getting evolved straight away. Look at Jachi in a good position to start doing some DPS. Ends up in the ult from Joy. Can he Cream? Rather. Different champion, different player. Needs to slide away, and Rookie gets chunked.
Yeah, Rookie now doesn't have nearly as much CC to be worried about. No Nautilus ult really hurts, and no Trundle ult hurts too.
Oh, the Deadly Flourish does catch onto Dirt Boating. Over the wall goes Rookie, though. Now he needs to run away. Sobro in the front line. Pathmaker down. Looking for the Q3. Pulls back the Azir. Flank angle now from Wei, who gets across with that Hexcape, is immediately warded away.
Wait,
Fotic.
hang on to catch him again.
Oh!
Fotic lives. Nio goes down.
Flashed on. Dead.
Rookie down. The 15 fight continues.
Oh, the scream! Wonderful, wonderful. But it's on top of Jachi, who doesn't give a damn, because he's got a barrier and a lot of damage.
Jachi does it again, this time with the help from Cream. Cream has struggled this series, but Jachi this time doesn't mind the enemy champions being shuffled towards him.
Wei still gets the sole point, by the way. He just left and did that.
He just left and did that. I mean, he wasn't there for the fight afterwards. A teleport in from 369. Maybe he can catch out Sober. I doubt it. I'm not sure he can do much in the extended play here. Just be an annoyance, if anything.
Another TP.
Okay, maybe they can. They're really sending it. They want Sobero.
They've got Hexgates as well. They can really hump for this. Jachi's going to take another Hexgate over the Dragon Pit, keeping on the mini-map. Does it matter, though? As actually he turns away and joins the rest of his squad, joining over this play. Sobero buying time, but it's likely going to fall. Doesn't really mean all that much, no, but they do get the kill, and Cream is the one donated it. That will be his first of the game.
He gives some gold over to Cream, who is behind Rookie still by a significant margin. How, oh how, did that happen to IG again? The late game team fighting been a bit of a mess. Jachi once again having a great fight. See that the combo from Top Esports barely misses on Rookie. Honestly, the team fight could have ended there if they catch Rookie and kill him. Oh, Rookie down, block gold out. That could have been it. Fighting around this choke point, I thought initially would be a big mistake again. You know, you are against Corky AoE, Cyclone, Sensei holding the front line. What happens here? Cerberus walks up doing a decent job of tanking. Nio's down, not out, but he's pretty low. He's basically out of the fight. So what happens here? I suppose they allow Cream to stack up and Fotek has to jump back again. And Rookie, he just gets flashed on. He doesn't go back to the W in time. There was vision inside that brush. You could see the reaction at the same time. And Fotek has a pretty awful fight. He has to dash back from pretty much everything earlier in the fight. Gets swept the first time he actually stepped towards his mitts by Cream. Jachi has the damage to kill him, and Jachi lives.
Good stuff. And again, good flash from 369, good flash from Cream. Helps turn that around. Fotek again, not really involved the way he was hoping for. Valkyrie's away from the Deadly Flourish. Part of the problem here is Jachi's just so damn scary at 4 items. He's got 100% crit, and that changes Jin's damage profile massively. Reminder how his passive works. It's not just the 4 shots, it's not just the speed up. He gets basically bonus attack damage based on his crit percentage, his level, and his amount of AD.
And now he's at that, at this point, he starts going multiplicative. As long as the Trundle is ulting the Cassandre, he kills everyone fairly quickly, really. There isn't much you can do to deny that damage besides, killing him. And we'll see how easy that is, because every time a LeBlanc dies, it kind of weighs double. The champion really needs to just keep ahead of the game and never slow down. Died twice, only has the 1 kill. Yes, has a gold lead, but the gold on LeBlanc is just much harder to use in a teamfight winning sense than someone like this Jin, someone like the Azir. I know a lot of people say, oh, is Jin consistent carry? I think actually at this point against this composition, yeah, kind of is now. With that fire cannon, and at the damage item core, it's a big problem. Baron's now spawning in 10 seconds. IG, not bad vision control, but Top Esports do have a good defensive line to keep their own jungle safe.
Forward again. Having a decent LeBlanc game, which has been the 1 or 2 times he has been caught. The rest of his team hasn't managed to get work done in trade. They're still ahead in gold. They're still at soul point. They're still actually in a decent position in this game. But there's
hang on,
that's onto Fotek. That's pretty deep. He's still alive. Hasn't actually taken that much damage. The follow-up just isn't there. Flash in from Dway. Gets the pulverize, but it's a good backstep there to prevent too much happening. As the Unbreakable Will comes on down, support taken. No one else dies.
Dway loses all his summoners and a lot of his HP alongside his ultimate. It is the death from Feng Yue, but everyone else is alive. So IG, what can they realistically do with this? Maybe Top Esports can, if they can get this Turtle Crab on top side, it's a pretty big win for them, but they're teleporting in. IG want to defend their vision and use the momentary 4v5.
They fly. 369 with all of that rage could have been pretty scary. Won't be all that much. He's got a Stare X now as well, so a little harder to pop. Still on the brown bag, but I understand he just needs those items now.
Enjoying in chat saying, who is winning? Yes. IG, they were much further ahead. I suppose IG is still in the lead, really. 3,000 gold lead in the jungle is really scary from the Wukong too. But if you don't kill Jatchi, Jatchi can carry. Photic has been really struggling. He's not been getting the damage down in the way that we would have wanted from him. If IG get Hextech Soul, I think that's still the end of the game. I think Hextech Soul is just too much to get away from when you've got Rookie so able to apply it with just a random point and click Q, the Corky poke. I think those slows and the extra damage might be the end of top esports. Baron is alive. Dragon's coming up now. We're coming down to really late game macro. Sam's trying to eat away from the micro. Just so you know, he's trying his best not to distract you at all, folks. I had to just, I got to express him like that though. Yeah, got to. Mid-wave pushed in by Toppies. Was good poke there from Photic. Rookie going over. Get some good poke onto Fungyue on the other side too. 20 seconds, timer ticking down. Top Esports into the river first. Low health in the Nautilus though, with no flash because of that failed attempt earlier. Quite scary. Just trying to control that vision and make sure IG is not playing with full vision.
Those basic Hex Dragons are giving Rookie a lot of ability to just start a lot of cooldowns as when he pleases. Fungyue being left low, not great for him. Ritual of Malice, no follow-up with a mimicked variety of anything else.
Cheap. Not bad damage check there on Sober actually. Dragon started up. There's a hook onto the Cassante.
Death charge onto Rookie again, that means he's not doing all that much. That's not the best Emperor's Divide of all time, actually. Fungyue left low, and the ults are down. Dragon started way over the angles there. Hex skating over.
Oh! LeBlanc goes in, takes down the Nautilus. I think that's Hex Soul.
It will be. There's no way to play that one out now. Rookie with a clutch little pick off there. The chunking ends up being successful in the end. Jatchi tries to get some damage back at this point. See, that's the thing that breaks the game's back for IG. Could head over towards the Baron to follow.
Yeah, Jatchi, not bad damage onto Sobro, but he's not going to kill him too quickly there. Everything thrown onto the first target and not making a difference is a heartbreak of top esports. IG, the ones to thread the needle in the fight. Rookie, it's quite hard for him to execute, but he did kill the Nautilus there. It's going to lead them towards that Baron. Rookie, he loves playing on this Fog of War. If he gets on Jatchi, that is a one game.
Unspotted, they're teleporting in. Oh dear, top esports, this might be a problem. Phoenix is slide away, and look who's waiting! Rookie doesn't quite find it. It's enough of an angle out there with the shifting sands for Cream to survive. Has soldiers in place. They flash on forward. Sobro says, there's the bait and switch. He ends up taking a lot of damage though. Azir continues to auto. They're gonna slide away. 369 just about alive does go down. What about the turnaround now? Sobro left low, looking for the deadly flourish. Can't quite find it. IG, man advantage, but the help was not fantastic as Cream continues to try and DPS. Fungyue goes in, way to the backside. They get some damage down. Jatchi, rooted, dead. He's surely falling now as Fungyue and Cream go golden, but it's still to no avail. Hopping on forwards as Rookie, the Hex Dragon, and the soul that they earned themselves will be too much in the end for top esports to manage. That's not bad, actually, in terms of trading back out. Rookie does end up falling there to the Nautilus, but the damage is done. Wei and Photic will claim Baron.
8 broken bodies in the top side of the rift. Top esports make up 5 of them. Baron will go to Invictus Gaming. It's only going to be on 2 out of them. I don't think, well, will they wait for Joy the extra few seconds? Maybe 3 then. Top esports, they gave over the Hex Soul. It was always going to be difficult at this point. It will end up being the 3. Oh no, he actually missed. Oh my god, that's actually a pretty bad thing there. It ends up being a Baron on 2, by the way, for those watching in the picture-in-picture. Cream does a decent job of disengaging for the initial damage. It is a late game Azir. The late game Azir and Jhin are really scary. Sobro tries to catch Cream, ends up catching 369 instead, and yeah, it's a late game Renekton, but he has enough shields with the stacks to make at least buy some time. He does his job. He takes the damage, not Cream, and gets some work done. That Jhin W lands. We might be talking about a very different game. It doesn't quite work. The combo out of the brush. The chain onto Jatchi. It's the end of it. Just go a little too far. Jhin W missing just before. Could have changed everything. Didn't quite land it.
And basically, the bundle, rather, ends up being a fair amount. Wei will jump onto him, but turns out the staggering blows and a Jhin trap is what ends up catching Rookie there in the river. He ends up going down, so at least they do kill off that LeBlanc as well. Otherwise, it would have been an additional member with the Baron. Either way, they are with Baron once more. They're in a very scary spot. Rookie hops over the wall, forces Cream away. Rookie, 4 items nearly. So he's a blighting jewel, but hey, as far as components go, very dangerous. Turns that broken arm guard into a full Zhonya's. Items for Photic as well. He's pretty damn scary. Never likes Cream and Jackie to be pretty good. That's a hook, unfortunately, onto the clone. Not the key target. The escorting minions into the various turrets. So that there onto that tier 3 in mid lane.
Surely against Hex Soul, Baron. Surely that's it now. We kind of said that last game. Top Esports. A way of team fighting, don't they? Chachi is fed enough to have the damage. It's just whether he can get it on the right targets at the right time. Another Hex out. Hang on. Cream looking!
Ooh, Azir shuffle away, puts Dwayne to a difficult position, but he still makes his will unbreakable. The curtains get called, and that means Dwayne's in a dangerous spot as the bullets take him down. Now Sobro caught away. Way's not here, by the way. The all-out drags him towards that Cassante in the Wukong. As Nio is now in danger, goes down. Way gets that kill. Nice escape from the Cassante, makes it the 1-for-1 overall.
Really good angle on that all-out. Drags the Trundle, who had ulted him, out of the picture and out of the way of the teammates. The worst thing about the Cassante in this kind of game is when you're ulted and then everyone piles on you. Sobro's done a very good job, actually, to make sure he's not just been gunned down in front of everyone else. Has survived largely throughout this game. IG, 5,000 gold lead. Feels a little bit decorative at this point.
Yeah.
They're still very far ahead. Don't quite... Well, they break the base turrets, but they don't get the inhibitor itself.
Rapid fire cannons in for both AD carries. That one. Also note, Kara's starting to get to that position where, look, you had the Baron, you didn't actually get the inhibitors, just an inhibitor turret.
Yeah.
So wave control isn't that in your favour yet. A 12 kill Jhin, be a bit of a difference maker here. We'll have an Elder Dragon fight, I suspect, in a minute and 20. If that goes wrong, well...
Actually, GA may be on the way with the last BF sword. That's in inventory.
5,000 gold ahead, by the way.
Yeah, and remember, folks, with AD carries, you get an extra item slot. You know, this is an item which you would not have had before this season. See that Cream trying to be like fed up towards what's it call it? A death cap as well. He doesn't have magic cap. He has to kind of rely on Trundle to be his void staff effectively. But if he does get himself to war, well, he might also be a Banshees as well, thinking about it. Maybe he does that for the extra resist onto Rookie. Either way, he's got an easily large rod in inventory. He would really like to complete that before the Elder in 40 seconds. Surely top Esports can't fight back from this.
They've got Hex Gates, so you can reset later than you would on other rifts. In come those resets. I think, bloody, this is going to get a bit tight. Has to cancel his reset. Does need to leave.
Did have, well, he didn't have the Mimic there, you know. That could have been a flash blown. We're getting towards the point where this is real smoke and mirrors gameplay. I mean, fits LeBlanc to a T, but can also be the character which is punished for it too. Hextech gives you a quicker wave clear. They're not going to be able to stick around for an inhibitor. Top Esports, they stick around late into river. Be able to walk into the river. They will be able to contest. Watch out for Jachi's HP bar, particularly. And watch out for how much Rookie has left in the tank too.
Just completed void staff on that reset. I'm not mistaken. But when we look at the fight, Elder starts, TP's in. Look at Rookie on the flank angle, looking for something. Doesn't quite get what he was after. He's done a damage there. He flourished after. That's the problem with the block. Immediately goes golden. Bison has ability to go over the wall. Distortion away is safe. What about the rest of the fight? The Azir shuffle disengages the Wukong. It's an absolute brawl as Wave flashes for another bit of cyclone. GA procs all out onto Cream, who's forced away. Chachi blows up the Alistair. Cream surviving. They've got another.
They're doing it! The Elder Dragon is down! I mean, you've lost your GA. Oh my god, Top Esports, they hold the line and the Elder might be theirs.
Rookie's looking for a flank angle. Is he looking to try and pick someone up on the reset? I guess so. They know they've lost this fight.
Top Esports down against Hexol. Down 5,000 gold. Win a 37-minute Elder Dragon. Last game, IG couldn't finish it with 2 Baron buffs, and we were saying, somewhat sarcastically, surely Top Esports can't do it again. But you have to phrase it like that, because Top Esports, in any reasonable world, you shouldn't be able to do this kind of things. IG have so much of a lead. The Hex Soul, that meant to be instant win now button. Now they can walk in with the Elder and maybe break the base on their own.
I'm going to still eat a bit of damage, but it's not really turning the state of the game around. You've got to be so careful now. Rookie can go forward. He is scary, but he's so vulnerable. We saw it in that last fight. The Deadly Flourish nearly cost him his life. And Jachi now is 14 kills deep, got additional BF, so we look at the replay one more time.
So Rookie tries to go for a burst. He jumps onto his Azir Soul, just a single auto takes a bunch of HP. The Jhin W lands afterwards, and that's where things get really spooky, because Rookie is not really contributing to the fight anymore. You can argue maybe an over an overinvestment of the ult from Photic from beyond that point, and it also leads him into a point where actually he can maybe engage onto the static AD carry, but Cream peels for him. Jackie has a wonderful pocket to work towards, and Rookie can't quite kill Nio either. They all plunge themselves into the depths. Cream buys a bit of space, Jackie knocks him down, Baron starts it.
They are, there's no way to stop it, so Elder and Baron now for top esports.
Off of a magnificent Emperor's Divide, top esports against the Hex Soul, against what was a 5,000 gold lead, get themselves Elder, they get themselves Baron, they can walk it across the map, and that is crystallized for you folks. You haven't hit a turret for a while. At 39 minutes, top esports finally take the mid lane out of turret.
Nio, he's in danger, not quite down. Close, it really was. Another bit of damage he was gone for. Worth noting, GA for Jachi, that's his final item. Hard to kill now, consistently.
Yeah. So much damage to level 18. We are getting top laners to level 20. W lands, another turret falls. And the gold lead now swings into top east. Again, decorative at this point. We're at the point where everyone has the items they need. That's a flank available.
In danger here, does have a Zonya's. Hit a turret down, 3 turrets in the blink of an eye. Are we flipping this around Elder? Are we waiting it out? It's not far from gone.
They spot him. They use the Phaelites. They spot him. That's the new tech of the new season. They're walking in. The Baron buff, the Elder still up. And Trundle has recalled and come back to play.
They're looking for more. Rookie heads on forward, doesn't get stopped. That's a dominance. Now onto the Nexus turret. They really want to end now. I don't blame them. Next turret, 1 falls. Wasted on the flank angle. Elder seconds away from falling. IG biding their time, finding their moment. Wade jumped on. That's the subjugate. He's not able to flank. Rookie on the other side looking for the sigils of malice and the distortions. Stunned up is Sobro, not down. Wade with Nio. He hasn't gotten the kill there. Now they're trapped in the enemy base. Top easily. He's gone too deep. That's a decent size smash. Flash on forward. It's early from Foggy. No, Huya. Not like this. Wade manages to get a hold of the Trundle. He wins that 1v1. But there's a curtain call coming. Flash is outside. He's not on stage anymore. Exit. Stage north. Now Sobro has TP'd in. Actually, I think that was the Hexgate getting on over there. Never mind. All the way he's on that flank angle.
Okay.
He's supposed to need to back through the minion wave.
Turrets are down. IG, they're not able to... Well, they're not able to get the win, but they don't get a huge kill either.
Look for more.
She hits the clone. Wei, I think, realizing there wasn't enough follow-up in range. Top esports, the clutch late game has been spectacular in this series. Something which we thought IG were better than most LPL teams at. They beat JDG through situations like this. Well, turns out it ain't quite so easy to do that against top esports. We'll look back at the base itself. Turret falls very quickly to the late game damage. And the Elder falls off just in time for IG to protect the base, even if they can't get everything safe in terms of their Nexus turrets. The Nexus will be completely bare from this point now. Rookie gets hit by that. Well, would have been hit by that. If that hits, that's the end of the game. Doesn't quite end up getting caught afterwards. Very nearly dies. Nio, being the blocker in the backside of it, thought he could maybe end the game if he defended against the Wukong flank. Gets the Cyclone out, but dies in all the same.
Base is still broken very heavily there for IG. They've lost both Nexus turrets. One bad fight and the game is over against them. It will be done. There will be nothing you can do at 41, nearly 42 minutes in the game. Minute and a half till Elder, 3 till Baron.
Again, Jachi, these 80 carries are getting beyond what should be allowed in League of Legends. They have the full 6 items and then boots for free. Elder, just look at that single auto.
What?
Turret's gone. They can't defend against it. The rapid fire cannon makes it so easy to hit these. IG need to find a kill. They need to find CC. They can't slow bleed out.
And they've not got any teleport flank wards. Sobro burned them in the last one. Rookie goes in, does get a chunk of the creep, but it's not enough. There's the locket shield buying time. Rookie is still threatening, but it's not enough to stop the inhibitor going down. Jachi,
that's too far.
It's pretty scary. The ethereal chains will proc, but Jachi just doesn't care.
Doesn't care at this point. He has a GA. He's got a little bit more defenses to work with. You have to watch for that HP bar of Jachi. He is the most important person in this game. Presidente from the bot lane, pentakill player from game 1 to quadra kills, and maybe a game-saving performance once again in this game. Cream as well. Watch out for that HP. It's all about the carries. I mean, in late game fights, folks, it's all about those carries, particularly that Jhin and the Azir. The problem is in IG, I look at, well, you know, who's going to carry the fight here? I don't know if Corki will. I think that Photic's had a difficult game. He has technically the items to, but going into melee range of a Trundle of a Renekton, I think Corki's going to have a really hard time. But folks, I guess we'll have to see. The proof's in the pudding. 30 seconds till Elder. We go again.
Had this conversation in drafting. Look, what happens if it does go super late? Because you are going to be a LeBlanc and a Corki into Azir Jhin with all these rapid fires. Rookie tries to interrupt Jachi. Doesn't care.
I really like that you mentioned that rapid fire in this case, because when you're 80 carries at this point in it, as the Huya feed, oh, come on, we're literally, folks, we're literally in, don't do this, Huya. It's been very good today. What's happening here? What's happening?
Oh! The flank angle. Jachi's still alive. This is a very aggressive entrance to the game. It's a shuffle away again. Bounce to Cream. Fantastic work. Way down to the GA. 369 still standing with his. Flash on forward. Sobro will get that additional GA. But Jachi is untouched. Jin is a deadly force. Cream slides forward. He's got the double. Goes golden as Rookie goes in. What's happening in the back end of it to get the Crypt Bloom? Getting two. Who needs to flash away, survives. Jachi still in utter terror. The curtains are gold!
So close to W's to dodge Jachi in the 1v2 in mid lane right now. The Hex Soul can pretty help. And folks, I mean, of all the times, of all of today, it's been playing perfectly fine. And we jump into a late game fight which could have determined the whole series. A reminder, folks, there is no official broadcast, and if you want better quality for moments like that to not happen, make some noise about it, because we can't do anything more about that. We do all we can. Elder started, IG, they're back onto the map. No Renekton, no Nautilus. No, there's no jungler on the other side, though. They don't have a smite. Besides, on the Alistar, they've got a spell, but smite.
Oh my god, Tway! Surely not. Photic is also there.
Rookie's coming back, and they don't have vision over the wall. Rookie could blow the GA. He will one-shot, and Rookie's going to come over the wall right now.
He's so scary. Jachi's away. He's so bloody fast on the Jin at this point. You think Jin's immobile until he shoots something.
Oh, Photic. Oh my god, he's playing with fire as well. The Elder's peeled off of. Now, because of that entrance into the river from Photic and Rookie, they'll actually be able to get their smite back on the table. Wukong's back out. We're not going to get a straight Elder fight. We're going to have a bit more prancing around it. A top lane inhibitor dies to minions. We are into truly hyper late game. It is all about your macro sensibilities, execution in the team fight. And once again, watch Jachi's HP bar. Has a GA to use, but if he dies and he dies in the wrong position, it might not help him at all.
The block is spotted. Hops away with the distortion. Where is the Renekton? Not here yet. Was forced to deal with that wave. Over the wall goes Rookie. Not that much damage. Sobro slashes away. Creep still untouched. 3-6 down now. Joining to the backline. The flip. It's won by Wukong. Wei gets it. But what happens in the fight afterwards? There remains our question. The curtains get called. Tway goes in. Wei as well. They're both going low though. Jachi's still untouched. There's the knockup. They're finally getting to work. It's the clone that ends up falling. Force bomb one. Okay! Distortion. Mimi's work. Tway. Nimbus strike. Crushing blow. IG. Do it.
I do not believe it! Invictus Gaming win the Elder fight at 45 minutes, and ladies, gentlemen, and everyone else, we will be going to a third game in the most insane late game scenarios I've seen in a hot minute. Invictus Gaming clutch out to bring us to 3.
Well, if your heart rates weren't elevated, they are now. What an insane game. Back and forth and back again. Top Esports refused to damn well lose, but one final clutch team fight when everything had been going against them. Nexus exposed. Invictus Gaming bring us to 3.
No one does it like the LPL. This is why we watch this region. This is why we put the time in. And if you enjoy the content here, think about dropping those likes, follows, posting clips wherever you can. It makes a huge difference to us as we try to make a living out of a region which doesn't have an official broadcast for moments like this anymore. It's such a shame that we don't. I love this. I love that we get to bring this to you. It's a 6-game day. We're getting put through our paces a little bit, but we'll do it for you every bloody time we can. Top Esports can't clutch it out there. I thought they had a winning angle. So
I do too.
They killed the Alistar, even though they lost the Elder. They chose to re-engage, and they clumped for the Wukong. The Wukong got a huge ult.
Finally, because they've been body blocking Wei. They've been marking Wei for the last 10 minutes. He's got nothing.
Words somewhat fail me, folks.
Wei has to be MVP, right? Or then maybe Rookie. Rookie and Wei really didn't want to lose this game.
No, Rookie with a huge play at the end of it. Yeah. How bad does this feel for Jachi? Jachi, a player who really tried. Really tried.
I thought Cream had a pretty solid late game as well.
He did. This is just classic late game execution. Thank you so much for the 250 bits there as well.
Yeah, guys, if you want to help support us, there's a Ko-fi link. Subscribe on Twitch. Bits are always much appreciated. Again, we are unpaid doing this. It's all of you guys back home that help support us. We want to do this full time. It is reliant on all of you back home to give us that opportunity. So far, thank you so much. For those of you who have ability to support us, do so. I see you all over on the YouTube channel as well. Does mean a huge amount. And again, as Alex said, thank you very much, Blorka. We ought to run some ads while there's viewers here to use them.
Okay, We need to take a break, folks. We need to take a break, settle the heart rates, rest the voices, and I gotta finish food as well.
Go do that one.
We were eating good with the game. I'm actually. Well, do you want? Well, we gotta put on some adverts anyway.
Yeah,
We'll probably
do
put
that.
several blocks of it. I've changed the audio things around already. I'm gonna leave you with it, Sam. For
That's
a little
fine.
bit. I'm gonna eat.
Let me. We'll be all right for now. I'll change to Diana sessions once we've seen MVP.
It's already on.
Oh, is it fantastic? If you don't want ads, subscribe. Deal Twitch users. You my two fave casters. Thank you very much, Risk. Holy my. I mean, what are you even saying? Good God, guys. It's been fun. Thank you for the clip, Amber. Jachi was not the problem there. That came down to a flip, man. If they'd won the Elder fight, they win the game. Jin doesn't change that. Photic ended up doing a lot more than I thought he would, actually, but I guess he was hitting Trundle and Renekton quite a lot. I genuinely don't think the Jin was the problem there. I really don't. I think that ends up being a little bit too much of a sort of reductive statement. Because the Jin damage was really not problematic. I think Jin was doing just fine. And many of these picks would not have happened without Jin. LeBlanc had a hard game because Jin was in there. Like, Rookie had some really tricky moments because Jin was threatening with a W, with the upfront burst, the curtain call kills were very dangerous. Yeah, I think, unfortunately, Fengyue and Nayo didn't really have the easiest time trying to find the clutch engages. They didn't really threaten key members. I think that last brain fade on marking Wei really hurt them. That's not so much a champion issue, I don't think. Oh. I mean, they also gave up 2 Barons and held, right? I need to pick up that clip. I'll throw it in chat. One second. Get the chat, where it is, view the clip. Great clip. Ow. Load this? How do I download it? Oh, this is not my clip. Oh. The landscape. There we go. My brain's kind of dying a bit here, guys. I'm not going to lie to you. Thank you very much, Amber. I do appreciate it. As ever. Error in that one. Man alive. Art needs to upload, and then I can do it to Reddit and do the same. Yeah, sorry, Kiwi. I mean, there's no way, right? It's just frenetic action everywhere you look. I mean, I'm not going to complain, right? IG still ultra good late game experts. I mean, yeah, they clutch it out, right? I may need some water for this next game. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Ah! Oh! Appreciate you, Kiwi. Oh. Man, I don't even know where to start with that game. I would love to break it down, guys, but my brain is a little bit fried after the insanity. Credit to Top Esports for making that competitive. It shouldn't have been. Wei gets player of the game. Perfectly reasonable. Phenomenal Wukong. Phenomenal Wukong. His one death nearly cost him the game, but otherwise it was absolutely ridiculous. Get hydrated. Yes, Fairy Tale. I'll do that. If you've not followed, please do. Please like, please subscribe, please do all the things. Matters to us here. Channel, of which I am now irregular. Where is League of Legends subreddit that I may do the thing? See, someone's already posted the Reddit clip. I appreciate you guys for that one massively. Into the ads we go. I'm actually going to turn this camera off briefly because otherwise my brain will fry and that will be a bad time. Galaxia DXD, Renarek, James D, Morrison, Sibip, Pralmos, Sir Luis TV. Thank you all for the follows. It is much, much, much appreciated. Holy moly. Keep the follows up, guys. It is much appreciated. Oh. That was a cry. That was a cry for help. Whoever Dr. Pepper Power is, you a real one. LeBlanc is actually the first. Oh. Obvious player of the game for Wei? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No real surprise there. My impression is that actually, at least for whatever reason, it's actually supposed to be LeBlanc because it's printed off the wrong profile picture. Hilarious. Or they doubled Elise? I don't know. Anyway, they had to CGI in LeBlanc face. I need my brain to be functional. I don't know how functional it's going to be. Oh. How am I going to explain that Jim was very strong and IG keeps throwing leads but somehow Wade keeps doing the thing? I know. How are you supposed to explain to this? We're back. Looking fabulous as ever. Oh, camera. Probably turn Diana sessions on. Oop. Find who yet? I don't know who yet. There's my mouse. And then this can come up. This can come up. I'm missing one. Where are you? What's missing? One, no, this one. Aha! Aha! I need to go over this. There we go. Oh. Hello, folks. I'm very upset because my esports team is performing badly. Yeah, there is a bit of that, isn't there? There is a bit of that. We are going to a 6th game today, and it has been a bit chaotic, hasn't it? Oh, man alive. Will you guys be watching LCS? I'll probably watch it. But again, somewhat casually, right? It's very late over here. Because we're an hour ahead. Like, games kick off at like 11. Very late, especially when I have to be up at like 7 the next day for 3 series days. It's just like, that is much, generally speaking. I imagine whoever will lose the series might feel very bad. Yes, I think they may. I don't know if it's good to get stomped or lose something so harrowingly close. Yeah, it's kind of tough, isn't it? It's kind of tough, isn't it? Don't have the answer for you right now. That's camera's back on stage. I think we'll be going into game relatively shortly. I missed game 2. I had to drop my dog off to get the rooms. Yeah, SLR, you missed a banger. 42-minute Elder flip by the end of it. IG had 2 Barons. Top Esports still managed to get to IG's Nexus. Jin had 14 kills, was very nearly 1v9, and then it all kind of fell apart. It was bloody close, though. Things a little bit interesting in the grand scheme of things. That it did. My brain is now looking on slightly shell-shocked though, not quite sure what to do with all of this. Ah! On to the interview we go for our 3rd and final game today. make things a little bit interesting, shouldn't it? I'll put the microphone this way. IG over on blue side. The first time today, Top Esports over on red. Should get first pick here, I believe. Malphite shins our way. Yep, 2 big jungle picks, as is the Jace. Does feel like that's where the bans keep going. No one's being allowed Orianna this series. That is not without merit. We have seen exactly how obnoxious that champion is. Kiana, final ban away from Wait. We are at that point where Kiana as a potential carry threat from the jungle becomes increasingly dangerous. Yeah, I'd highly recommend the highlights at the very least. Worth a watch. Worth a watch. It was a great game. At least entertainment value was very high. There were some very obvious mistakes that ended up costing teams significantly. But hey, that's sometimes the way of these things. Mike Punch, it was only the pop shield. Hey. Jarvan, thank you for the follow, midriff. And thank you for the sub! The Eternal Crow. Hail the everlasting Corvid. 369. With the first pick for his team. What are we locking in? Mundo. Is it at that point of the game? Didn't we burn that one? That was last series. I appreciate that the Eternal Crow sub then followed. The correct order, guys. Like, you know. Put your money where your mouth is. Nico got through picks and bans. You're right. I blanked on that. Does Wei just pick up the Nico, the Mundo now? Completely blanked on that. Finally got through. Wanted to ban away those skirmishes from the jungle instead alongside that Orianna. Something had to slide. Varus also up. Otik is a Varus player. Varus, enjoy it. I think I like it. Plus something like a Bard probably puts you in a pretty good spot here. You could Nymaera here as well. Nocturne for Wei. Was always one of his favoured picks.
Hello, I'm back. I'm done. Okay, so let's have a think about this. Yeah, Nocturne means that your ability to play immobile carries drops through the floor. Have we changed the audio?
I have, yeah.
Alright, so what can't you pick now? Well, you don't exactly want to pick something like Syndra. Maybe you do have to go towards something more like the Akali now. That is something. Cream. That Kai'Sa, that's another good one too. That's more safe from the Nocturne than many. That's a good pick. Now, it doesn't necessarily win the lane versus the Nymaera. It absolutely doesn't, in fact, but at least you can somewhat 1v1 later into the game. It's safer versus the Nocturne. You are somewhat saying, look, ceding a bit of that lane pressure, which we've had for a lot of the game.
And Mundo was hovered as a potential first pick here. Of course, Nico slid through draft, and so she was picked up, understandably. Whereas, though, may have want to go unpicked, unplayed this series, which is a little bit of a surprise. Real shot. Nice it goes, but that will be unusual. Mundo locked in. Is one of those champions that has become increasingly popular in the jungle, becomes a legitimate threat. This would give you the prio to beat the Nico in lane. Nico doesn't have anywhere near as much fun against other enchanters.
Does leave you a little bit weird with the Nocturne kind of being soul engaged, though. You need stuff to follow up. I think Top Esports is, in fact, I think there's two ways. Either you pick the Akali on 4, or you ban it. It depends whether you want to get counter pick for. I would imagine. No, there's different options. I mean, 369 has a couple of different blind pick top laners you can go towards, but I think he'd be happy to counter pick as well.
Rogue option. Silas for rookie. Mundo ult's good to steal. Photic's got a good ult to steal.
The
Nico ult is phenomenal, right?
Yeah, I think if you lock in, if you lock in the Akali, we might actually be in a Silas Akali game. That would be really cool.
I think Cream is happy with Akali or Silas here.
I think the more consistent option would be Aurora. For either side, actually. Aurora's fine for either one. So I think with stuff like the Talia, the Orianna down. Of course, we haven't even touched stuff like the Rise. The Rise could absolutely come through as well.
Very true. Yeah.
And the Rise tends to be tanky enough and good at running away.
Run away!
So that can be a thing. Run away! The Aurora's banned away. The Gwen taken away from 369 because Gwen's really annoying into Nocturne, so you just press W and you can't recast his ult. Yeah, really annoying actually. The last ban from Top Esports was today. Want to take away another one of those melee mid laners from rookie, which we thought would be quite good at joining the dive.
Get a valid option. Aatrox gets banned. Is perhaps something that 369 might think about. Suggests to me they're looking for a potential tank with the Gwen and the Aatrox banned.
Maybe. Well, it could be something like an Ornn angle, I suppose. fight. There would be long range engage. I would imagine Zahen is also on the table.
Very true. Yeah.
Zahen's up there too. Pretty good versus the Mundo. Pretty good at diving on stuff. Well, Nico can just like randomly die. You can kind of ult through the
Pop Blossom and
roll
stuff,
through
yeah.
the Pop Blossom. Cassiopeia band. So
They're
that
rising,
signals a rise, which I think Cream will actually be pretty happy with. You're tanky enough to survive a lot of the Nocturne angle.
Locking in. Silas Akali, we both kind of posited a possible option. You have got the Lulu, and Lulu plus Diver always feels good.
Yeah.
My Shinzao's quite good with it. The thing with the Nocturne, you can go beyond the Lulu's ability,
Yeah.
can't you?
Do you think you blind pick top lane? Something like, well, the Scion,
give us a
Scion
Camille.
wasn't bad. Thinking about a couple of melees. The Scion, I think, is safe here. Scion is safe. It allows you to have a secondary engage source, which is really important because you only have the Nocturne right now. I mean, you've taken away most of the hard matchups in topside. 369 can still... Zahen, I was checking if it's still available. Zahen's probably the easy matchup there, and I'd imagine 369 either thinks about something like that, or... Unless you want to use... Well, Cannon's a little bit rough for Nocturne.
True.
Because Nocturne just kind of ults you and kills you. You could do, I suppose. The Rise, I think, is the easy pick here. The Cassiopeia's gone. The Aurora's gone. Rookie, yeah, his last pick, he has to think quite long and hard about that. For Yorick, it's another comfort pick for 369. We were wondering about what he wanted to play up there, whether it would be something like the Zahen. Yorick's not too dissimilar. Good in extended trades. This one's more split push threat, though. Not bad versus the Nocturne, because the Nocturne ults you tend to just take the 1v2 and kill him.
Worth noting, Rookie tried the Yone yesterday. My time is falling apart.
This is really good here. Rise and Mundo, really bad versus the Anivia. Now, you can struggle versus the Kai'Sa and the Nico, so it's not like a full team counter, but if you manage to get Mundo and Rise into an area and you can lock them into the meat grinder, they really hurt them. Same with the Yorick. Occasionally, you can just like lock them into or out of fights. The good Anivia angle. I think IG, though, overall has got somewhat of a disjointed comp. Lulu can at least buff the Yunara as they go forwards, but the Anivia can struggle to go forwards with the Nocturne. So IG, this composition doesn't play itself. You need to find out your spacing very well, and on the other side, I do like the individual playmaking from top esports. Yorick can do a lot on his own. Rise can get a lot of big ult plays. The Mundo's quite good against stuff like the Scion and stuff like the Nocturne too at points. And Kai'Sa can absolutely clean up on those plays too. So I actually think top esports, I think they have a lot of tools to throw at plays. IG probably need to work a little harder to figure out how their composition works.
I will say, I think IG's composition grows simpler if they are counter behind engaging and then counter engaging, and the Lulu ult comes in on the person that's been hit, and then you can do things like Ion ult in a defensive pattern. It's a little bit harder when you're going forwards yourself, but kind of going for that secondary engage. I think it's a little bit easier to find the buttons to press in more order, though I agree it doesn't play itself in a lot of other game states. It can be a bit tricky, because I feel like I look at top esports and I go, you know what? This card works. Rise and Yorick alone could be really nasty split pushes. You've got the dive threat, the Nico and the Kai'Sa, Realm Walk with the angle, Rondo there to be a bit of fairness. You know, you kind of go through it and you go, you know what? See how that one works. Onto the Rift we go, though, for what could be will be our final time today. Jayo's first. Mundo doing some business deals to begin with.
Okay. Get into this early game right and proper, shall we? Also know the Shy on IG, so I feel... The thing is, though, like, Sobro is not dissimilar to the Shy in terms of the way that they somewhat flip the game. Way starting with the Glitter Lance, using it on the minions, that annoying kind of Nico clone thing, charging up on everything you walk next to, which is kind of annoying in terms of the sound of things. But charging up that Q, looking for that auto attack reset. Ooh, not bad there. Heal barrier blown onto one side, not barrier onto Jachi's. That's the only combat summoner left there. The wave is fairly even, though Photic and Dre are going to hit the second wave first. So they all hit the level 2 first. They have a Glitter Lance to throw onto the wave as well. The Nico Q used for pokes. So they're giving up the level 2 atop esports. They're not going to be contesting for that in this one. Level 2 hit now. Control the bot lane early on, established by Invictus Gaming, which has been very important in the meta. Shield away from the Pop Blossom? No. Blooming Burst. Yep. Both junglers going from top side to bot side. Mundo a little faster than Nocturne, but not by a crazy amount. Top lane, early push from the Yorick so far. 2, yeah, Yorick's just annoying. Now, he's gone for the Conqueror again. So, we've been seeing a lot more Conqueror than we have in the Grasp. That's interesting. A lot of the time we just auto saw Grasp last year for the extra healing, the extended kind of poke down and sustain. Mundo, basically the goal of his game is to get 2 full clears off, get back like a Giant's Belt, feel better about things. First rank of the Dark Procession, and it's the 2 HP, so it's not the most threatening thing. Once it gets up to max rank, that's when Yorick gets really annoying. With the XP bonus from the Uplink quest, easier to reach that point, because then you end up getting 5 hits, 5 HP on that Dark Procession. Well, at that point, you've got a million Simons anyways, and Simon never really wants to be stood in there. Way towards bot side, another champion that kind of wants to get 2 full clears off. Not really level 3, level 4 gankers anymore. Like, we still see a little bit of chance evidence about that. Walking through it, might be a smite by both. Now available, one by Wei. Wei gets it. A little bit more XP. Both these champions, again, as we were saying, wanting to get those full clears off. Mundo will go towards top scuttle. That instead. A free one for him. Nocturne gets an earlier back. That's one thing which you win from this. If you get the first scuttle, if you fight over, you get a quicker first recall. Backing with the same amount of gold as everyone too. Gets onto the map with the long sword and the ruby crystal. Mundo annoyed. Not anything crazy, so what the bot scuttle crab means is that you get a little bit more. Hang on a second, Glitter last lands. You get the auto attack reset. There we go. Damage on Jachi, still has that barrier from the level 1. Photic, he needs to be careful too. And it's the first blow for Jachi. They miscalculated it. Massive miscalculation. Jachi had the barrier. Photic didn't. A kill coming through from Jachi and Fengyue. Dre just wasn't close enough to add the follow-up auto attacks. It's the golden rule of 2v2. The golden rule of 2v2, if you can hit both your characters at once and they can only hit with one, you win. A massive miscalculation from Photic at level 1, dies early on. Jachi once again. Just, honestly, the better AD carry today. I'm sure we'll see a replay this time. Well, we'll see. I don't know. I'm not sure. Don't always for the early kills. Effectively, Photic and Dre had a run at Jachi and Fengyue. It looked like it was going to be won by Photic. We'll see it here. So, as we go into it, Photic charging up the Q on the wave. Has that auto attack ready and the extra damage. And then the Glitter lands, and then watch this. Gets himself the auto attack reset. And then what happens here? Root misses. Auto attack. Fengyue gets the empowered auto, and the last one hits. So close. Jachi getting that first blood. Big mistake by Photic again.
That's such a problem. And the thing is, I don't blame them for looking. It's the right time to look. The Glitter Lance looks solid, and they just don't quite have it. It's a really good flash from Jachi. Now they're turning it around here themselves. He'll bin pop, try and get the chase on forward. Still hit with a W. Good read from Jachi. Forward for the double root. Fengyue feeling it.
Yes, the polymorph onto Fengyue means that there's no follow-up. Even though you don't get the kills, though, you're forcing it back. I don't think Photic is safe under this turret. There's a flash from Naya. Photic has his barrier back up.
Doesn't need it, but now Jachi can look forward. There's the barrier bait, supercharged away. Mundo looking for the briefcase. W.
That's close as heck. Does he get in for the flash? No, Nio. I think Nio could have walked over that. I think he could have walked over.
Right away.
He was, but I think you could look for the kill anyway. Barrier down, flash down. Maybe afraid of Dway coming back into it. Funny way. I was really afraid that he'd taken tower aggro with that, but I had not. Sorry, overhyped. Scary from that last game, of course. Realm walk forwards. Cream. He's looking for something.
Gets over the wall to get to the wave that way.
Rookie had made the mistake. Maybe be a question. Mid lane, even for now, but it gets worse for the Rise later on. Bot lane, even in terms of farm, kill to Jachi. That is a win for the Kai'Sa. Jachi is a very good Kai'Sa too. It's one of the best champions, which I saw him on last year. And this guy was... He was in a weird spot with RNG, which was clearly a failing team. There was a flashback from Cream in the picture, which was probably would have happened while we saw the bot lane play coming down, and Cream was looking for potentially a realm walk.
Double sums now, which is a big deal.
Yeah, especially against the Anivia, which punishes you so hard with that top scuttle being fought over. Nio will have to help the 369 and play it.
Grab that one just fine. It's the whatever the Yorick skin with the battle. Get what the term is, but he has this. The thing with the Dark Procession on this skin, guys, is it does in fact just look like Cataclysm. Jarvan and this Yorick skin are in the same game. You can end up getting quite confused by which circular prison is used.
Yeah, you're not wrong, actually. That can actually be a bit of an issue. Yeah, we saw that once or twice. Like, hang on, there's a wall inside the wall, and then one wears off, and you think, haha, I'm safe. No, there's a dark procession still inside that. The cataclysm was just worn off. Gosh. So early game. Once again, bot lane working out for top Esports, and this was one of the worries when we saw the IG changes in the rosters. Though we like Dway. Dway's actually a pretty damn good player. Ignoring the the flash combo, which arguably lost them game 1. Ignoring such things like that.
Yes.
But Photic is a very streaky player. Root landing, I don't think he'll do much more than the shield. Good chunk though. Photic is a player that is very streaky, and it often comes alive in a regular split, but it doesn't last for forever. It doesn't last for that long. Photic's a player who has gone from being on top teams, V5, and then he's really struggled to have a lot of impact in his LPL career, sadly, as time's gone on. To the point where, last year I was wondering whether it would be the last split we would see from him. He really struggled in LNG, driven towards that bot side. Photic, no flash, jumps out with the ult.
Do a decent job there to get the untouchable Shadow up and rolling. W down, ends up getting traded onto fairly heavily. Wait is here with a paranoia.
Short range, just that first rank. Photic using the last of that ultimate. After Judge.
Ruin is
Rock
the
of
Ruin is the ultimate.
Yeah, Rock of Ruin, that's the one. Cool. Nice.
Judgmental is from
Railgun / Index.
Is that
What's the name?
Raildex.
No, the character. Kuriko?
Kuriko, yeah. Girls own a sound.
Oneness! Catchphrase to have. Right. Deep cuts aside. Mundo's still around bot side. Dragon is alive, so any big fight happens down here.
Ooh, that's a big one. Photic. Oh, Photic. The wildcard comes on and where's the paranoia turnaround? Here we go. We're going to try and get into the backline. He will try and jump forward, blow up Fongyue. Photic is still alive. Wei is trying. Nayo, I apologize. He's trying. There's a barrier still to work with. A last auto. He's so strong. In comes Cream, who's not actually there. He didn't take the real ball. Wei will now die.
I think Cream might have just sold out his jungler. I think he could have saved him there. Wants to go back to mid lane. 2 for 1. Photic dies. Nayo, I think there was less of the push meme, more like delivering a baby there. It says the push. More of a midwife than a business.
You've got a beautiful 350 gold bundle.
God. And immediately gives it away.
Wow, heartless, that's a dark statement of reality, isn't it?
Heartless, 1 for 1. But yeah, consider. Hang on, Fungo is in, but I don't think Rookie knows he's there.
It does not. It does back away far enough though, and the tangle barbs will not land.
Still a 1 play for IG in the bot side, 2 for 1. Cream walking up trying to get to that root instead of using the slow instead. Rookie, no mana to do that much, so he puts the ult down.
Over towards Herald we look. Wei is on it. On them. The grubs. Surely got a smite for 1, right? Yep, there you go. It does that one. Fongyue in the form of Kai'Sa is here, alongside a teleport coming in. So now you will blast going in and be able to secure it. Here's the bot side play again.
Yeah, that's the replay. So they have the jungler coming down. They get the roots in, but because you're attacking the target next to the Lulu makes them much harder to kill. Nocturne comes in, lands that Q mid-flight. No damage. W lands at long range, but Lulu blocks it. Honestly, Dway has a really good fight here, folks. Saves Photic, blocks the briefcase that you can't. What?
Doesn't get in.
I think that would have saved Nao's life.
Because he can just rune prison away and there's nothing that can jump.
That's a bad mistake from Cream. You don't want to be giving Guild over for free like that. Now, Wei MVP at the last game, 2 kills, early Hex Plate. Now his ult's going to be that much quicker. That's a huge mistake from Cream.
That's problematic. At the very least, Photic dies again, trying to keep him on time. All cashing in on Jachi at some point. But I think Cream's having a tough time here, and Rookie traps him outside of the lane again. He dropped a wave and a half to make that roam bot side that he didn't even complete. Like, that is... He misclicked when watching the fight. Probably did. Yeah, I agree, but it's still a misclick, and it's a big one.
It is. I would imagine it's not intentional, and if it was intentional, it's the wrong decision, and if it wasn't, oh, to do better, Cream. He had a good late game, last game, trying to break out space for Jachi. Late game team fight on the gym. Game 1 wasn't particularly nice for him. Dragon's going down, should be secured by IG.
Ideal way to contend them to go through the Glacial Storm. All that crystallized wall making things a bit tricky, so they will back away. Happily, Cream. Cream. We do that in the next team fight.
I mean, if it's appropriate.
You know,
like, spots.
You know, like like there's that Endeavor. Sure. I want to say that for Chobi, but every time I see Chobi do something.
You know, The thing is,
That's I
My
think it's a
Hero-
personal
yeah.
deep felt.
My
held.
Hero Academia, I watched it just before it got big. I thought it was really good then, and then it got big, and I thought, I don't know if I want to. Don't know
Are
if I
you
want to.
just that kind of hipster? Because
No, Sam. So like on the whole, they're pretty agnostic of that. Like it's whatever people like, what they're like gonna like, and I try to keep separated from that. But that one was pretty up there, Sam. You ever interacted with that fan base?
No, never really have.
Well, there you
Not
go.
bad, yeah, okay.
Yeah, Wade does have the hex plate. That's
Black
more
Sabbath.
There we
Dun,
go.
dun, dun. Paranoia comes on in. They will manage to put a Dark Procession on up, but unfortunately, the Iron Man of Soburo's Mecha Scion will get the kill there.
I know he plays a bass, but I don't know. It felt like the Tony Iommi riff was ringing true there. Not in his favor. That was his funeral, I suppose. The Geezer Butler. You know that Tony Iommi, for those in chat, the Black Sabbath guitarist. Hang on, this might be a fight. We'll have to talk about that after. Fotis going forwards.
The Pop Blossom just out, no flashes afterwards. Arcabrune comes on down and Photic gets the kill. A little too far there from Fong, who was feeling it. Mr. Krabs, unfortunately, he was into the maw of a very angry Yunara.
The move speed came out of nowhere. The heal, the whimsy, Photic's E, and then the ult backwards gives him enough space to outplay Fengyue and break the ankles of the shapeshifter. That one's better from Photic. We've seen the worst sides of him most of the time in this series. Gets himself his first kill of the game there. He's on vision.
God forbid a girl be whimsical, apparently. In comes the realm up. It's all been a bait. It's really a bait, Photic. I think maybe actually you don't want to wait for wild growth.
If you attack someone next to a Lulu, they're really hard to kill. Cream tries to turn the tables, but instead Photic stands and delivers with the whimsy and the shield. Top Esports, this is not the first time they've tried to jump onto Photic without understanding there's an enchanter right next to him.
But he had no ult, he had no flash, it should have been done. They had ults from Jachi and Cream and it just didn't matter.
Sam, it's Lulu diff. It's a Lulu diff. This whole bot side set of fights has been a Lulu diff. I know it's easy to just look at Photic and the damage, but really look at how much value Jue brings to these plays. Even in this earlier fight, this is like the second attempt they have onto him. He jumps forward, he has the move speed, heal, extra move speed again, flashes, and it just gets him out. Without the movement speed, Photic dies there. It's another Lulu diff, and then right after, more shields came through. Jue's Lulu having a huge impact on this third game.
All you LPL fans wondering where our next levels of support have gone with Mako and everyone else falling down. Let me tell you, do you know Jue? He has been so good when he's on it.
Wait, when did even that meme come out? Was that a 2015 meme? Hang on,
Might be
Photic's
at
going
this
forwards
point.
again. Good DPS check. There's 3 people in his lane now.
Yeah, this is looking like a lot of damage coming on forwards. They don't hit Photic again, and now Wei's here with the paranoia.
It happened again, Sam. They try and jump onto the Yunara and they just don't understand. They can't quite reach them. They just don't understand it. And there are so many paranoias now because of the Hexblade bought early. This is always providing value. IG are much more prepared for these plays.
Again, one way has a J, the other one doesn't, but they're both in the bot side and they're both causing a lot of trouble. My way or the highway, and unfortunately for Top Esports, they have been put into roadkill. Yes, I'm enjoying these slides. It's been a long day, guys.
It's like where there's a Dwill, there's a Jue.
There is no Dwill! Dwill's not a player!
Ah, there is no. Maybe they should have. Maybe they should. Maybe Photic should change his name to Dwill, because wherever there's a Dwill, there's a Jue. Hang on, flash over.
This will get a bit interesting. 369 will put down the Dark Procession, and Sobro goes no.
Sam Nocton's here again, and he's got X-Play. I think he's got ult up again soon.
I think he does. There's a little bit of a alteration. He doesn't need it. Duskbringer, unspeakable horror. Wait, what? He just died to the maiden.
Yeah, Sobro still had the burn on him from the ghouls. He does go down, but it is that 1-for-1. Wei is everywhere. What an exceptional series from the jungle of IG. Great game last time on the Monkey Wukong. He comes down with the Nocturne 4-0, 1.2k ahead. Wei's had a stormer.
And in fairness, Wei somewhat needed it. He had a very odd 2025, folks. Started on BLG, replacing Shun after all of the drama involved with him leaving that organization, and was nearly immediately benched. Just wasn't clicking with the team. It was a disaster. Joined IG, kind of eventually came on through, but we weren't sure whether he'd be staying, because again, arguably, he was the weakest part of that roster. Ends up staying, having a great start to this year. That is what you want to see from him. He has been very, very good this series. Even when they've been losing, he's been trying damn hard.
Yeah, and I have to say, the biggest difference I thought there would be between these teams was that jungle support, particularly that jungle matchup, and Nio has struggled at points despite having The games are here or there. Silence coming down. Doesn't have the ult for another 5 seconds. We're actually fighting over this dragon, it looks like.
There is no Anivia here quite yet, but Nio down at half HP will have the ability to dose himself up maximally. As Soboro says, no, this bush is mine. Grr.
York not coming down to the players, the top esports, seeing that the whole group have come round, say, all right, okay, probably back off on that. Buy the teleport out from Soboro. That's the price of that play. Now they have one of the 3 grubs, which is fine. Deny the 3, and they get 2 dragons early. Not bad for IG on the objective front.
Can we return to the Pokemon conversation about whether Soboro evolves if a shell clamps to it?
Sam, I thought we said we'd workshop. Well, I guess this is the workshop.
This is the
Okay.
workshopping, yes.
So, yeah, wouldn't that be Slowboro?
It's like going back now. It's not working, I'm laughing. As a Pop Blossom is blown in mid lane. Fengyue again can't land his flash plays.
Yeah, he goes from Slow Purro to then Slow Burrow, and then eventually, I don't know.
Slow King is what it becomes. Was the Pokemon
I know,
to do.
but like it's not obvious enough in the name itself.
But so bro, it's just like so King is what it is.
So King. Sam, it just doesn't fit. Slow Burrow is fun. That one's cool. It's like, wow, is he a psychic type? But he's a Slow Burrow. That's good. Did he just? Well, I don't even know if he guessed Trick Room, but did he just use Trick Room?
Maybe it
guys,
wasn't the shy.
I haven't watched enough Wolfie videos to figure out what the move pool of Slowbro is. So
Wolfie can't perish! It's still my favorite voice line of all time.
Wolfie can't perish. Yeah, that was pretty legit. The thing is, like, I did play a decent amount of Pokemon Unite around
me too.
intro, and Slowbro was really annoying.
Very annoying, yeah.
For a good time there. Oh god. Alright, pushing in towards the mid lane, 3k up. IG once again with an early lead, but for once a lot of it has been around the bot lanes. Not Jaxi being really far ahead at this point. Get the mid lane turret, more gold in pocket. Now, can IG not throw a late game? Because they've really given me some like conniptions over this. It has been a very difficult series to watch for late game stability.
I'm not sure my heart could take another late game.
Well, both of them have been utter firecrackers. Top esports, you know,
it's nearly Lunar New Year. Maybe that's the point.
True. I mean, folks, in fairness, if you're gonna have like scrappy late games where teams are figuring out and they're making mistakes, exactly, yeah, Scrappy is the great enemy. And they acknowledged that in the movie.
Yeah,
they did as well. By the way, there might be a fight here.
There's some more violence to occur.
And the real criminal all alone was Photic. It's probably a bit harsh. It's actually
he's got feet on the ball as well.
I just looked at a player and that was the first one I saw. It was arbitrary, rookie flashing away.
He was nearly shown to be the fraud.
Perhaps. But yeah, I think at this point in the season, it's not unexpected to see teams figuring things out in the late game. Figuring out late game macro objectives is a very difficult thing to do, and this early into the season, you're expecting teams to have to ramp up. So if you're going to see mistakes, it will be at this point in the split. I'm just glad it's very entertaining and brings us, I don't know, some just great clips.
Does indeed. Memes aside, I'm having some fun here, but obviously we look into the mid lane. That and jungle, where I'm seeing some very significant issues for the side of top esports. This Rise tried to roam unsuccessfully. 0-0-0 has lost his mid lane turret, which very rarely happens into Rise. Got insane amount of wave clear. Rookie's up 30 CS. The Anivia has now got the Rod of Ages pretty much fully stacked on 9, I think, at this point. Sorry, it's still on 8, but still fairly stacked. It's got the Seraphs in, it's got the upgraded Spell Slinger shoes as well. This Anivia is online, and we already said that might be the Kingmaker, especially when you look at Wei. Already got the Hexblade, already got the Stride Breaker. This Nocturne alone is a 1v1 threat.
Someone dominates on Cannon, do they go into Raichu? Well, I don't know. Like, up until they released the Mega Raichu stuff on Legends ZA, like, they just kind of, I don't know, they were not exactly Raichu fans. They kind of gave because Pikachu's the mascot, right?
And it's also, like, in all the TV shows and everything else.
I will say that. I mean, Alolan Raichu was very funny. I think it has a unique typing as well. I'm not sure there are any other electric psychic
cool, dude.
-1. Sobro. Having a pretty okay time. I think, honestly, having a pretty okay time versus 369 in general. I think it's been... I thought that 369 might give Sobro some real issues, and Sobro has been known to be a bit of a dirty inter at points.
Yes.
With all the love in the world, he is
somewhat unclean player.
With all the love in the world, he follows on from the shine. No. That's a bit hard.
You said he was a dirty Inter?
Yeah, but Sam, like, come on, there's different ways of wording it. Dragon's up in 20 seconds. This would be the third one for IG. They've largely had control of all the objectives. That's a teleport in from 369. He's brought his wife with him. So bring your wife to work day. Good job, Yorick. Dragon sets up coming through. Sobro could teleport down, but he's a little late to the play right now. Rookie pushing out bot lane. Using the Herald, could potentially battle Herald this too. Oh, that's a teleport. Sobro?
Okay, well, he's relatively tanky on Sion, I suppose. And a flash on him from Way. They really want his
They got it! Oh my god, Way!
Sobro now in front of everyone. He's got this massive empowered shield because of the teleport from the role quest. Out comes the Glacial Storm. You guys said it's on 3. What about the turnaround though? It's a wall. They can't get over it. Now they turn it around with the paranoia, and Sobro is just such a bulwark. You're trying to get through the walls of Barsing. Sobro, he's too much the Ark of Ruin. There is no war in the river because IG have damn well ended it.
Walking forwards again, Sobro claiming space. The Lulu shield's gaining more value as the fight goes on. The Herald, while all this is happening, by the way, took the bot turret. And Rookie could potentially get a stun over the wall. Lands onto 369, almost.
Oh, boy.
Doesn't actually land that. Has to flash over the wall, though. IG walk away with a kill. The Dragon, and yet another IG, what the hell are you doing moment. The flash over the wall from Way. The Slowbro teleport, which was very late to the party, but it didn't matter because he came with a 1,000 health shield on him. IG make it work.
I was quite happy with my Barsing Sobro.
I really like that too, Sam.
Thank you. Let's have a look at this replay. We can look at the play again.
The walls of Barsing Sobro. So the flash over, Sobro comes in with like literally a 2,000 health shield. That is absurd. that's so ridiculous. Oh, guys, dare I say it, Sobro might be my favorite top laner in the world right now. You know, again, with all the love in the world, he can be just such an inter. But oh my god, I wouldn't change it for anything. Way gets that short range ult in the middle of it to burst out the Nico on the retreat after using that shotgun engage. IG, credit to them. They hold the door shut. Rookie's multiple walls. That Crystallize has been really, really annoying. And Top East will now see themselves 4,000 gold down. Dragon on the table. It's a Mountain Soul as well with a Scion.
Yeah.
I know that they had a Hex Soul earlier in the series, but particularly when you have a Scion and a Lulu buffing people up with extra resists and the extra shield on top of it too, it's really hard to win a game against such a tanky team.
It really is. And again, like, they tried to burst Rookie out, who still had his passive, gets a Whimsy shield and his Seraph shield, and as a result ends up basically being absolutely impossible to deal with. And then you get the Crystal and the Glacial and the and then we go again. That's on to Photic, who immediately has to ult away. There's a Realm Warp. They earn a double ult, and Photic unleashes with the transcendence of himself, and everyone on top equals left with significantly less health bars than they would like. From you will shape change it, but not actually go forwards.
Yeah, Top East will get a little more of a chunk out of Photic than I expected, actually. But right there, again, remember, level 2 ult from Way has the Hex plate as well. Very strong there. See that Scion eating a lot of damage from 369. He's not even gone. Hasn't even gone for the Triforce, by the way. Black Cleaver showed him, which is very anti-tank. You don't get the same slam. Anyway, it's taking... Oh my god, he could actually die. He could actually just die.
He's gone. Just eats an ice shard and he's dead. Out comes that Flash Frost bot side. We look. 369 unfortunately investigates Way being down here and goes, what the hell? I was in an honorable 1v1. We'll throw down a decent top procession. That's not bad turnaround damage. Mid lane though, everything's going very wrong for Top Esports, who are immediately on the bottom of the ocean, courtesy of Rookie, casting them from the heavens.
Now, the individual strength of IG is really strong now. Way and Sobro don't kill 369, but they stop him from having any pressure, and no one's now threatening mid lane. Rookie can wall him back off again. Nio even gets the passive denied. Mundo, I think this is a market crash, just about buys the dip and survives. Top Esports, though, losing across the map. IG, a more cohesive game than many of the other two in the series. Seems like they're actually starting to really clamp down on Top Esports' ability to fight back.
With that last chapter in inventory, well, let's have a look at this one again, because again, Fongyue is currently a minion, but there's a wall behind. They know what's going on.
Yeah, and look, when the minion backsteps, you know it's the Nico, you know? Like, he did just dodge a skill shot. That's not something... Look, the melee minions, they don't have the facilities for that big man. But the Nico... The small Nicos. Yeah, they don't have the small Nicos for that either. Goes down. Great pick up by Rookie. He's had a good Anivia game so far, folks. That last Dragon fight was spectacular from him. Another great Crystallize. You can see by the width of the wall that he's been maxing it second instead of the stun. Gives him more terrain power. It's worked out really well here.
It's been very, very dangerous. With the Lost Chapter and Blasting Modern Infantry, I want to see what that ends up building into. Third item.
That'll be the Actualizer. Yeah, because I initially was like, oh, it's a tier item. Like, it's the It's another lost chapter item, so basically you can tap that, have double spell cost for a little while, but having a lot more damage on top of it.
Yes, it basically scales on mana, guys. For those who are not seeing, it's insane on Rise, insane on Anivia. Basically, you get a lot of abilities, a lot of shielding and healing power, and something like 33+% extra ability damage on your stuff. It's ridiculous.
Reminds you a lot of Spellbinder, like that active, which gives
exactly
you that
what
one
it's from,
moment.
yeah.
15 seconds till dragon. This will be
Nio.
Mountain Soul, folks.
Nio.
Now, if he look, folks, if Nio dies and he doesn't have Smite, he can't get over the Anivia wall. This is unplayable. This is why we love the Anivia last pick. If Mundo gets trapped into a play now with that Crystallize being so well, it's max rank now by far. It's level 17 rookie. And then this fight is just over. This game is just over. Top Esports must secure the dragon or the game ends.
Where is Froggen? It's his time to come back. 5,000 HP goes down. Kept out of the dragon pit by the crystal. The Glacial Storm after. Decimating Smash. Didn't get it somehow.
He wins the Smite fight. IG go for the 50-50 with Wei having a good percentage on that in this game, I suppose, but they lose it. And Top Esports don't lose anything for the attempt. No teleports used, no one dies, no big cooldowns used either. Top Esports, that is a freebie. That could have been the game ender.
Oops. Well, 369 is going to be able to shove through bot. There's a crystallized proc there, and again, he's been quietly getting a fairly decent position in this game. He's the only player on his team to manage to get himself a lead. Does a very good job with that. Now we're seeing the chunk bot side. Unfortunately for him, IG were well aware of his potential shenanigans. They faked doing Baron, and instead jump on him with the Paranoia.
Wei is so strong. That 369 can't win the 2v1. We said in draft, sometimes the Orc is happy to take those. You know, you get towards 2-3 items and you're ready to go. Because Wei got so fed off of bot lane, because of Fungi and Nio and Cream not quite making things land in the bot lane, you can then take that lead, which is hard earned, put it into the lane, pay it back to, you know, the Water Psychic type on top side, the slow Baroque, and make something special of it. Wei is having an exceptional series.
That GA now in as well. He is really quite hard to manage. Even if you kill him the once, he's still going to come back. Makes him a lot more... He's always been an aggressive player. He'd be even more so.
Pretty sure that Scion, if you were going to like... Scion's actually Pokemon typing. It'd be more like Dark Steel, right? He's undead and he's like this massive armored giant.
That sounds about right.
Maybe like Dark Fighting, but probably Dark Steel.
I mean, let's be real. Rookie is effectively fake Articuno.
Yeah, true. Which is apparently, by the way, that Pokemon became really fast. I watched that video by Wolfie.
Nocturne's just raw dark. It could be supposed Dark Psychic.
Oh yeah, sorry, Ghost Steel. What am I talking about? Yeah, Ghost Steel. That'd be it.
I think that's with Way's Ghost Darkness, isn't it? Like the Nocturne's Ghost Darkness.
Yeah. Easy.
I'm not
gonna lie, Sam. This is actually an endless topic to talk about, and I'm aware that this is actually Sam. This is a game 3 between two teams.
Fighting Psychic for sure. Lulu's Fairies.
Okay, let me get rid of that advert. Let's get back into the Baron start, because that's what IG have done. They can tank it up very well with the Lulu shields. That'll help them, and Yunara's got good DPS on it.
Okay, this one gets a little bit interesting, doesn't it? Over they go, Fongu in the form of the Rise. Nio does not have flash. He gets crystallized and gets turned on by Rookie, forcing the ult. Nio's not having a great time, so doesn't hit the ult, but will force the backstep from Nio. It means a decimating smash to knock them all up, but they get that kill. Bomb blast on the fly is good, but there's no follow-up. Sobro flash out, another crystallize, and they just can't get in. You're not allowed entry. They put up the Glacial Storm. 369 is looking like it's minus 369 degrees out there. Another crystallize. And the Duskbrimmer comes across as a Flash Frost lands on Jachi, and IG just say you do not pass go.
IG pull the composition to bear, and this is exactly why the Anivia has come back into meta, shown at Worlds, and still remaining into 2026. They'll try and chuck something into mid lane turret. I don't think... Wait, maybe they try and do kill him. All right.
We'll see. The shield do a decent amount of work there, but it's still not enough. Soba will run at Jachi, will supercharge her away. But now where does he go? Should be able to get out of there. Baron's still picked up. At least you get a kill.
They do. They have the empowered recalls. They take it off of the Scion, but now they're late on the reset too. Jachi's... Well, he's reduced to playing Smoke and Mirrors. I don't want people to forget how good Jachi was in this series. If he loses this, it will be like an all-timer of AD carry performances in a series lost, because he has tried every single game. It's not on him this series, folks. Top Esports. I think they've been a little bit jungle diff. In this game, it's sadly a bit of a support diff. Fungi jumping in. It looks great. There's no follow-up instead. Wei going top side. This is actually a 1v1 until Rookie arrives.
It is. Out comes the unspeakable horror, and that is actually Rookie's damage, not what the Nocturne's doing. And goodbye 369.
He's completed that actualizer. 369 it feels bad for him because he's tried to give as much pressure to his team as possible. But it's one of those times you just tap the scoreboard and go, oh god, how fed is XYZ member? If anyone else comes into his lane, he starts losing it. And this champion has to be pushing up. Yorick can't afford to play safe in side lanes. He's died 4 times, but
what do you do?
Hard pressed to give him any other options.
And the problem is Queen's not able to do on the other side, and with the Nocturne being so fed, Nocturne will turn up in your lane, and Nocturne's able to kind of 1v1 you at this point.
Zobra did use that ult, spots out Jachi here, who's been, well, he's away from the base. There is actually a chance of actually looking for an engage now. They know the Kai'Sa's not hit.
Ota does get tanked, but so does Cream. Ow! Yeah, that one stings. Has got some Fiend Hunter bolts to work with should he press R at some point. He'll have to run away.
This really feels like 2012, 2013, those early days of League where just the Anivia makes the game unplayable around turrets. The siege is absurd. Inhibitor goes down, the base is broken, there's a wave pushing in on bot side that someone needs to answer. Yorick will go answer that. Sion's pushing in mid lane. Top Esports, they have too much to answer across the map.
With that ward down the lane might be a teleport. And to use it, and again, Queen's gone for the ghost, it's fine, but there's no real way to get involved in the problem for Top Esports. They're now down 7,000 gold in a game where I think they're outscaled.
Well, the Dragon's up now, will be the soul. Of course, we were talking about the Baron push, really. Zobra does have ult. He needs to be a little bit careful here. Don't want to give up too much HP. He's safe, though. Dragon could be started. The resets came in from IG, though. They're coming up full stocked on items, even if they don't have the best position.
You know what? We were worried that IG wouldn't have target access. They wouldn't have the engage. We just didn't trust the fact that Nocturne plus Anivia Wall is enough.
Oh,
it's so disgusting.
Nasty. That's to the front line.
They do get so much damage. The Arc of Ruin comes on down. They'll try and run warp in, but to what avail? The flash from comes on, hits another. They have to flash away, but they'll just keep charging on forwards. Fongway hits no one with the pop blossom of any value. Wild growth for more knockups. And Invictus Gaming make us eat our words. They've made this composition look easy.
Fong Yue, he'll be able to stop the onslaught of the Yunara, but he's running home with no HP. IG will claim the dragon, but honestly, that's just one small accolade. They're going for the base. They want it all.
And they want it now, so say the immortal words of one Freddie Mercury and Queen. But onto the Nexus turrets they go. Another Crystallize comes on down, and Top Esports look on and shake their heads. They have no more cards to play. And IG, well, they have all 52 of them in this one. They've come up with the death's hand. It is Ace of Spades and a series win for Invictus Gaming. They'll dive the fountain for a little bit of extra showmanship and secure the 2-1 victory.
One of the most entertaining series of the split, but I feel like I've said that every couple of days. Sure that we wouldn't get topped again that soon, right? Invictus Gaming, JDG, Invictus Gaming, Top Esports. Maybe it's just an Invictus Gaming thing, Sam. They're a really entertaining team. We walk away with the win this time. Had a mixed start to the split in terms of actual results, but in terms of entertainment value, I think they're the team which I've enjoyed watching the most. They'll move to 2 and 3. They'll move Top Esports down to 1 and 3, so that with one less series played, 3% is okay. If you discount BLG's wins, the actual results are pretty close in this group now.
Oh, thank you so much for joining us, guys. If you've not hit that follow button, do so now. I know there's a load of you in chat. If you've not hit that subscribe button, do so now. Make sure us out where you can. There's a Ko-fi link as well for those of you not in Twitch and still want to support us. Please do consider donating. We do this every day. We rely on all of you back home to look after us. Thank you. Another 250 bits from Purple Orca. Much love for looking after us again. It does make a huge difference, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
When I go to the chip shop, I get the bits on top of it. The little data bits. That's what I want from the cinema series. And, you know, folks, sometimes when it goes to a 6-game day, I'm sat there going like, I would have quite liked the earlier day. It would be nice to have rest my boys. This is the kind of series where I want it to be like a best of 5 at this point. And one of the takeaways will be, because, you know, I posted a clip on Reddit and people are like, oh my god, these teams are just throwing, blah, blah, blah. Yes, that's true. And that's another
Hey, there's bits everywhere.
There are bits absolutely everywhere. This point in the split, I'm not expecting teams, especially ones with new rosters, to be clean. I do want them to show what they'll build into. And I think what we're seeing from Invictus Gaming is that they are a very dynamic team. They have different drafts. They have very exciting late-game team fights. I'm worried about Photic. I am, but we have seen the upside of him too. Top Esports also seen some clutch late-game team fights in the way that LPL used to make a name for itself. 369 and Jachi. God, what more can they do? What can they do in this game? I feel like 369 and Jachi in this series were so good. It's just the way that the dice roll sometimes.
It is. Again, Purple Orca, thank you for the 1,000 bits over the course of the stream. I think they also joined today, by the way, so he's come in and decided, I love this. Thank you. Makes a massive difference. Again, for those of you who can help us out, please do so. For those who have, as like Purple Orca just did, like I see a Turtle Crow with that sub little early on. And again, hail the everlasting Corvid. Thank you for all of you who are helping us out. It does make a massive difference. I'm going to go get my PC set up.
Cool.
And get myself ready to stream because I'm going to play some more Disco Elysium,
Okay,
guys.
so if you're on YouTube, we'll wait around for the MVP and stuff like that. And if you're on Twitch, we'll raid over to Sam when he's ready. We're going to start giving you some variety in your life, folks. Ain't that crazy? Oh my god, what series today? I mean, I thought today would be a little bit sleeper. I thought it'd be like, okay, and I thought maybe with top esports, with the way that they were playing, maybe it just ended up being a bit one-sided series. It was anything but that. Very entertaining. Not a perfect series in terms of gameplay, but I don't think I bring myself to care about that, honestly. What a wonderful series, folks. Really enjoyed that. Really enjoyed that. Oh my god. Okay. Ridiculous, folks. Ridiculous. I need to sort out the audio quality of the stream. When it gets to high energy, it was still peaking at some points, and I don't know what I was doing different last year, but it definitely was different. Oh boy, but fantastic. I hope it wasn't. Yeah, 369 practically 1v2'd the entirety of Game 3. Yep, he really tried, and it's not his fault. Not his fault. Oh, okay. Well, today, I think tomorrow we get our 3 series days coming back. What we might end up doing for those is Sam and I might end up doing like 2 series overlapping in the middle, and then one of us takes the first, one of us takes the last series off. That might end up being what we do. Just realized I have more borrow runs for my Uma runs today now. Yay, let's go. Into with Wei, right? Oh, hang on, let me bring this back up then.
我们也请到了魏选手，先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 IG 打野小威。
今天这场真的是不容易，而且已经打到快11点
I'll
半
leave you
了。
this, and if anyone can
而且
translate,
各位粉
you will
丝
see.
不仅仅粉丝们，所有看了这场比赛的人都说，有点冒汗了。小威打完之后自己的感觉呢？
我就感觉像在过山车一样嘛，打的确实有点能送了。
但是刚刚在下面跟小威聊的时候，你说其实多打打这种局是好的，为什么呢？
就说明队伍肯定还有很多做的不足的地方嘛，也包括自己。
但是今天啊，小威不管是从节奏方面，还是在这个野区的把控，然后包括 gank 方面都做得非常好。大家都说你今天好忙啊。对于自己今天表现，虽然有一些不满意，但是还行吗？
我觉得就是能做这么多事情，肯定是教练选的英雄比较好嘛，然后自己也比较好发挥。然后我觉得打野忙肯定比较好吧，就说明你有事情做嘛。
包括在我们的局内啊，也是表现出来了。其实第1局结束之后，第2局能够看到还是一样的，有点相似的一个局面。大家都会说我的天哪，然后对面拿下双龙会的时候，其实还是非常危险的嘛。那个时候，作为打野来说，你的关注点会在什么方面呢？
当时对面双龙会的时候，就想着赶紧把远古龙这个 buff 给脱掉吧，只剩大龙的话，我们还是可以操作的。
但是还是比较好奇，各位选手们啊，在前2局这种拉锯战当中，你们是怎么去做沟通的呢？也会跟我们一样紧张吗？
If the interview is French, you translate it. Hey, I appreciate
第2
that.
把有点 PTSD 了吧，就感觉拿到龙魂了，然后打到后面发现，有点不对劲嘛，对面还是拿到双龙了，感觉就可能，要输了那种感觉，有点危险嘛。但还好，就是我们感觉队伍心态都比较好吧。
也确实要面对到一个，因为可能阵容选择方面嘛，双 C 到了后期会输出比较乏力的一个问题。那能不能跟我们来分享一下，最后奠定胜局的那一波远古龙团战是怎么去 call 的呢？
当时就是俊伟扣的比较好吧，他说就相信他，他把对面打野顶走，然后让我拼城，然后后续大家的操作都比较好吧，就赢下了那波团战。
今天这场比赛对于我们的各位选手的耐力啊，还有心理方面都是一个考验了。来到第3局，你们反而稳定了下来。其实对于你们来说，也是一个比较困难的部分，但是你们也做到了嘛。包括为选手自己的话，因为佳琪今天确实表现非常的亮眼，是不是也根据前面2局的一个反应和表现之后，去调整了一下自己的目标呢？
后面我觉得第3把就是大家对线都是优势嘛，然后玩个梦魇的话，自己只要捏着大招，可能他们就打得不敢太装吧。然后他们如果很激进的话，就给了比较多的机会，就我们第一批选手都打得比较好吧。
虽然很困难啊，但是能够看出来你们每一局也都是在进步的一个状态。但是 新的风暴还没有结束，我们这个高压的比赛还在继续，马上要开始我们巅峰组的第2轮比赛了。小魏对于后续的比赛，希望大家能够展现出怎样的一个状态呢？
希望我们在下一轮就是大家好好调整状态吧，然后这一轮也是算2-3嘛，希望下一轮可以更好吧，能赢更多的队伍。
好的，希望你们比赛加油！也再一次感谢小魏来到我们赛后采访的环节。接下来，让我们把时间交还给解说席。
Well, folks, I think that'll just about do us. How you doing, Sam? Okay, well, if you are on YouTube, the show will stop now, and if you're on Twitch, we will raid you over to Sam. Thank you everyone for joining us today. Again, if you enjoyed what we were doing, please drop a like, follow, subscribe, post a clip somewhere. All of that makes a difference to us. I know it might feel small to you, it feels massive to us as well. Thank you everyone that has followed. We hit 10,000 followers recently. The viewers mean an awful lot. Thank you so much, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow for our first of our 3 series days. See you in a bit, folks.